guilty in a court and send you away for 25 years, 25, and you're free. You can't start up a new YouTube account.
Yeah, I'm just
Meaning,
saying,
meaning,
I'm
meaning.
not even talking about. I'm talking about people just not just like you and Brandon and me.
You're not maybe understand what I'm saying is that we in society give people second chances. Let those people out of jail if you rob a bank, but it does not give you a second chance, which is ridiculous.
Right.
What word did you use? It's diabolical. It's diabolical.
Right, diabolical. Yeah. Right. But society has changed a lot. Well, I say society has changed.
Well, and the thing is, if you're a big enough YouTuber, then you have a connection at Google, and if you ever did anything, and it's unfair. And if you ever did anything wrong, then
that is unfair.
They'll give you your account back. But for the little guy, that's not.
They got money though, but they got money. They probably get a whole nother. But for us. But it won't be what I was saying. It's not going to be because if they be used to, they can't do the same thing. Then we do that. We're going to. That's why so they should separate some of that stuff, right?
I agree.
I think that's why some of them be on other stuff, TikTok and stuff like that. Now I'm trying to figure out why them kids move, like DDG and all them moving from Twitch to Kick. What's going on with that?
Well, why you would move from Twitch to Kick? Well, Kick offers money to those people, and they also pay more money.
So. That's why they moved. I guess they pay more money than Twitch or something.
Yeah, so Twitch is the biggest game in town when it comes to live streaming and not saving the live streams. YouTube is the biggest, but then Twitch and Kickshare, they're trying to break into that market. And if they see somebody who's popular on there, they will say, hey, we'll offer you a contract, but if you're going to sign the contract, we'll give you, let's say, $1 million a year. But in exchange for that, you can't stream on Twitch anymore.
I'm trying to get the finger in here. Hold on. Lower. Okay. Yeah, that's crazy. I'm just mad because it's just not right, though. But it's like society's crazy. I don't think it's fair. I'm sorry I got to deal with it. I'm sorry, right? I'm sorry for anybody they got to go through that. It ain't even a YouTuber or a YouTuber. You got to go through
that. As you said, it is what it is. There's nothing we can do about it.
I just feel for Brandon. I didn't know about it. He can get his what's to call it back.
Yeah, he's banned. He's banned for life.
Look at you, TikTok. That's why you're on YouTube just scrolling.
You can even get in trouble for that. If you create a playlist, that gets banned, then you can lose your account that way too. Meaning you never even streamed. You just created a playlist. If they think your playlist should be banned, then that gets banned.
Hey, well, go ahead. Do that. Go ahead. Y'all go right ahead. Don't worry about me putting stuff on it. You say this stuff. That's crazy. None of my stuff got banned. I think one of them. No, none of my stuff get banned yet. You talking about playlists like for other people? We just listen to playlists. We ain't even going out and you still get thrown out. But mine hasn't got, But if they do, go right ahead. They got other stuff. I on Apple, on Spotify. So That's crazy. That's crazy. Every time I look fan fiction, you gotta get my butt on it. That's so okay. All right. I'll get my butt on it.
You do it.
And I talk so much. Yeah, I know I talk so much. I'm gonna get my phone call because this is ridiculous of YouTube. I am so mad at this point in getting doing branding. Anybody, anybody using that, even YouTube, and it's just going live. That's not right. That's not right though. Anyway, all right. I catch you tomorrow, sweet dreams. I'm to have to get out. Okay.
Thank you. I appreciate it, Miss Corey. Sweet dreams to you as well, God willing.
Person that I was just mad about YouTube. That is just bull crap. It
It is what it is, Mr. Curry.
You know how to go. You know how to go around it. He doesn't know how to do that.
That's right.
All right. I swear, James, you're welcome. Thank you for
You
using
as well. Take care.
my take care. I'll be back over here when I'm
Excellent, madam.
Wow, this is my favorite segment of all time in the show's history. Who's number 4? I'm so excited.
Did you know Michael thinks that his pee leaks more, and that pee could be pee on the wall?
Fun facts. Want to ask questions about that one, but for something in my instincts are telling me that I don't want to. Who's number 5? This is great. What do you mean? Here we go. Here's another fun fact. Here we go. Did you know this was never a Marine? Stolen valor. Great. I love the sax. It's a little bit of in the song. Here we go.
Did you know Joel gives Michael 3 drum lessons hitting horchata and a mas?
Fun facts. Fun facts. Wow, that was so much fun. That's a fact. That was
It's true. I mean, I had testicular torsion. I fell on the fence in 3rd grade. My boys got twisted up, and they had a twist.
that happened to a couple. That happened to a couple of my friends in high school. I've always been deeply afraid of that.
Oh,
Tell me about it.
you have to explain it to me. I don't understand.
Well, I mean, your balls are, they're inside of a sac. They're connected to things, and they're pretty safe. Obviously,
Yeah.
obviously they're pretty durable. However, if you sleep, sort of cross-legged or whatever, and you roll the wrong way in the right exact motion, you could conceivably tangle them up.
I've always tried to push one ball to the other side. It never worked, so I'm glad I think a kid in my high school would do it as like a party trick, like twist them around.
Wait, what?
I've heard of, I had a friend who got kicked in the balls, and, no. Yeah, he got kicked in the balls and they like went up, and they got stuck, and they didn't know what to do, so they like picked them up
throw them down on the floor because they thought that's what would get them back. Shut out of a bottle upside down. I have a friend who put a ball in his butthole. Oh, yeah. Good video. Yeah. What's his name? Jeremiah. Wait, what? Serious? Wait, have you done that before? Have you done that before? One of my balls could fit like on the outside. Back. You can put the ball. I've seen it. The porn star. I didn't know my friend. Have you ever shoved it into your asshole? Tell the truth. It's not like you go. You have to put it in like a magician's like. Have you tried? What? Putting it in it. It's like. Hello. Well, I mean, I think if you get a fart up there, people will probably do that. Michael died again. Michael's dead. It is like that. I guess girlfriend did it? Yeah. Thank you. I'm like, I faced this bitch and wife me real good. I need to know the if I cut. Yeah. Oh, man. Oh, yeah.
as a sound. So
roll out together.
in Buffalo, I had a bicycle, but now I'm still listening. On outside, we talk with each other.
I mean, yeah, that meant you guys are both much hit. Alright,
YouTuber, like, go for
Michael and I took our relationship to I never saw Moneyball. I was not official. We filmed at least. 25,000. It's great. And very impressive drawing this week. Frank Castillo is a shield. Douglas has a shield and a sword. David Lucas William Montgomery Erwan fucking great Kevin Galactic Space the assassin. Very impressive job from Ryan G. Both that's available, Ryan G. Both MichaelAirComedy.com for amazing content, and I have a bunch of new merch up on my website. Stuff. You can get a bunch of fun stuff on over there. And my Patreon's fun too. The thing and how to talk that I worked on thing.
I got a great podcast called Buddies. Needs to go by your way.
You were also my host. How you won that tournament left. Joining us. Tags on Venmo, even though you can't see it from the videos. It is a piece of paper. 10 to eat it this week.
Absolutely. Thank you for that. Question, Lord. It is man. Doing some really cool, fun stuff. Thank you.
Yeah, the great Jet Ski Johnson was here, everybody. Moneyball.
I did a podcast with Burrow, who was on the quite a few times recently. Through the Looking Glass.
Have some fun stuff on the way too. It's actually there. Well deserved, everybody. That was it about tonight's episode. Now we will torture and cry out. There you go. You can't win if you don't play. You know what I'm saying? Me and MacBook Pro awesome. Yeah. I have a bunch of new merch and a bunch of reprints. I'm wearing one right now from an old shirt. Come new podcast. We just did our 100th episode of band. So check that at squad.tv. Absolutely doodly. We'll be next week with another show. Hey, everybody. Episode of Kill Tony. Get up for Tony. Yeah. Feels good in here. It feels like there's, 500 people here every Monday. Especially how they cleared out all the chairs. It feels better if every single time you're here at the Comedy Store. You know what? I like the show more without an audience. Who needs tons of validation and happy, smiling faces? The real joy in the entertaining arts. And you know what? I think I'm going to shock the world here, but I think go back to having it. I think you might be right. I just like microphones all at the same time. I like it. Feels like an AA meeting in here right now. Super. We're doing it. We have our own. We're doing it through life through these wild times. And excited to hear the Brian J. Ebo joining us. Look at that muffin right there. He draws every single episode, and he's drawn this one tonight. He draws all the tour posters. There's a new Kill Tony design shirt that he's slinging his own design. Really cool all happening around Brian J. Ebo.com. And click on the Kill Tony banner and see all the amazing apps that are on Brian J. Ebo. However, comedians will get more characters, especially actors. The only way I can make fun of Ryan J. Ebo is if I drew a drawing to insult him. His beard is out of control right now. It's the biggest I've ever really is. He looks like the father from Teen Wolf. Absolutely incredible. It's shocking what's going on over there. We're gonna have fun tonight. It was pizza, hooking it up, getting us all filled up here, and our news pie was something so you from liquid ice. Oh yeah. Oh, so right now. What a game. I've been on the golf course. The temperature's been all over 100 degrees every single time. And there I am, enjoying myself, laughing. We're out there half passing out by 10. It's all because of liquid IV. Drinking, my mind was completely blown. Energy 5:45 a.m. The doc like I do every single day now, and felt great all along.
I think I'm always down drinking enough water. This changes it. Now I'm just drinking water, and I don't have all the extra crap in it, like sodium. They're not even a sponsor.
Yeah, they would ID a sponsor. I just wanted to put that up, even though we might send them that clip. And who knows? Maybe next week they'll be a sponsor. So stay tuned. But what a game changer. Hangovers, heat, great. So here's some more from the actual sponsors that put on this amazing episode from them. Now more than ever, you really shouldn't see a doctor when you're not feeling well. And I know that with everything going on, it can be difficult to really tough to see a doctor now. You don't want to get sick. You may be putting off seeing a doctor because you're busy with work, kids, and all. Plush Care. They make it easy. They do it right from home. Plush Care provides virtual doctor appointments. Pick a time that works for me and book right on it.
Great. With Plush Care, I can be diagnosed, treated, and even have prescriptions sent to my pharmacy of choice if needed. Plush Care accepts most major insurance carriers, is available in all 50 states, and it doctor's care. They're help by discussing treatment options, providing prescriptions, and they're available anytime if I have questions. If you need a regular checkup or have questions about mental health plus treatment options, you know what's real great? This is one of those things that's super easy. Just go on your phone or your laptop, answer a few questions, and talk to a real doctor. I loved how easy.
With Plush Care, I don't put off seeing a doctor, and neither should you. No more excuses. Make your appointment to plushcare.com/Tony. That's plushcare.com/Tony. plushcare.com/Tony. And we're back. Excited to be here. Another episode. Tony, live from the Comedy Store, and one of the great Comedy Store, from a door guy to a amazing Lynch that I love, and part of the reason why I came here is because of the amazing history and the comedians that are a part of that history. And tonight's guest is a massive part of that history and the current reputation of murders that perform here. This guy's one of the great and one of my favorites of all time, and one of my best pals. Ladies and gentlemen, I present great Jimmy. Yes! Album is zero to That's right. Man. So we golfed the other day, and you had me laid before we even hit hole number one. I'll look into the story of that guy that went on the audition.
Yeah, there was a guy who was up one of those show business anecdotes. The guy was in a audition, the 33rd, and it's hot. It's like 110 degrees, and it was a stupid little commercial. You sit down on a chair, you take off your shoes, and you do some dancing feet thing, right? Then you're sitting on this metal chair. This guy, he just sits down on the chair, takes off his shoes, and then he just ripped a massive fart. For like, it was about a minute and a half against the loud. You know, one of those. And the guy's so embarrassed and run through. He's mortified. He gets all the way down to the bottom floor. He walks out. He realizes he left his shoes upstairs. So he's got to go all the way back up to get his shoes. And he walks in and people are hanging out with the fans, trying to get rid of this stink. The room. saw him. He was like an idiot. But like, fuck that shit. The first one, we didn't watch anybody else's audition. We just kept watching yours and laughing our balls off and rewinding it and watching again. And again, we must watch it 300 times. Fucking give me attitude. Yeah. You got the truck. So, people beat themselves up for it, there's always little.
This is how Jimmy started before.
There's no golf carts. And no golf charges for a golf course except charge card. I get a one to the grid tomorrow, That's it. They gave me some liquid IV approach, game changer. I started striping it down the middle just because I didn't want to. I was so exhausted. I wanted to just walk directly to my ball. And it was unbelievable. It was a workout. Yeah, we had a good time.
Laughs, a lot of fun. Out here making the excited. You're back here on Kill Tony. We've had fun. You've been on the show. Make different characters. We never know what they're going to be. They each getting ready. They stay in character throughout the show. 50 characters, 50 characters we've seen. Let's find out what they are tonight. As I present to you the Van Land, the Kill Tony Van. I walk in the store for Joel Minutes. Ski Jesse Johnson and Chroma Chris. Uh-oh. They are. Wow. Oh my goodness. Here, Postman. We've seen this crew before for sure. The crew here, my goodness. Grace, welcome back, Mr. Postman. I remember you. I remember you sounding sort of in the American last time you were on the show. Can you remind me of a name?
My name is Walter Fig.
Walter Fig. Yeah, you do sound American still.
I am from Fort Wayne, Indiana.
Okay. Jerry Curl we got over here. What's your name?
Hey, what's up? I'm here.
Hamatha? Hamatha? Yeah, okay, just want to make it. Uh-oh. Hamatha, are you a lesbian postwoman?
I'm straight.
Alright.
I can guess what it is in their package.
How long have you been a postwoman?
Oh, about 35 years.
And then, what's your story, sir? You seem like the mailman. Okay. The mailman. Alright. What? Because they're little kids who thinks they run the neighborhood. But I run the neighborhood. Oh my god. I mail! Alright, Merv. Oh my goodness. Every single character that Chroma does that's looks exactly like Sully the hero, Miracle on the Hudson. You can't help it. Merv? I always land my crashes. Over here, it appears as though we used to be a young Malone. Oh, that's right. You are Carl Malone.
The mailman.
The mail Carl Malone. All right. This is exciting. You postal workers, Walter, it appears as though you guys have been politicized by the left. But they're just making big budget cuts because mail's down 33%.
We guarantee worry of your mail exactly 3 weeks time.
I mean, sent a bunch of copies.
You took off my hand.
Okay.
Sit there a little bit.
What's your current post office? You still use the post office ever, Jimmy?
Yeah, there's nothing wrong. A little snail mail. But, I would not break on it. What was your backup plan? Blacksmith? What was your get money delivered fucking packages? I mean, I guess Amazon, they deliver Amazon Prime packages for free.
Amazon and Postman. So we got the mailman, we got the Jimmy Schumer, we got the Red Band soundboard, and I have bucket. It's a bucket of Destiny. People that were chosen, signed up and chosen before the show. And there's only one way to get a Keltone party started, and it's with what they like to call the party starter. This guy loved by, including myself, one of my favorite top young guys. In the world, some people call him clear. 30 seconds uninterrupted from William Montgomery.
I like my women like I like my coffee wrapped in styrofoam. What's the difference between a Lakers fan and a Clippers fan? Died an earthquake that will strike on August 27, 2020. Either Lakeisha Al as an impression of my landlord asking me to pay us. My son turns out either Italian job.
Okay, it's closing out. Closes out with a compliment. 40 seconds, and here we are with the great William Montgomery. Oh my goodness.
No, I'm kidding.
No, we can tell when you're drunk.
Yeah, you're happy but sober.
Yeah. It's true. It really is. You're happy and effective. Timing, your pacing, the coffee styrofoam thing, very easy to open with that. But, establish your oddballness right again. Follow it up with joke. An inevitable earthquake happening August 22nd, 2020. Is that true?
And it's dead. 3 weeks ago.
Yeah. That's it 3 weeks ago. My goodness. That's it 3 weeks ago. It already happened, and the earth even happened.
Yeah. I think it might have on 7.
Okay, what makes you,
If you will.
okay.
What actually happens? Mythical fucking just swallows up fucking life.
Jimmy, where would you go?
I'm going to Delray Beach, Florida. Go down there with my people.
How are you going? On an airplane? Can I go with you?
Yeah.
Cool.
Hold down.
Where would you go? And
How do we exchange numbers or something?
with Jenny, where would you have gone?
Probably Ponte Vedra Beach. I was on the Atlantic coast.
If I would have tried, what would you have said? Just walk
An earthquake.
That is the truth.
It's true.
I think it's the same as be during the middle of the pandemic because they got the middle seat open now. Nobody's flying.
I love it. What do you like, Jimmy? What do
airplanes do you like? Hey, you're asking a question. You got a subpoena? I'm fine right now. You're a great detective in that.
Absolutely, William. Is that your T-shirt? I've never seen you wear the tie-dye before.
No, I've had it. Wait, is it shorts?
Oh my God.
No, it's still open.
Is anybody sent we tried to get you?
Nope.
Nope. What do you keep in your cargo pockets? What do you got there? What's in those pockets?
Turn that sound down.
Oh, you don't like that one? Huh?
No, and I can't do it.
Come on.
I got contraband in
Pull something
I got contraband in here.
Pull it out.
I got man fucking out.
Pull one of those. Whoa, key in the pocket I care about. I want to know what's in that right thigh pocket. It's dead. We know. You have big belly.
Yeah, that's that noise I make sounded like that.
Pull something
That's
up.
my wallet.
Well, where's your rich wallet?
My rich wallet. I don't have to buy from those fucking people. They don't like. Okay, that's what I read under the AMFM digital Bible. We're just making that out.
Yeah.
I can't.
Where's your rich? Have we given you a rich one?
No, I need one.
Can you run to that factory?
Got one.
Grab a rich wallet out of there?
Who's got one?
Yeah, we've got one. For you, William. We've got one. Will you use it if we give it to you?
Yeah, Jimmy, what are your thoughts if I try to get in? What, bro? I would fucking get something with benefits. That's a little bit. What's that? Is that a fucking joke? What do you mean by that?
Look at that.
Thanks, man.
The rich water. No, William has been drinking.
I'm dead.
Oh my goodness. So let's take it from the top and let's pretend because that ridge wallet part that you said definitely not going to be the episode, even though it made the room laugh. So put that here, and then I'm going to go. No, we already did that.
Where do I start?
Take it from the top.
Okay, what's in your other pocket? My back pocket?
Yeah, what's in your back pocket?
Sure. Actually,
Rich wallet. Point that at the camera. Can we zoom in on that?
Really good company. They hate.
Yeah.
That's why I support them.
William, you're out of game. Put it back in your pocket. Put it again. Well, zoom on that. And action. Pocket. What do you got in your back?
Oh, it's just a ridge wallet.
Oh my God, it's still in the box. William, I have to edit the shit out. I don't think it stands. So
Jimmy told me to say that.
we're not live.
Jimmy told me to say that.
We are not live.
Jimmy, get my back on this one. I put him on. Yeah, he put me up.
All right, let's do it one more time.
Can you send me a copy? Alright. Cafe, Ridge Wallet. Yeah, they hate. What's in your other pocket? Oh, I got a new wallet. I think it's from a company I had a while.
say it's
Yeah.
you. Like,
I've actually have a wallet I've had for like 5 years now. It's called a Ridge wallet.
wow, really? And it's still in the box.
That's fine.
Beautiful.
You know that defeats the purpose of the Ridge wallet.
On the mic drop, he hurt his own stomach. Not a lot of people know this, but if William shakes his beard, he becomes young Louis Anderson.
Oh,
It's real quick. That's why he keeps the beard. A lot of people call it young Louis Anderson. Okay. I could say a lot of things. Alright, anything else happening in your life this week?
cook down some salmon.
Cooked salmon? The Weber?
Really good.
Really? I would not trust Arizona to here, starving. And if you're like, hey, I'm putting salmon on the grill, you want some? I'd be like, I just ate.
Jimmy likes it. When you eat a frozen pizza, man? Yeah, you know, in the old days, when these guys used to drive to these gigs, we used to put the frozen pizza filming people. The frozen pizza. Make me come over there. Oh, man. We'll put the frozen pizza in. Close to the drive the eater, but the gigs was called. I don't get it.
It's great, you just ignore him. You like this. So, firecracker here out of the number one. Yeah.
Reached my
Bennett today. Let's look at it. We're going to choose 104. Check everybody's temperature. 97 degrees.
favorite rate. That's nothing. My temperature on the street.
Big. Walter.
Nice to see you.
For one of the true great.
Nice to see you, Jimmy. After the show, it's extremely good. Oh, you have been good time. Perfect. Is that a joke? You're smiling.
William Montgomery, everybody. Here we go. And it has begun. Mr. Postman, fucking Postman. Time we live.
Yeah.
Well, I made a few weeks ago having a dance competition at one point. But ladies and gentlemen, it's the return of Jason Rodello, everyone. Here we go. Here he is, Jason Rodello.
I said yes, I'll stay in bed, that is my style. Trump is running wild, all you wild. Look out of my face, this is the quarantine. This is the quarantine. No, I'm gay. But, I did just get a Disney Plus subscription. So I'm just feeling a little adventurous. Oh, speaking of gay, David Lucas, search available online. Supporting Black-owned businesses. Get the one that looks like overweight Shaquille O'Neal. Thank you.
Jason. And that song sounds exceptionally good from the band. How old are you again, Walter? 167. Wow. A young Native American. Why do you say that? You're so clearly welcome, Jaden. No, it was great. You used the space allotted to you. You brought a lot of energy. It was quite incredible.
Look, you put it in the dance number.
Yeah, this guy's a hell of a dancer, man.
Yeah.
This guy's a monster.
I gotta show the audience. You never know who's gonna be in the audience. You gotta show them all around.
Using all the wolves in the box.
Exactly.
Have you ever done any musicals or just dance?
No musicals. Actually, I did Cirque du Soleil. That was my first like big break. Wow. Of a dance job. I didn't sing, but we did a lot of.
What'd you do in
What
service?
show? What Cirque show?
Oh, this was like one of the international ones in Kazakhstan. Kazakhstan, yeah. I talked about Kazakhstan appearance here. Yeah, so it's a whole other
What
story.
did you do in this?
Just dance. Oh, okay, so we were backup dancers, kind of like films for little transitional moments. And ours, we had hoverboards, another one that you just kind of. I don't have one now, but right. Yeah. That's cool.
I saw a kid going down the street. Standing on the board. Just fucking take him down the street. Hello, it's the left, right, and walking. Fucking too much for you to move your own body. Shit with
Even
fuck.
skateboarding. It's like one of the 4 wheels.
Yeah. No, for again, bro. Or you stand on it. Take him down the street. Fucking. I saw it.
Have you ever seen? So Jay, you've been doing stand up.
This is my second time.
Right. This is the second time you've ever done. Tony.
Yeah.
This is your second.
I'll just debut it.
You've accumulated 2 minutes. You have a girlfriend, right? How's life going?
It's on, girl. Yes. I just want to let that seal through. As long as that's it. You said taste. I said taste bud.
Oh, your initial gut instinct of not repeating it was rap. Carl Malone.
Look how pouty David Lucas looks on that shirt.
It really is.
Those shirt roasts. You already roasted.
It's true. I can't do it this week because he called in sick with a headache, which it looks like he also has a really, if you turn that upside down. So what else is
Together, like content, you know. Yeah,
I'm literally doing the opposite. Taking that's good. You're young. You're out there making it. So.
Since you're dancing so much, do you do like
well, that's a break from everything. So I know. I didn't kill it. Kind of get the whole like took my.
You should have. I'm a fuck off. That's why fucking TikTok.
You're
A bunch of 14-year-olds fucking dance well.
Pedophiles.
Dish with love. Watch these fucking. I was so anti-TikTok, and I was like, just how much I hate TikTok. TikTok out there, like, just me opening a box. It got 3.1.
Oh my god. Like,
Well, that's what they say. And if that fucking morons over there, someone was TikTok. What the
everybody thinks a star on TikTok is, but it's like nobody is in America watching that shit. Actually,
Question is going to change how we think. So, chat.
absolutely 0%.
Have you ever seen Vine stars do stand-up comedy?
Urban Outfitters.
Wow.
That was nice.
Joe Mel Santiago. $10. Rocket, but
Yeah,
Urban Outfitters.
You got smile. What else has been going on in life? You have any nightmares lately? I had a crazy nightmare the other day. This evening, all the upset. His jaw was wired, but he was vomiting through his teeth.
Oh,
Dr. Kill, I'm Dr. Kill. And just other dreams that night, like I was like dreaming about something else. I don't know. I'm Dr. Kill. I woke up that morning and I googled dogs started flying on my street.
like a Lester Cohen.
Go ahead, Carl Malone.
Just want anybody out there that dream please tell us what that meant.
Yes, tell us what it means if a doctor with a jaw wired sheet. It was so fucking. It was one of those ones where that one, like, what the fuck, doctor?
Have you ever used a dream catcher?
No, I haven't. But do you happen to have any since your wife?
Dr. Cool will never catch your own.
Thank you.
You
You do?
Okay. What's her name?
What?
What's her name? Angel.
Walter, relax. Straighten up that microphone.
Hearing this doctor, Tony's dream.
Thank you, Walter Fig. It's an answer anyway.
Nightmares. No, I think I'm the type. I don't even remember intent. I don't know what it is. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing.
That's a bad.
Is that a bad thing?
Yeah, you need to live your dreams out.
Yeah. I hate it.
That's a thing. And that's the catch is that sometimes, usually, I control my dreams. Less than that, but like, the doctor is scarier than like being in a movie.
Yes.
I'm like, why is there a doctor in my dream? Why is it frightening? So, dreams are one of the craziest things because nobody really is in that big of a hurry to figure out what the fuck they are. There's been no real breakthrough.
Well, the acid Tony took a few weeks ago just kicked in. That's what that.
What a dream.
Well, it probably means you just need to drink more water.
Flying dreams. The simulation.
Doctor Flying dreams are crazy.
Control and show about a know when you're wondering why.
Wow. You know, Ametha and Carl Malone for your wisdom. Bert the mailman, do you have a Dr. Koo? don't have to use the mask, dude. If Joel has it, you're gonna get it.
Sorry, I was a little late on this one. What's up?
Fell asleep back there. That was an oppo for us.
Okay, Jason, so much fun. Congratulations, your second time ever doing stand-up. We had fun with you. There goes Jason.
Where's he? Stop him.
Turn it down low.
Switching out the mics.
I used to be in prison with a man named Sterile Mike.
Do you have dreams like of the same over and over? Like I have a hotel that I'm constantly like dreaming about. Like has the same element. It's like
That's a recurring dream you have? Yeah, I think that means something you should go.
yeah.
Listen, this is a dream where the teeth are falling out.
Yeah,
I have like dreams where I'm being chased by like a freaking expert, and
I pull the hair. Turns out that, and like, if you like feel that, it's like I start freaking out. Then I wake up. It freaks me the fuck out. I have like, you know Wes Craven used to use his like nightmares for like to inspire him. It's like that, and the doctor. I'm telling you, Doctor Who was scarier than anything I've seen in my life.
say you're pulling a hair out, and as you pull it out, your head.
Medicine that take you to quit smoking. In their ads, even they have to say it by law, which tells you a lot about it. Is like they dreams. It's
Me, bro. I was when I was enchanting at the most. Like I was like sex with this super mile. And just I was like, yeah, and I woke up and I'm like, you bastard into the drink.
I had dreams where I was flying and watching my family watching me in an open casket. Oh, and then you wake up. It felt like it was like 45 minutes of me watching each member of my family, and the camera's like on the open side of the casket, so like you see like and them just coming up and looking like so. It was all long. The Chantix is the worst thing ever.
Yeah, I feel like Superman. I would fly feet first. Like I couldn't steer my what a nightmare compared to companies. And watching his death repeatedly. And
You know, but the crazy part of that whole dream that I said isn't the flying and dying part. It isn't the landing. The watching your family mourn your death was like that's what absolutely stop taking this, because that whole day after that you've already lived and died sort of in a weird way. That's all the life is. You live, you die, and that's it. And like that's when I did my missed warnings and a couple people.
one time we had a neighbor was given $1 million check, and they could only have $4,000. That's a fucking nightmare. And nobody had changed for $1,000. So I couldn't buy it anywhere.
I pulled another name out of the this is fun. We're having fun here this evening. This is a week's ago. So we're dropped on the show. Let's see what happens here tonight. as I present the return. Hi, everyone. Here we go.
What's up, guys? What's up? What's up? This nigga, but nobody's father. Anybody ever anything came right out of your ever? No. Niggas not getting that bitch ever. It's just every day. It's about to be, them niggas about to order the whole fucking NetJet, right? But at the same time, you just five people in line. You know that shit's gonna be fly. It's gonna be fly. So I'm like, you know what? I'm telling you, this is everybody wears your coronavirus. Fuck it. Through my pants. Through the mask. You think it's crazy? Now you're asking.
Dr. Anthony Fauci got masks recently.
Oh,
No, he didn't. No, just the parts. Have anything to do with it. Hi, Moha.
what's up?
You don't like
I'm Somalian. I was raised in Sweden.
right. Somalian. And your parents are both Somalian,
I
right?
think I'm Brazilian, Caribbean. My mom's name's Coco.
What's okay.
It's kind of
What's it mean? Hey, for the rest of your day.
exactly.
Right.
I want to go to Los Angeles. I hated the rain, so I thought LA.
Well, this seems like one of those guys that would jump in board of an airplane.
But you come down,
Yeah.
down that way.
Samoa. Yeah. When did you come to Los Angeles? 5 years ago. What have you been doing in the city since you got here? What have you been doing? Parties are we talking about? Clubs. How do you get into clubs?
So what I did is I actually guys always spend a lot of money, right?
Right. But they also pay a lot of money to get in the club, but they don't start
I
working.
wanted a burger early, but I started working now. That was my idea. But you know what? How I got
So what was like your best night in a club? Tell us about that. Tell us the truth about that.
I got 25 girls. The guy was promoted.
Oh my goodness.
I got all you're feeling me? You're feeling me?
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Is that true? Oh my goodness. What bathroom did you get the job in? The men's or the women's?
So I worked there. That.
Oh, a secret.
Yeah.
Joel. I love it, man. Is that your bathing city store? What'd you do today?
It's my answer. Today, all I do is watch basketball.
Oh, you play basketball? Do you have a basketball with you?
Yeah.
You don't have one in your car? No. I would have loved to have seen, if you would have had a car or a basketball, it would be the first Tony. It's true.
I worked at Playhouse. So, 1 week.
looks like a 2K player avatar if you set the muscles and everything. What? No, let's see. Let's take off your shirt. Now I want to see what you're threatening to hide from us, because you look malnutrition from the outside. So. Oh wow. All right, yeah. No, there we are. Oh, I am. Your nipples? Are those tattoos? I have 4 nipples. You do have 4 nipples, don't you? You have 20 vision. You took your shirt off. I've never seen 4 of them. I've never seen 4 nipples. I've seen 3 nipples, but I've never seen 4. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Big press on nipples. He said he forgot. He said he wished he hadn't got this shirt. That character's funny. Guy who forgets he has 4 nipples. Have you had 4 nipples life? Right? They always been prominent? I don't oh my goodness. Is that a thing that runs in your plate? No. Nips, dude. You gotta take nips. They're under form nips. Like little stars. Yeah. They're the exact place on each side. Perfect in the center. Yeah. I should do that. Yeah, you should. Oh. It's like constantly having a threesome, having 4 nipples on your chest. Yeah, it's not the best part of my 2. You want other humans? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I really like that one out. Have you ever had a girl suck on any of the bottom nipples? Yes. Really? You didn't? I'm just scared about that. That's not like the bottom. I was like, bitch, no. Oh my goodness.
I haven't had hair tried.
Yeah, go for it. Did you have that? No.
Twice the nipple, twice the blood.
That's right.
You're beautiful, baby.
Twice the trip. Is that like, does anything ever come out of them? Like oat milk or anything like that? Oh, you're in denial, dude. Denial is not just a river in Somalia. What do you say? They are the moles? I was in moles or the exact same spots. Oh, no, but when people have that third nipple, it's not like it has like a little nipple part to it. It's slant. Dr. Q, and I'm telling you, if you see this fucking guy, tell me when you play golf, you're never gonna yell 4 at the same one. No, I'm gonna yell nipples. I made 4. Seats. Those ever come back? Has anybody ever been like an embarrassing moment? Did you ever have like re-hit? You ever get a titty twister? Oh well, this is funny. You ever, I'm like a predator, but I like scan people for their insecurities. You scan purple nurple. I love it. The color purple. Oh, this is that. Come on. No. You know you can put your shirt back on. I think Tony wants you to keep it off. You can put it on now. Why do you have your... That's a bathing suit. What? That's a bathing suit. Check, brother. Shirts are great. Yeah. So cool. I've had 2 guys, in blacks. It's true. Well, Moha, have you ever been diagnosed with any diseases of any kind? Yeah. STDs or anything like that? Yes. Look at that. My old Magnum Fondo. Wow, the crowd. This is a crowd that shockingly is pro safe sex.
That's confidence, bro. That's what right in his front pocket. Stay ready. Is that a common term phrase where you're from? Given that you call it deep action? Definitely, bro.
Love it, dude. A Magnum condom. Looks like what's the expiration date on that thing? Check it right now. Four. Got it.
I tried to hide it. I looked at the deal and got rollfuls out. I'm getting
You have one.
more condoms. Come look into the room. I give you. Wear like your gun belts across your chest.
Yeah.
You don't play.
Absolutely.
Put it on there, the stinky butt.
Rambo over here.
Any advice on my company? We think I do better this time.
Oh, your comedy. Sure. What have we got? Dead
Condom
dads, kids. Yeah. It's you know, you sound like a guy that's getting started in stand-up comedy. This is it. You need to have third time ever. Yeah, you know, dealing with broad topics and you're not getting into real meat and potatoes. Instead of saying, you know, maybe ran the dads out, more specific things as to what it cross. I mean, you have an angle, you know, deadbeat dads, maybe the kids ran them out. Specific on what they decide to leave. Why did that kid, how could that kid be a disappointment? So on. What was the dad hoping for? To get to a real punchline. You know, your punchline there is maybe the kids ran the dads out, but it's like that's just really your true setup. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you're saying. That would be like you know, Colin Kaepernick was such a disappointment. Even his original birth parents didn't want him. Stuff like that. You know. See where you were going. See where you were going with it.
Home Alone?
So he can take his head for both.
On yourself. Like, yeah, just dude. And they Moha, everybody. There you go. Oh. Yeah. It's always funny when somebody's like, hey, I'm just going to talk about my comedy. And I'm like, well, do you really want me to do that?
I mean, dude, it's hard to do it. It's like your second or third.
That's some fucking
If you keep doing it 3 years from now, you're going to be like, if you this is your set 3 years, you're going to be like, that's
oh, the worst you can ever fathom. And a lot of them after that absolute dog shit. And that, I should have said this when asked me about that, but like, the joke is dog shit. And I was basically about, you know, a lot of people will talk about how much the traffic sucks around here. You know who I hate? The pedestrians. Like, it's like full Seinfeld. I'm like, who are these pedestrians? Get a fucking car, you dorks. These people don't know when to. They need lights to tell them when to walk, and like it was so bad. There's not. Funny about it. And even I don't know. But the point is, no matter what dog shit jokes, anybody can. He couldn't make it here tonight. He's out with a headache. However, I have found a replacement for him. One of my favorite human beings on the planet. Another guy that went golfing with us the other day. Lee Channel. Comedy store door guy. Great comedian. A comedy vet. Beautiful Georgia state in America. I present to you the great Mitch Burrow, everybody. He's back. Great Mitch Burrow, everyone.
All right. Everyone hears it, just automatically assume that you're racist. And I hate that. I hate racist people. I hate anyone that ethnic slurs against me. I think those people are ignorant. I don't want to be associated with them. And see, like right now, you should all be clapping and agreeing with me. But instead, because of my accent, all you heard is I hate minorities and something of those people. I used to be in the Marine Corps twice. I don't know if anyone else here ever go to war. The thing about going over there is that's not the hard part. Coming back is hard because everyone treats. I remember as soon as I got back to my back, everyone was always like, "Oh my God, Mitch, when you're over there, did you ever shoot anybody?" I was like, "No, I was a helicopter mechanic." They're like, "Oh, thank God you never killed anyone." I was like, Jesus Christ, I never said I was kidding.
Wow. Oh, that's absolutely beautiful, Mike. You to come in, real jokes, and real stand-up comedy, right?
For your service, buddy.
So, yeah, it was the least I could do.
You can do it.
Thank you. Yeah, take that, Spencer.
Spencer with these jokes of piss.
The thing that gets me about that, he says his excuse was there were lesbians having sex on the couch. I mean, that would be like me going, "Oh shit, I think I gotta go take this real quick," right? You know, I'm just like. Anyway,
Lesbians having sex on the couch is also another one of Jim's.
Living a very sheltered life.
Physical condition.
I actually know for a fact that you're lying about that. Somebody the next day, I can't remember who or how I found, but somebody's like, "Yeah, no, Mitch couldn't make it. He has sore legs." Oh yeah, we played.
Oh yeah. So all right, I need to get some of the underwear things that you guys talk about.
She's underwear. You're goddamn right you do. It's unbelievable.
It wasn't necessarily like exhausting, but my thighs were just like arguing with each other the whole time. Yeah. So that was tough. And then I have Tony giving me fucking performance enhancing drugs on the course.
Look what I did.
Look what I paid, man.
Actually, I'll even leak this information. The guy that was playing alongside that group was Jesse Johnson's boyfriend. He had sheep underwear.
So he and I played as a twosome behind the rest of y'all. It was great. He was ranked third in state when he was in high school. So I was playing someone who was like a professional.
Yeah, it was crazy.
It didn't make me feel good.
That's Canada. It doesn't count. Right? What was it, Kamala?
Her boyfriend, Jessica's boyfriend is Canadian. Let's take that shit back over there.
Yeah, can you win a state championship? Or is that like a character?
What was your story?
Yes, but like he was scoring like 10 goals.
Yeah, that was brutal.
Yeah.
I'm just okay.
For 5, a year and a half with the last 5 months.
Right? I love it. And you come on fast. Everybody's falling love with you, friends with everybody here.
Yeah, year overnight set.
Yeah.
It's coming up.
Hey,
That's real fast, man.
That's what it's all about.
The thing I got going on is streams left to learn. So that's fun.
I jumped on and we had fun the other down there.
Yeah. That's it. We had a video on TikTok trying to do live entertainment.
Yeah, you're a TikTok star. You do hillbilly, right? Is that what it is? Redneck site.
Redneck. And I
Give us an example of like what
no,
that's
I really. Here's the thing. It's all fake. The only reason I ever got into horoscopes is because no matter what her sign was, regardless of what their sign is, it would always say that we would have. So I'd be like, oh, let's check up our compatibility real quick. And like, oh, well, our relationship's out of question, but if we fuck, it's gonna be good. Nothing about me says good fucking, but my horoscope does. So I'm like,
At the horoscope. Yeah, when I'm eating a girl.
what's your horoscope?
hey girl, what's your sign?
And we can have unprotected sex.
Yeah. That's my style.
Hey, girl, I'm an Aries. So,
Bitch, that's great. That worked for you a lot, the horoscope that you in the past, like a pickup line, something like that. You're a charming fella.
just pushing them down the bushes.
Nothing. I don't know. I guess like this kid that know me, it's thinking like was wearing them down, and then they're finally like, there's something here. How many times in the Marine Corps? I get it.
The interesting thing about you like, have you always been a bigger guy?
I might fuck Tony after this show.
Have you always been like a? Because like Red Band's a big guy, but he looks like he's like big.
I switch back and forth all the time.
You look like a guy that like just get too many bags of like groceries from the grocery store. Fuck! I might have to sit a couple things down.
I guess the Marine Corps like gave me I don't
Right, you don't even wobble or anything like when you walk.
Yeah, I'm not a fucking loser.
Okay, forget it. Forget it.
Oh, hey, by the way,
My compliment to you is turning
I
into
know I appreciate it. I get but I do want to say one thing. Like I was on the show and I was talking about reading the comments, and I was like, access to me, I might even go on there and say, you know what? Heck, what's your cousin? They say to the fans, I love y'all.
There you go.
I'm just gonna rush this review. So your approach is you might not.
In a helicopter since being in the Marines?
No, I don't think so. No, I have not been in the airplanes, but I have.
What kind of helicopters you work on?
It was the CH-46 when I was 2.
Yeah, I told one of those.
And then when I got out,
It's the Alpha Class Chinook 847.
So this shit bigger than.
GS score.
Oh, really?
An Apache, every hour it's in the air, requires flight hours of maintenance. You probably already know that.
I had
You're
a
also
Cherokee Escort.
Aren't you also?
Somebody-
That's fair enough.
I had a Spanish Escort, a Thai Escort. I got a bunch of Escorts.
Yeah, but you did.
They were all about $25 each.
US dollars?
Oh yeah, 600 baht. Thailand.
You borrowed a condom off of Moha before you went in there. Okay. Thai hooker jokes, people. Alright. This was so much fun, dude. I mean, especially, William has his own very, silly style. Jason Rodello, his second time ever on stage. Moha's third on stage. For you to come in and really show everybody in this room how it's done. You set beats on the first one, it all paid off in the end, and then it's just great, man. Pure stand-up comedy, not easy to do in a gigantic high seat around that seats 500, and you did it.
Cheers, guys.
I mean, he makes that joke about 13 years you could be here, but there's I don't know. I'd say fucking 90 for 13 years. How about one more hand for Mitch, guys?
Yeah, one more hand for Mitch. How about a hand wiping him down?
Guy was actually on a week ago. And he's got another minute, and we're going to get a date from this wild story that we found out about last show. Here we go. Here he comes.
Yeah.
Online, and I got rejected because of the fact, so I gotta drive over there just to show them that I'm white. Got a lot of problems with going around. I used to volunteer at everything. So many female friends. Yeah, I don't get women as slaves. Shit, I want to have sex. I should get my Hoover. My dad's got PTSD from his time in Vietnam. He burned down this village full of women and children. It was the craziest vacation ever.
Your moment, Ryan jokes, bro. Those are great fucking jokes, sir.
Hey, that means a lot. I'm a big fan.
Absolutely, your delivery, even your look. I noticed today that you have this where you have like a comedian. Really do. It's
It's a good thing.
Yeah, it's a good thing. Now, fucking great. I loved every single bit of it.
Dude, that means
I have no tips, no fucking nothing. So let's get to the nitty gritty. Remind everybody your relationship that ended today, correct?
yeah, kind of.
Yeah. Tell us about that.
It's like I'm like, why did I come here and talk right now? I have to talk. Basically dating for like 4 months during quarantine. She's been like accusing me of talking to women that I previously talked to before we went interested. And I would have deleted these girls' numbers. That other guy's number you were seeing, just like that. Before we left,
Thing we had talked about that.
yeah,
Now it's been 1 week.
one fucking hell of a week.
What happened this week? Tell us about
Dude,
it.
I feel like I'm dying. Anyways, what is it about like vaginas that do this to you?
It's your heart. It's not your. It's not. It's not your penis. It is your heart. It's your good man.
And last week you were so confident. Like, no, I don't fuck her. It's over. I went right over there, dude. So
Did you really?
yeah, she's in my apartment.
Oh,
All right, so
Your apartment right now.
apparently he's living like in state in a cabin. She said he doesn't live here in California. So I was like, I'm gonna mess this motherfucker. I was like, hey man, what's up, man? I'm looking to write a book. Are you a copywriter? He's like, yeah.
this is amazing. This is unbelievable.
Yeah.
For those of you listening at this moment, you're like, holy shit, this sounds unbelievable. I'm telling you, your beliefs are confirmed. This is awesome.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Ryan.
Then, I'm gonna write a book. I mean, are you in California? He's like, well, I live there, but I'm in Washington right now. He's like, cool. Well, so-and-so.
Oh, shit.
When's the last time you talked to her? She never talked to her. We went to never talked to me. So, anyways, he's like, oh, we talked. I saw her like 3 weeks ago. Oh, shit. Yeah, that dude fucking sank my heart. And I was like, cool. I took a screenshot, right? The rain just came out, yeah. And it starts kicking up, right? And then I guess she messaged him right away, being like, that's right, girl freak, which is true, but whatever. They're hooked. And I was like, dude, are you fucking my girlfriend? And it's like, fuck around. No, actually, I was nice in a way. Because I was like, dude, man to man, like, what's going on? Just tell me, don't fuck it. Right. I'm not gonna, like, it's over or whatever. Fuck around. And he's like, and I'll show you. Dexter. I know, right? So, yeah. Oh, dude, she's like, fucking, it's a love picture, man. And besides, don't ever bring the knife to a gunfight.
Oh!
I left it or not who had the gun, right? But like kill this motherfucker. Anyways, I'm sorry if I know they were pain.
He's been murdered before.
Yeah, we're going up with a girl before.
It's like I know.
I get it.
It's like
Get it.
like pandemic.
Yeah, pandemic, bro.
Like there's things that was going on right now.
Yeah.
Right.
Everything's gone.
Of course, yeah, it's a pandemic. For the 4 months of the thing, yeah, it's the only thing you're used to. It's what you lean on. Let me ask $1 million question. I think you never bring a knife to a gunfight. Do you own a gun?
Dude, Melrose was on fire. I was like, these conservatives are right. Everything they said. And I went, oh my God, I love it. And it's fucking awesome to have.
I went and bought another gun.
And you can protect
Red flag.
protect yourself. In a way, I hope they do fuck these, so I'm gonna go to fucking Washington.
Oh God, Jesus Christ! By the way, it's
I never believed it.
wait, did you know
I'm
that
joking.
I know we know you're joking, but let me ask you this: do you think he knew that you existed? Tell him that
It's great. So she started freaking out, blowing up my phone and everything. I was like, it's fucking over, and it's on. And this bitch is a lot
older. Clearly have like 30 times the life experience than all of us up here combined. Have you ever had anything like this? Or you have any life experience, young man?
Well, years ago, I escaped my marriage, so I can't
right. I didn't believe her. So dude, I feel like guilty saying this. It's like,
Hold on, I have another question for Walt Dick. How did you find out that she faked her death?
the news said it was announced that she was married my best friend.
Oh my God!
And it was morning.
Oh my God!
1942.
My God!
That's how I found out.
That's in the year.
Marguerite, how could you do this?
Is she still alive?
Yes, unfortunately. She was 10 when I met her.
Oh, you brought her back to life, and you're not a native.
I believe that she did, right?
Right.
Just ran into her long. So I grilled her.
William Grills.
So basically, yes. So basically, like we decided to like be exclusive. Right, and she told me like outright, like there's another guy I've been seeing, but I'm not gonna see him anymore. And apparently she hooked up with him.
Well, she went and hooked up with him. You remember when she put this guy? She's like,
She started showing me the text, and she did send him a text being like, "Yo, I can't meet up anymore. I
showed you the edited that you can delete text and text. Like she deleted like that dick was so great last night. Like those.
he saw that print.
Dude, yeah, it's just yeah. And plus, he's a copywriter. I mean, he probably grazed over it too, pushing up the color.
You threatened to kill a man, and now you're saying that this is the part that's the
I did it, and like, joking. Anyways,
It sounds like one of my nightmares, bro.
I know, so, and I'm embarrassed. So basically, you know, the story is that was it. And she did send a text to him saying, you know, like, you know, this is friend, because she said she didn't talk, no problem with her, like being friends with her ex-boyfriend like that. I didn't get made up a mess, proving that all your shit sent a message. It was like, hey, it's more important than our friendship, and this is why, like, when we each other belong, mad, and we couldn't, like, you know, do anything or have done anything with, you know, a couple months, you know, blah, blah, blah. And he goes, red flag. But I fucked you yesterday. Leave her, you know? she's sleeping in the other room and see what she's doing.
Wow.
She's over that.
Take it evil Dr. Phil, bro. You give the
That was trouble, Chris. So he doesn't kill me later. Well, this whole time
You're back with her now. She's at your place.
well, she's been blowing my phone begging to like give her another chance, and all my friends got it.
what do your friends say? Get back with her.
Dude, I know, but absolutely, I know.
Usually wants an eater, always an eater. So, bro, you don't gotta get emotionally involved. You just put her on the business end of your flesh, musket. You know, when you become emotionally attached to her.
What I told her was like,
That's the gun to get him flushed.
Maybe you just beat her about the head and shoulders.
what she said, but most things. So what I said was like, okay, fine, we can like, I'm just gonna wait and see to like you lie again. What'll happen?
Let me ask you
This
this.
little bad.
Let me ask you this. Well, why do you think now might be the time? Are you the kind of guy that could just turn this into a sexual relationship? Because this might be the type of girl that you
I've
need
never
to.
been into that. It's
How
not
old are you now? 31, 32?
36.
30?
I know.
Dating and being
Would be to, even if you've never been that kind of guy, to be in a strictly sexual relationship. Now might be the time to be like, you know what? I'm going to disengage my heart, but I'm going to get you. I want to get on the right side of history, because if she's just good in bed and that's what you like about her, then you can end up being on the other side of that she goes to when she's in a fake
power and not being fucking hard.
Like I've already.
Before you met her, were you being silent? What were you doing?
No, dude, I get around.
Well, there you go. Put her on your list of girls that you see. Them up and bang one of them out. And
I don't know what to do. It's
Bro,
not
here's
the
what
point.
you're fucking tired of the bed and you make her watch your fucking a girl.
Hey,
Don't
look
fix
at
it.
that.
Well, dude, welcome to Jimmy's new haunted house. I did.
Read about it in my new book.
Yeah.
Find what the fuck.
I did more evil shit. I did some more evil shit. I picture like it's just going back and forth. I'm insane. I know a little bit. I'm doing everything wrong. I don't even care anymore.
This is all interesting. Let me tell you something. You have permission to come back anytime to another minute and another update to this story. Because it's so compelling. This Ryan Joseph love story. And your minutes are so absolutely great that you have an open door policy here on Tilt.
A lot of girls out there.
So but here we're waiting for you.
So that means a lot right now.
Indeed, we're here for you.
$40. It costs $12 to get on it for charge.
That sounds emotionally healthy.
Yeah.
Well, just keep us posted.
Yes.
Okay.
You're part of the family here, right? Joseph. There you go. Hey. Guy, ALS comedy scene. He is a legend of Rose Fab. He was on Tell Tony a few weeks ago and featured on an amazing site called Fools Gone Wild. Truly one of the top rising Mexican American comedians of the world. I present to you the return.
kids, you got the homeless people. Magical prostitutes right here, man. Which is kind of fucking crazy, man. Magical prostitutes. Fuck. You have no money, man. If you ever want to go to dinner and have fucking acid and go your ass to Skid Row, you'll see all the Disney characters out there, man. You see Goofy, you know, a guy with heroin feet. You see Mickey Mouse, Salvador. Money. It's pretty fucking crazy out there, man. Some guy invited. I seen it happen. It's a magical place on earth, on that.
Those digits, everybody. Like that, working out a long bit about Skid Row.
Almost magical crackhead the prostitute. I love them.
There's a lot to it. Fuck yeah. Welcome back, Los Digits.
Thank you for having me, man.
Fucker. So, Walter does?
Yeah, you need to stop broiler, dude. What? You need to stop broiler. You need to stop living here.
Oh my goodness, Walter, is that because he's Mexican?
Oh, no. Oh,
You don't like Mexican people?
not like him. I'm building to get back, though.
What neighborhood is that? What neighborhood is that in? Where do you deliver mail?
Los Angeles.
Yeah.
Wow, that's a big.
Near St. Skid Row, man. Really?
Downtown Los Angeles.
Oh, very good. Wow. Walter, you really know your way around.
Yeah, I do.
You do?
Yeah.
My goodness.
Never me.
Yes. And guess what? I did delivery today.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's all right.
Your benefits have been expired. We're broke.
Oh my goodness. This might be one of my favorite rivalries ever. Los
You're a Bill. That's Hollywood goes to me. They have a bunch of
Hopefully I understand that you're another 2 days from now.
Oh my goodness. It's all right, Walter. Relax, Walter. Walter, are you offended by the words of
Pretend my nuts are still nickel, bitch.
Care? Catch up, follow you on into them. I don't miss a video or if you post something, it pops up immediately. So what's mixed up the last couple of weeks since we saw?
Well, I've been doing a lot of roast battles here in the military room now, and been doing a lot of roast battles in England, Australia, just trying to get my shit up, you know?
Just doing what you do.
But other than that, man, shit, working.
Yeah, what you've been working?
I've been working a lot of places, but one of them was a pizza place.
Tell us about it.
Shout out
Shit, we're in.
man.
Hell yeah.
But yeah, man, I just got to like fucking pizzas.
You make the beats.
I make pizzas, I deliver them.
You make the dough?
Do I make the dough? Yeah. You were on bomb is probably that pizza over there, right? It's pretty good.
Dito's Pete Rings.
You know what some guy told me there? He goes, he was another Mexican dude. He's like, I'm a professional pizza maker.
So is this your first?
That is.
Of course it's easy. What was the interview process like for that job?
That dude just called me. He's like, want to work? I said, yeah, fuck yeah, dude.
Hell yeah, and you got the job.
Yeah, I got the job.
Very. They go, would you like a job? Yeah, fuck yeah. But pizza place that's like a
that dude's a badass.
yeah. But you work morning or nights?
I work night.
3 to 10.
Nah, I'm not fucking. I don't want to say it's from fucking scratch, bro.
Oh shit.
I know you listen to any pizza I ever delivered my fucking. You have a storm coming in 15 minutes. Is it better than I go? Yes. I'm Sunday pizza. Basil, fucking no cigar. Scratch. It's delicious. It's pretty good. Now we pick up and started pizzeria food. I know, man. Right? I she was pizzeria in a quarantine. Fire.
So Digits, the last time you were on the show, I asked you about what's the pickup line that you use when you first see a woman. The response was,
"What's up, boo?"
And I go, "Oh, he starts right." And that little clip was featured on Fools Gone Wild.
Yeah, shout outs to Fools Gone Wild out there, dog. Little
Yeah.
Mr. E, you know what I mean?
I love Fools Gone Wild.
You know what you should try? You should just walk through a coach. It's just not gonna eat itself. Yeah, no, sometimes I like to ask them, hey, how high are your socks? Ooh.
That's what you say to a girl?
Yeah, sometimes the higher the socks, the louder the folia, boo.
Damn, is that true? If a girl wears high socks, she's got a long pussy.
Riding socks.
Oh, that's the type of girl.
She got high socks. High socks, dog.
My goodness gracious. Tell us more.
Even under the bed.
More of these Cholo secrets to life that we have no.
There's a lot of them out there.
So,
Can't be exposing them.
oh my goodness. Give us just one more. So, high socks.
Oh, they pick up line?
Yeah.
Oh, damn. Well, I mean, this is not really a pickup line. Be like, hey, bitch, that shit work. That shit work. Try it.
Love it, man. You been going out back out to Palm Springs at all?
Yeah, I work in Palm Springs.
Right. Is that where you live?
I work there now. Yeah, I live in India.
India.
Party a lot and go to Vegas and shit.
How do you unbelievably hot?
They made this actual, all the AC, dog, but call it over here. They haven't seen what over here, dog. Only at the Momo. Oh, shit.
My God. I always learn. The irony is that I learn more from Digits than almost anyone else that comes on the show. I learn new words. I learn pickup lines. Hey, you dropped that. And the girl's like, well, my number, bitch. It's weird when a white guy does it. Oh, you dropped my phone number, bitch.
You can say puta.
Doesn't happen to you. You ever hear white? Your name is Digits.
I used to be graffiti artist, move. Yeah.
Graffiti.
All of my website, not website, my Instagram.
Okay.
And then everywhere else. There's one actually, my name up there on the bathroom stalls. Check it out.
Oh, don't graffiti the comedy store.
No, I didn't graffiti the comedy store. That's my name.
One way to do it. That's one way to get your name on the wall.
Yeah, you should have done it outside of the wall.
Yeah, white person.
Not a lot of.
And then your Instagram is Los.
No, his name's on the wall. Written black. Yeah, it's LOSDIGTS. That's my Instagram. My web. Yeah, it's www.
Well, Digits, thank you so much.
Thank you,
for
guys.
coming on. Fun times. There you go. It's great. We got one more name in the bucket. We're going to knock it out real quick, even though we're going long here. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you a guy that he's been on the show a couple times before. It's been a really long time. So here we go. We're gonna knock it out quite quickly. Bando, everybody. Here he is, ladies and gentlemen, Bando.
I caught my wife cheating. My own eyes. She's sitting there, they were eating spaghetti. So I confronted her. How dare you? Been out of Carno 2 years. I haven't eaten a vegetable in years. We're not counting like therapy here. Anyways, about these. People talk a lot about these masks. People arguing that masks are dangerous when they wear them. Anyways, a lot of people watching that Kevin Hart thing. I've never been a big Kevin Hart fan, you know. I heard his new special is a lot of transphobia and homophobia. So I think I'm gonna check it out actually. I don't know, man. I like my women like I like it.
Wow, gee Christ. I feel like if Joe Rogan had brain trauma, he's excited. I feel like I bet no, generic Joe Rogan. I really believe like Joe Rogan, had an accidental taekwondo match in a room filled with cement and just smashed his head against something. But it's good. It's good. Instead of on it, you have to.
It's like Joe Rogan and Neil on the back there.
Just get 2 years out of
Wow.
That's helping my life.
I wonder what Joe Rogan and said maybe we call him, try to get him on speakerphone and let's see what Joe has to say about it.
I like a lot of steroids and deadlifts. Getting a roll back muscles to get some of the
Wow. All right, Joe just jumping straight into it as fast as he can. Yeah, very passionate about this. Wow, there's a lot there. Joe, what do you think this would do about his wife cheating on him? All right, he thinks you're gay. Is there any truth to that, you guys? I mean, you have to say something else. Come on. All right. He's completely convinced that you're gay. Have you ever done anything with a man at all?
nothing sexual, no.
No? What's the most sexual thing you've done with a man? Arm wrestling? Whoa! Oh my goodness. Oh, so you guys share like the same hole at the same time? No.
One of the ass.
Do you do that?
Oh, absolutely.
One of the ass?
No.
Where the other guy just stick?
I can't come unless we're back at the
Behind. Oh. Whoa! Switched around. Was the one point where she was on the bottom and he was on the top and you were hitting it from behind it? The guy
You know what? You know in that situation.
Did you guys end up coming at the same time? A layer of sweat just started pouring out of his forehead. At the moment that I asked the record state, he was not sweating before he started sweating right then. Anyway, my goodness. Joe, do you think there's anything perhaps gay about what he just said? But what do you mean by that exactly?
I never on stage only ever taking over and realize
Okay, alright, forget it. It's too much information. Oh, I'm glad you get here. How long you been doing stand-up? Just under 2 years. All of it here in Los Angeles? Yep. Is this where you're born and raised? Nope. Cleveland, Ohio. Hell yeah, we're all Ohioans here.
I just started doing stand-up 2 years ago. So
Awesome. What do you do for work?
well, right now, COVID, I had Long Beach Home Therapy Noise Comedy Club, and I had to close down in June. I also used to own a security company, security consultant.
That's right.
But I've already lost over 6 figures. Luckily, my wife works. Yeah, I had to close my club, which really sounds more.
We'll come back booming before
I'm actually a strength coach. I do like one-on-one. I'm super slow. That's the strength training. Super safe and effective. It's like 30-minute workout a week. Machines. I work old people out. They come out and get better bone density, stronger.
shows. Can you give us an example of the workout?
So, I mean, the idea of the workout is that you're eliminating momentum. You're not counting reps. You're counting time under load. And like it's just one-on-one. So I'm like really well.
Now, some again. Let's talk about load.
You can fix you off of this. Fitness protection program. You can fix your box. He said he's working out. He got heavier silverware. That's it. It's the thing. And I do coaching for people, so I help them actually stick to the plan. And then I also put it together and a coaching program for people.
So you only eat meat. There's in your mouth. Again, not talking about the threesome.
I pretty much eat once a day. Things I'll throw some extras. The only thing I eat is shit at liquor, cigarettes, they lose their weight. These are fucking loose. Shot heroin.
That's how many guys. 7 months, 6 months, and just not being free.
So, like 7 years ago, Carnival was easy wrestling again. Process foods offer. I put watermelon, juice, apples, I don't like mango. It tastes like a carpet.
Oh, you had such bad. To get up here, but it's such a man. I'm glad we were able to get you up here. Fun fact about Bando getting up tonight. I had already 4 people sign up, and I happened to be in the back parking lot talking with our next and final comedian of the night. I was having a conversation with them. Out of the behind me, in my ear, I heard some guy go, "Is there no chance of signers?" No, it's already been. It's already been. They already have enough people. This guy. If I hear you cuss words 5 times in a row, I gotta help get in the gateway to my heart. And completely, undoubtedly, love your final comedian. You know, you're in love with them too. I present to you the great Michael Lair, everybody. You have a lot of time. You put on Lair.
My show. And this show is about of toxic Marina is Jessica Johnstone, and she told me I call her nice. I know her that much. I know her place now. I just want to lesson on about toxic. I wrote a play for Uniform. Please finish the script.
Oh my goodness. Script's being handed out right now by Rob Thompson. Rob Thompson, what is this? What is it that you do again?
I go around. Number one ALS to me was a more profit affection.
Cover is unbelievable. It's Kill Toxic, a live-action manual regarding the toxicity that is everything Kill Tony. I can't wait. It's been a long time coming, and here we go. Starts.
Blowing like trumpets. Spit fell. Very dangerous on the acre cloud. Hello.
Wait, can I just stop for a second? I think you guys should do a correction of Jeremiah Washington.
Even though
No doubt, I did not consider how our ancestors there.
no doubt. Hang on. Do you ever get tired of strolling in ivory tower and reality that
No, I look forward to a time when the funny man can capture the same. Can I ask you something, Joel? No doubt, Summer Grants. Doesn't you share mine and Jeff's relationship is gross out? No doubt. They're definitely having sex. They are definitely brother and sister. Reality is fluid, so it's not our place to judge. No doubt, no doubt. Hey! What is the name of this thing that I hold that makes the sound? Right. It's they're building and taking apart the machine to have it. Like the identification of microaggression. No doubt. I'm more worried about Tony might be saying it. Tony is literally saying the mark of the beast festers in the swells on the back of the fucking deck. I with Tony and I sink our ship, but doubt we appreciate your service to America that allows Tony and I, Italian and Mexican migrants, the freedom to worship Satan. No doubt, but I really think, no doubt, fuck it. I want to hear that machine gun. Yeah, Tony.
Can I have sponsored CBD cream? I think I got a mosquito bite. The back of my neck feels on fire.
You know, you might be safe. I don't know. Sell 10,000 roses.
Feels like nowadays, all for the ride.
Honestly, nowadays, I consider more of an environmentalist. I just want to I'm changing my name to Brian Ethan.
No doubt?
No doubt. Dude, my
E-bikes. We all power ourselves from week to week, but sometimes we need a little assistance.
yeah. I may be a little more assistance than you.
Good night, and hail Satan from everyone on the blah 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 Tony cast. Tony is just a big fucking e-bike. Let's have a big e-bike on the
Manpower would
Toxic, I only have one more question for you before we end this episode. Here's even your glasses are covered with sweat.
the horse packaging are nobody nowadays.
That's out.
No,
Toxic. What are you gonna do next?
I've
Stop Toxic, Lynn. What an episode. Kill Tony. Zero Tolerance. The new album from Jimmy Schubert available everywhere on iTunes. Thank you, Michael Lair, comedy.com for everything. Believe it or not, I do believe Toxic was going to notice that. You're absolutely incredible.
what goes into the micro and macro level, and know that I am using Tony's good. My brethren, give me my back, and I will be grateful for this.
Thank you, brother. Thank you. And you give us rocket fuel too. It's a synergy. Let's check out drawing from email episode. Look at that Batman jamming. Damn, it's like a magician's box, right? It's a magic box. Absolutely awesome. New short zero tolerance is a thing. Walter Big tonight. He's on Venmo at Jeremiah-Watkins. We got on the podcast this week.
Weeks maybe. You might have seen the Kill Tony band on there. You got the Jeremiah Wonders episodes of the Breakfast Show where he eats with friends and strangers. And then Jeremiah Wonders.
Absolutely, Jeremiah Watkins. The great jet ski really what we would call an any occasion ornament. You can get them by going to Jet Ski Johnson at gmail.com. I got it. Yeah, you're the surprise. Shocked that was available. Jet Ski Johnson at gmail.com. And she showed them to me before the show. Did you see these yet? She makes them herself, handmade. One of the greatest characters in the show. You gotta check these out. Check them out. They're on her Instagram, Johnson. And she's selling them. Something to you, right, Jet Ski?
Yep, that's
Am I missing anything? Buy a Jet Ski Johnson one. Go to Jet Ski Johnson and go straight through Instagram. Or why not send her an email?
yeah, either way.
Exactly.
Just put all occasion ornament.
Well, Hamatha, great. Any occasional ornaments handmade by Jet Ski Johnson. Mailman. It was. What do you think about tonight's episode, Marv? It was first and also fail-safe indeed. Always and forever. Guys, spoiler alert. Karl Malone, that was actually Joel Joel. Minutes, everybody. Joel.
Send me money on
Absolutely. It's on Patreon. Patreon.com/HenchCliff, Roast University.
and check the new stuff that we're doing on there, including a video show on Patreon.
Yeah, that's right. I have a bunch of new shirts on the TonyHedlist.com. Oh, Jeremiah has something.
My merch store, Jeremiah Watkins. It's been down for a little bit.
Everybody, you wanted it. There it is. Thank you.
for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Give it up for Tony. It's
Hello, my baby. Hello. Great. Good to be here at the world famous comedy store. Another incredible evening here. Our artist that draws every single episode. The great Ryan J. Eagles here, everybody. It looks so good. Ryan J. Eagles draws all of our tours, every single episode show. And even some new Tony t-shirts. Everything's at RyanJEveld.com for the Kill Tony art. Yeah. RyanJEveld.com.
I really like you see the one with the look like an old book with the
old school stories about the snake on
to watch books. Like that.
It's I think you can do that easily. It's a good iPad thing. Anyway, I'm all jacked up to the big man. Stop me right now. Love me. And copies. For my Kill Tony. And I also have carbohydrates running through my bloodstream. It's California. Another delicious food. Check them out. And before we do, let's hear a little more about our sponsors that made this episode possible. Hey, we're all into crazy stuff. It's a type of porn. Maybe it's a type of on the internet, and when you're on one of your searching for weird stuff, you don't want other people to know about it. So you're probably thinking, why not just use it? Incognito mode does not hide your activity. Your browsing history, your internet service provider can say, I'm at home.
Legally search for the ad companies. ExpressVPN is an app that reroutes your internet connection through secure servers, so your ISP can't see the sites you visit. ExpressVPN also keeps all your information encrypting 100% of your data. The most powerful way to realize that I have ExpressVPN on it. Runs seamlessly in the background and it's so easy to use. All you have to do is one button to be protected.
ExpressVPN is available on all your devices, phones, computers, for you to not be rated #1 by CNET and Webs. Link expressvpn.com/Tony 3 months for free on a 1-year package. What a expressvpn.com/Kiltony. That's expressvpn.com/Kiltony. expressvpn.com/Kiltony. To learn more, hiring can be difficult. And if you're an employee thinking your workplace safety, the hiring and advice roles, massive resources could relate. They needed to hire a seasoned job to fill. So they turned to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter is powerful technology finds people with the right skills and experience for your job. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter, they can't get the first day. That's how massive resources found here in
Another IT job quickly. His mortgage bills. He posted his resume on ZipRecruiter in 3 weeks.
You can see how Zipper can help you hire. Try it now for free at ZipRecruiter.com/Kiltony. That's ZipRecruiter.com/Kiltony. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And we make sure you check some of that stuff. But there's awesome sponsors that roll along. They keep us happy. Next show is going to be a lot of fun. We have 4 regulars to get through. Bring out. We are back to doing guests again, and I am so excited about this one. This is someone who I've been friends with for a while, co-workers together, but we have really become super during this. The local, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you one of my favorites. You know her from everything, and you also know her from a recent amazing appearance on the Joe Rogan Experience. I present to you one of my good pals and one of my favorite comedians, the great Andy Letterman, everybody! Oh my goodness! That's exactly how I feel, and that's where all the time now.
We do, Tony and I, we match in rich people outfits.
Yep.
But you know what I like listening to Brian talk about, you know that's your name? Red Band. I like listening to Red Band talk about books. And then when I walked in, I struggled to try to read the fucking ad.
We usually have it on little or a big piece of paper.
Like Tony's podcast. You guys saw it.
Anyway, well,
Years ago.
sorry.
Direct with Vagina.
I don't want to get him out.
Okay. Well, this is going to be fun. It's been a while since we've been on the show.
Yeah, I did it with Roddy.
Oh my goodness.
I killed it. Dropped dead. It was like,
That was it. It's been through the ringer with everyone. Knocked him over the edge.
like, who was this? Was she like,
That's how it works. That's how it works. You were also the last person, Brody Steven. You would yeah.
alright, guys. It's a tough crowd in here. I'm nervous. Ooh, I'm sweating.
We have a band on that show. Every single episode they pick different characters. They've been getting ready in the back.
I hope they're in blackface.
Could be. Anything can happen. I present to you the best damn band in the land. Jeremiah Watkins, Joel Jimenez, Chroma Chris, Jesse Johnson. Sport. Oh my god. Wow. My goodness. Like real basketball players. Near the flat of the Spalding that Jeremiah has, the first noise was classic sound of a flat basketball bouncing off the main stage.
Not to be confused to when Red Band was
Okay. Do you make a lot of shots? You look like we would be able to count on you for free throw.
I'm actually very good at basketball, you bitch.
Really? A little competition later. And then I've never seen you with these basketball players.
What's up? I'm a W street baller
Oh my goodness.
on the court, and
Slim Drunk?
that's me.
I love that.
Goodness. You're like Stone Cold Stephanie Austin. Got a little Bud Light there. How excited! Like it time. What's your name? Oh, that's your actual name. Okay, wow, DNC. Oh, they're just your basketball. That's your names. Yeah. Wow. Who's this young snapper back here? Looks like he only shoots threes. Oh my God, here.
Don't get it, shoot threes from downtown.
Shooting threes or banging threes?
They all sound like they never even watched a basketball game before. You're shooting shots from downtown, Tony.
Actually, I have never watched a basketball. I grew up without a TV, Tony.
Wow. Boys, where that mask?
Yeah, that's right.
Wow. My
T-switch, like a switch, homie.
Oh, that's right. I see it. What?
Can we switch him out?
That's what I thought you meant.
Microphones are making more sense.
I've never heard of it. I've learned so many sexual things on this show. Sounding. That was the last one. What was another one? Switching like top or bottom. I don't know. T-switch, slam drunk, and Urban back here. The whole band. Andy, let's start the show, shall we? It's still maybe 60 seconds and we interview him afterwards. Starting out the show, ladies and gentlemen, I mean, truly an icon on the show. An absolute love. Try to orange if you're into fresh juice. Here he is, ladies and gentlemen. Long-time regular, great comedian.
Oh boy. Don't try to squeeze them.
1 minute uninterrupted.
I haven't seen Jack Nicholson on the sideline lately. That's my impression. Proposer Lakers fan. For all the evening, hey, my material at Laker Rick Morena said, God bless the haters. What really really, what's that man's name? You know, times are tough when her coach dealer goes to rehab. No, seriously, good. Oh man, a good rehab. Scarlet.
Thank you.
Okay, there's a minute. Montgomery. There you go. Liam Hunt got my very funny scenes of Fun Lightning, and then you start commenting on it. It's pretty awesome. Okay, fashion song. You do? I know. That's Jack. Jack. Great Moran. That's actually not there. He's a huge Christian. He's a recluse. He's a recluse. Have you ever been a recluse? I have been bitten by a brown recluse. Oh, there it is. Yeah, thanks for the snake. That's the sound of a spider. Closest I got. Did you do a snake sound? What were you doing when you got bit by by a spider? Were you outdoors?
I was hollering at African girl in the south side.
A waterbed?
Black girl or
On the floor. So.
the water?
Were they ever still the waterbed?
The black girl or the water?
Yeah, right. It depends how big they are. That's what I was about to say. The cool thing is you can decide it. And you're just like on this warm, fleshy feeling bubble.
That's where Virginia when I was 14, Northeast Philadelphia, bumping DMX. I was fucking sick, dude.
Did it last?
I don't know how long it lasted. I didn't know time. I didn't know time like that. It was a fucking
You
trip.
can tell me.
It was a very slow kid advantage of me. Thanks for bringing it up. Virginity. In prison, no, he did it at the heroin. Turns out if you get your kid a waterbed in high school, they're going to be like heroin.
I've read that. I felt something tickling my right leg. I tried to swipe. Her was off. My lower right leg turned out to be a low trotters.
No, you didn't. Wait, no, you elephant should be about hanging out with a black girl. This is what you think
And then
they
went
do.
to the Globe.
Harlem Globetrotters.
You think they just go see the Harlem
We
Globetrotters?
went to a game.
They were in Southern Tennessee.
They beat the Washington Nationals.
That's a baseball.
You know what's weird? That Nicholson was in the front row. The callback, I think.
Did you really do go? Was it fun?
I don't know. She was first time, and after she did it, she went, "Oh my God, my dad let me do anything." And I was,
That's incredible. So cool. William, what's been going on this week? Your normal real
I
life.
stole same shorts.
Yeah. Very bizarre.
my God,
Little
must
did
get
I-
out of them.
How often do you watch those?
Nick is my touch.
No, we know this is time.
So food was, party is the same.
This first time.
Broken?
These are the only shorts I wear. I did not. I bought Birkenstocks. I'm wearing my new Birkenstocks.
Call your dad real quick. Shorts.
Tell me you stole a
My previous plans of having people send you shorts did not work. What size do you wear again?
Well, it looks like
26, 32.
that's why it's broken.
Call your dad. Phone real quick.
My phone, I don't know my phone. If you're listening, it's shorts to William.
Hey, Greg, grab William.
Get my phone on my backpack.
Oh, he said African American, which sounds like the N-word. It's like, it's worse, right? It really is.
Go. Put him on speaker, turn the volume all the way up.
Wake his ass up.
man. You know, I just wanted to hear your voice and say hello continuously.
Not a short time. Let's just say.
Yeah. You said it's the only pair of shorts that he wears. What can we do about that?
I think he's been wearing it since he was a sophomore in high school.
No, it's
Too big.
well, we're at the small part. Yeah.
The front is busted open.
He can handle all of us right now.
Something like that, or maybe we should.
I think those things set originally made like about $12.
We could probably find the
You know what? Thank you so much.
Plasma. I love you.
We miss you. Come back, visit us.
That was so
Yeah.
Don't make me look like a fool.
No,
Hands made you look like a fool.
and your father made you look like a fool. He really upped the ante. He told us you've had them since you were a sophomore in high school.
Sophomore in high school.
He said that they've been too big on you, they've been too small on you, that you fluctuated weights through your life.
Like you're looking to get rid of those shorts for a reason.
Oh, it's so upsetting how small.
Jeremiah, do you like what I
Stay out of your.
All right.
Well, I think that if we bought you a new pair of those shorts, would you wear them?
Do you know the brand of those shorts?
Maybe.
They're Mountain Hardwear.
What are they?
Mountain Hardwear.
Mounted hardware?
Mountain Hardwear.
Size what?
Well, I got a 40 and they were only too bad.
Okay.
Oh, you attempted. And you. Oh, I love that.
I got 40. It was sad. Turned the belt on and
When they put it on the neck, that's double.
pants and shorts and whatever sense that comes up.
Oh my goodness. That's why they last so.
Really great short.
How'd you get the original pair your sophomore year? Your parents or your grandma?
Working in an outdoor store.
What was the outdoor store?
Selling shorts and sports.
Outdoor.
That when you just put your cup out.
Wow, guys, breaking news. When I was working here, Lawrence, the manager, and everybody $100 bill for a Christmas present. And he didn't give me one.
Why?
Try that night.
I feel like I know.
Why did he give you a bonus?
I don't know.
What exactly did you do there?
I worked in that place. I worked in the, what's like a building with where you have a bunch of products in a house. I worked in the warehouse. I stole a bunch of shit at the warehouse.
That is too simple. So, girls, everybody get to know. Looking for. I'm not sure. He doesn't want to say so.
J-Tree short.
They have 9 and 11.
What's your inseam? My guess is yours is a 9. It is a
Come on.
The 9/11 jokes got last before that. You see innocent corpses time. Everybody gets all. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, the people they have these shorts.
William,
Like,
what's your
this your butt with a hole in your hole right in his butthole. Right there.
Can we get someone to measure wins?
I do out of the.
Yes. No. Oh, come on.
That little hole underneath it that goes right to
Let
the
me
butt.
see. Let's sit down, share. Let's lean back.
Oh my
Get in
god.
there,
What is
Zach.
that like a?
What?
Oh, that's a big hole.
Oh my god.
It's a vaginal
Oh
hole.
my god.
Huge hole. That's a big
Do your
hole.
hand.
Just picture me with the black girl in Memphis.
Move your
Just
hand
water,
away.
water, man.
William, move your hand.
Yeah, don't hold it like you're
Okay,
holding
no.
vagina.
Hold it again and lean back.
What a good song.
Spread your legs out.
Spread your. William, it's very, very dark.
Oh god. I see red.
Okay. Alright, you can zoom out, Zach.
Let me shoot the basketball in there. I know I can slam the basketball right in there.
Smack over you. Great coffee that pops. There he goes, the great William Montgomery.
R.I.P. Jack Nicholson.
Alright. This is an exciting one. We have our pre-select word in the bucket. A couple of these people I thought were people that shot yet. It's one of those people that I thought was ago. So let's see what happens. The comedy stylings of Reagan Wartner. There we go. Hey, yeah. Please step back from that ledge. Here he is, Reagan Wartner.
So, over the past few years, a lot of my friends have been of the female variety, you know. And with this, I learned they like to talk about their sex life, and pretty great. And I hate this, you know. It's a lose-lose. You know, one big flaccid, but I think that's why Bill Cosby did what he did. You knew how much he hated the dirty joke. So, San Diego Comic-Con just got canceled, you know. It's a shame. I had my costume ready and everything. I mean, I was going to go with the Batman, you know, had the rice hat, the chopsticks. Only missing the COVID, you know. But it's looking like I'm not going to be able to get the COVID. To go to one of those COVID parties where you go and potentially try to catch a new disease.
To start seeing you have the on-stage energy of a man that's been doing it 1 month in August of 2020. All the month. That was way better than your last.
That they didn't remember.
It was definitely good. It was a little bit frightening about. I want them to talk about your dirty deed. Straight into a hardcore Cosby. What again? That he was into raping because he liked clean.
Actually, there's a good joke in there. It's like a million words, you know. There is something funny about the reason you drug them is because your brain is going into exponential. Your eyes are not. It should be looking back to you.
Chill. Fuck is this bullshit? Here you go, folks.
Basketball players like you, sucker. Yeah, that Cosby.
Yeah, I'm
What is this bullshit?
You don't know?
Dog, I want to watch this fucking rabbi. What the fuck is this bullshit? Hey everybody, you want to watch the rabbi? Here's a fucking flower blossoming. No, that is not what I wanted. What the fuck, you stupid douche? You could be described as it's you stupid fucking stupid. Oh, you got your flowers. How about some lady grab that bitch? Like, you fucking why can't it just like you stop yummy for like 8 years in a row? Yeah. Okay, here's the flower.
Don't lie to us now.
Worse.
So,
Flowers.
exactly did
Ever.
you move from Minnesota? What month were we talking? Hose.
Listen,
Right after George Floyd. Oh, that's why you made it.
Incident?
I wasn't working in that area at the time, but I looked right by it.
you know, Eddie Letterman, you are funny. I hope that girl. I hope Annie Letterman knows she's a funny hoe. You for you just wondering who am I? Petey pie motherfucker. You and yourself? I don't even know what that means, folks.
Technical on this show right now.
Wow, that's weird.
Seems like you're closer to Stephen Avery's junkyard than George Floyd's. So what do you do for work?
Doug, what is this fucking shit?
Did you inherit a bunch of money from a recently dead grandparent? Have you or has someone you love recently been diagnosed with mesothelioma?
Would you give it to Annie Letterman? Next question. Hard. Sir, why?
That's why
Alright, it's not a Jewish stupid bitch. It's not. Dog, it's less than 50% Jewish. Fucking Brooklyn's more Jewish than Israel. Duh. Really? Yeah. 10% Jewish. Brooklyn is pretty Jewish.
available on all your devices, phones, computers. Protect your online activity today with the VPN-rated CNET.
Oh, but her name's Lester. I don't give a fuck. I'm just a hard door. That's what that motherfucker with the Charlie Chaplin mustache is saying. There's the door. Everybody knows that. What is bullshit? What? There's the door? Yeah, he's saying there's the door. He just say there's the door. There's the door. Everybody knows that. Why? Dog.
So they turn to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter's technology finds people with the right skill and experience. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter.
Everybody knows that crowd with the Charlie Chaplin mustache was just saying there's the door. Everybody knows that.
Peter was laid off during COVID-19 to continue
Strongest.
resources and hired Peter in less than 3 weeks. Helped Peter find the right
Oh,
job.
what if they just, instead of calling it their Russ show, Rocks. Oh, there's the door. Why? Everybody knows that Charlie Chaplin mustache was just saying, there's the door. Everybody knows that. Barely? Oh, for sure, dog. For sure, no doubt. I've had about this concert. You should just already consider them banned. Who am I? Petey, motherfucker. Are you fucking serious?
Andy Letterman, everybody.
Who am I? Petey, motherfucker.
Fresh on the tennis court. That's exactly how I feel, and that's why I dress like a golfer all the time now.
We do, Tony and I, we match in rich people outfits. But you know what I like? Ryan talk about, I don't know that's her name. Redman. I like listening to Redman talk about, well, then when I walked in, it was struggle to try to read the fucking.
Oh my goodness.
Well, I didn't.
Does it rhyme with Serena?
Vagina.
This is gonna be fun. It's been a while since
Yeah, I didn't know you played with.
oh my goodness, that's the last time you did it?
I killed him. He worked with me and then dropped dead. He was like, ugh.
That was it. It's been good everyone. I pushed him over edge.
So is this a lesbian? I can't tell.
That's how it works with you. You were also the last person to hang out with Brody Steve. You were Robin Williams last opener.
That's true.
Oh, are you fucking serious?
Did you have to sexually transmitted disease?
Yeah.
Guys, this is a tough crowd in here. I'm nervous. Ooh, I'm sweating.
We're fun, Annie. I know it's been so long. We have a band on this show. Single episode getting Jeremiah Watkins, Stolberg, and John. It's sweet. God.
Fuck it.
Wow. My goodness. It's like a basketball player. You hear the flatness of the small there. The first noise I heard was the classic sound of a fly bouncing off the base.
Not to be confused to when Redman was reading that.
Are you
T-switch. Never remember you guys T-switch, okay? That's important. Do you make a lot of shots? Because you look like you'd be... We wouldn't be able to a free throw.
I'm actually very good at basketball, you bitch.
We're gonna have to see. Maybe we'll have a little shooting competition. back
Bullshit.
here. See you and these basketball players.
What's called a W Street?
My goodness.
And I'm a slam drunk. I'm
Ginger. I love
Like Stone Cold Austin. Got a little Bud Light there. How exciting. Like, if Kathy Griffin got stung by bees in the morning time.
I'm drunk.
Oh, that's your whole name. That'd be an odd trip to the DMV.
Her name, Tommy.
Oh, just your basketball, your court names?
Yeah.
Wow, who's this young whippersnapper? Here looks like he only threes. Ha 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 ha. Or not. Is that your name? Man back here. Laying it up, no.
shooting threes or bagging threes.
It's also like they've never even
Fucking
watched a
hilarious.
basketball game before. They're shooting shots from downtown.
Never watched a basketball. I grew up without beat Tommy, so.
Wow, wear that mask.
Yeah, that's right. Job. I gotta keep my mouth clean so I can keep that ass later.
Wow. My goodness. You get around a lot. What is it?
Switch. Switches.
What? It's okay.
Wow. One person gets
Can we switch it out?
It's like,
Oh, you're the only one who's the gay time in the room. What that mean?
there's so many sexual things on this show. What's the one where you pencil dick ball?
Oh.
Sounding. That was another one. There's another weird. Switching, like positions.
I think it's switching like you can talk or bottom.
T-switch, rim job, slam drunk. Andy Letterman. This is maybe get 60 seconds and we interview him afterwards. Starting out, ladies and gentlemen, I mean, truly an icon on the show. An avid monster. I love him more than anything. That's a delicious orange in the morning. If you're into fresh juice. Here, ladies and gentlemen, what else? Taylor, great comedian. Here's William Montgomery.
Oh boy. There he is. Don't you want to squeeze him?
1 minute uninterrupted, William.
I haven't seen Jim sideline lately. That's my impression of a poser Lakers. The Indian ate my materials, Lakers, Rick Moranis. How every commercial these days has a product. What about that band that played that song you hear when you accidentally call a fax number? No, really, what's that band's name? You know, times are tough. Dealer goes to seriously, remember letting the movie Her.
Okay, there's a minute.
She just has a hot
There you go,
voice.
William Montgomery.
She could get it. Really? You would have sex with her? Why?
Montgomery, another funny set, 45 seconds.
You would.
Like,
Oh,
and
for
then
sure.
they start,
The
comment. Pretty
fuck is mail to world? The fuck is this crap? I sent me an email from mail to world. Who the fuck do you think?
Jack Nicholson.
Like, what is it? What are the domains? Don't be You shitty.
Actually, not dead.
Mailed to you.
He's a
How about a few years of cat? Bullshit. Oh, it was rabbis on the mail to world. Oh, that's good. Good one. Is it? No, I guess so many fucking house band.
The south side of Venice.
Black girl had a waterbed. You grew up with a black girl or African American?
the cars with the water. Really, it's, I don't think they were ever really comfortable, were they?
Oh no, this one they had different models. I buy almost felt like a real bad.
The black girl or the waterbed?
Yeah, right. Depends how big they are.
Damn, Eddie,
Land.
land this fucking joke. It landed, Joe.
I were fucking bumping DMX. It was fucking sick.
How what?
Did it last?
It wasn't good. I don't know how long it lasted. I didn't know time. I didn't tell time. I was 14. Fucking
You
shit.
could tell time at 4 to
Get up.
Did
Pumpkin thing.
he lose his virginity?
No, he had already lost his prison. No, he did a prison though, not for fucking at 14. Heroin. Turns out if you get your kid a waterbed in high school, they're gonna be a heroin addict.
I've read
So you're on that, you're on a water?
felt something pulling my leg. I tried to whatever turned out to be brown recluse to see people globetrotters.
No, you did it. Wait, no, you
All of a show.
You're making up a story about hanging out with a black girl. This is
And then the globe.
No, no,
go
no
see the
fucking
Harlem Globetrotters.
Went to a game.
telephone.
Southern Tennessee.
They beat the Washington Nationals.
No, that's a baseball team.
You know what's weird?
Did you really? Okay.
I did. Your dad just made you like the most athletic person on earth. Your dad was right.
That's incredible. So cool. William, what in your normal real life? Very bizarre.
Oh my god.
Little bit out of watch.
Here's my tummy.
No, we know that's your tummy.
Dick or tummy.
David Lucas has this video on his phone of his first 2 years ago. No way. God. Oh,
Were they broke?
these are the only shorts I wear. I did not Birkenstocks. I'm wearing my new Birkenstocks.
Oh my god.
Super comfy.
Call your dad real quick. Call your dad. We need to get you some new shorts. This did not work. What size do you wear?
Uh-oh, I think we know. Look at the leg. What? It looks like you're wearing a t-shirt. That's why.
My phone, I send it to William.
Grab it.
You my phone on my backpack.
Just grab his back.
Bullshit.
Let's hold this thing. We have to get.
Can you FaceTime? I want to see him.
Some of the music from that game, the Harlem Globetrotters game that him and the black girl were
Also, he said African American, which sounds like the N-word. It's like he's trying to say it. They're really
There
good.
you go. Might be late over there, huh? What is it? After 11. Call you out. Put it right. Hi, Mr. Montgomery. It's Tony.
Oh my gosh.
Hi, Tony. I'm great, man. You know, I just wanted to hear your voice and say hello. You know, we're big fans of you over here. We're episode live right now, and I want to talk with you about the shorts that William has been wearing for what appears to be pretty much 2 years continuously. Yeah, he says that it's the only pair of shorts that he wears.
I don't. I'm loyal to your dad. I'm loyal to. I love that.
And sometimes they bend to him and sometimes they bend to him.
Well, we're at
The small
He's Louis seeing all of us right now.
Yeah. You need to invest in another pair of shorts.
What do you think we should do? Should we start up something? Or maybe we should
We can probably find the exact manufacturer of their shorts and buy a new pair of their shorts.
you know what, that's what we're going to do. We saw that.
I love you.
Aww.
Hey, somebody.
We love you. We miss you. Come back, visit us soon.
We will. We love y'all and miss y'all.
Awesome. He's the best.
Why did you say fucking to me when Pablo was on the phone?
Yeah, I was so.
What did we do?
Like a fool.
You look like a fool. He's super soft. Nice. Too big and too small on you that you flooded weights through your like
Blanky at this point. What? Is that shorts for a reason?
Oh, it's so upsetting how small they are again.
Jeremiah, do you like how I see you looking, Jeremiah?
Is that a plastic bag? Coming out of your boxes.
I see what you were doing.
William.
All right.
William. Do you think that if we buy, would you wear them?
If you do the brand,
For Old Navy.
hardware.
What are they?
Mount hardware.
Mount hardware? Mount size what?
These are probably 36.
Well, what do you need?
38 off 38. 40. They were only 38.
38.
Oh, you attended a first shot? I love
No,
that.
48. Sad. I looked like a fucking clown.
We're down around your ankles.
And I turned a bell shoulder.
And then put it on your neck accidentally.
Mount hardware. There it is.
Pants and shorts are one of the first things that comes up.
Oh, these expensive. That's why they last so long. Look at that. Your grandma's
Incorporated.
corporate.
That would you just put your cup out?
Wow, guys breaking
Oh
shorts.
my god.
So happy for you.
I remember around Christmas time, I was working there. Lauren and Jerry gave everybody $100 bill for a Christmas bonus.
Why? Why do a bonus?
I don't know.
I worked at that point in time. I worked in the big enclosed building with where you have a bunch of warehouse.
Yeah, what warehouse? What short you need for work at the warehouse?
People would buy stuff on the internet and I would find their product. They were looking for. I could get
cars.
And we have it all rung up here. It's on sale. Pretty short. It's on sale for $45.
They have weekend seats, so 7, 9, and 11.
This is here's the 9/11. Because it is
It's happening.
it smells like hundreds of innocent corpses. Oh, all right, that was too far. The 3 9/11 jokes got last before that. You said innocent warning in here. Oh my God.
Yeah, the picture they have these shorts.
What's your
This here fighter butt looks like these shorts.
Is it
Out of the wall?
yes. No.
A little, there's a hole under it right
Let me
there.
see. Let's see it. Sit down on that table behind you.
Yeah, do the Sharon.
Zoom in on that.
Yeah, Sharon Stone.
Yeah. Feedback.
Oh my Oh, that's a big hole.
Picture me with the black girl in metal.
William, move your hand.
Your
Wait,
camera
okay, no, hold it and lean back.
What a good song.
Spread your legs. Exactly.
The basketball in there. I know I can make it.
What did you just say?
You know basketball. Write it down.
Oh, God. Slam drunk. Smack. Hurry.
Yeah. What happened there?
All right, William. Well, so much great interview. Great clap. There he goes, the great William Montgomery.
All right.
Exciting one. We have our pre-selected 4 in the fun. A couple of these I thought were new people. This is one of those people. But it turns out he was on a few weeks ago. He said. So let's see what happens here. The comedy stylings of Reagan Partner. Here he is, Reagan Portner.
So, the riots, you know. And with this, I learned that other sex like that. I'm pretty great. And I hate this. You know, it's a lose-lose. Fucking up one big flaccid whole world. You know, I've never seen it like Batman. Only in the COVID, you know. But it's not, I'm not going to go to one of those COVID parties. You guys heard about those? Where you potentially try to catch a disease, new disease? It's like, about a month.
About a month. No better month to spend August of 2020 of all the months.
Way better than last time.
That they didn't remember. That they forgot you were here.
So it's a little bit something to talk about your dirty deed. Straight hardcore Cosby. that just
It's just there's like a drug that is because you don't want them talking shit. It's a good your brain going. Your eyes are not. You should be looking back.
Comedian. No sleep.
Oh, you basketball club.
How about the jokes you guys talked about?
You don't know rim job?
Fatigue. What year is this?
We're on the street.
Yeah, what year do you get?
Oh, 2020 is one of my lowest.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, time for pop culture. We're on the court. Playing ball.
Man, they took out a lot of Rams in the park. They don't special parks.
Reagan, Warner, where you originally from?
Now, did you move out here because you were watching Kill Tony and you're like, I want to start doing stand up?
Sure, why not? Yeah.
Don't lie to us now.
So, when exactly did you move from we talking about here? George Floyd.
Right after George Floyd.
George Floyd.
Yeah.
Were you close to that incident?
I wasn't working in that area. Right by there. Like,
Is that your
wherever.
favorite cop?
So you live. How far do you live from where he was?
I'll say the
Yes.
You did fall asleep
On the show right now.
So how
close to the drama. That's weird.
it's like you're close to like Stephen Avery's junkyard. And so what do you do for work?
I'm a Postmates driver now.
You inherit a bunch of money from a recently dead grandparent?
No.
Has someone you loved recently been diagnosed with?
Did you say what on fire? By switching a Geico?
You or someone tell us something interesting about you.
A $515 claim against me, my gym membership, and so they're trying to put a claim against me.
Get the fuck out of here. You had a gym membership?
Look at those five.
Of course he's this is kidding.
I mean, mostly steroids.
This was in and you cancel?
Well, I called them and canceled, but they needed it in writing because you couldn't go there. I mean, I'm not going to pay them.
Fuck that.
You have to make sure that
Yeah, don't fucking write it up there.
very straightforward.
Sponsored by.
Or else it's going
No, they wouldn't. They already brought it to like that point. And they never even told me about gym membership. It was $50. Well, they did 25.
So say, oh well, what the heck? Charging you for it?
Yeah, no, during COVID, they have been charging me, and like so I tried that. Can't really charge me during when it's not open. So then
that's the
they
reason why
blocked my credit card, and that's why.
What else is going on in life?
So just moved to a new apartment out of a co-living place, which is awesome.
What's a co-living?
So
Roommate?
That's a cool way of saying roommate.
it's much worse.
Your bathroom.
Like 8 roommates in one room.
Oh!
Yeah.
Shit!
That's not.
I lost four. Explain it. 4 bunk beds?
No, it's had like these holes in the wall, these pod hole webcams all in the house.
Go ahead. So, sound like
In the bathroom.
I think you were on the show Big Brother.
But and then one bathroom.
$100. Now, is that what you did before? Is that where you're living now?
I just moved out of there. I only stayed there for
So now where have you moved into? Now you
what? Apartment right by the shittier side of La Brea.
Brea, that's both.
I don't know. Hollywood area.
Willoughby.
Yes.
There you go. Willoughby's a great street. Snugly between Santa Monica and Melrose, I do believe. Yeah, it's like to live all the time. I will be at Willoughby and Santa Monica. Whoa! What's the craziest thing that's happened to you while you have Postmates or whatever?
Well, yesterday I had to leave, and I just left because there's this pet who wouldn't get out of the way of my car.
Did you say hoot?
Out. It went out to the.
Close to Canada.
Yeah.
And it's
Really?
yeah, they get weird like that. I didn't even know they did it. A crazy guy that was on meth, and he went on the at a busy street, say Beverly Boulevard, right? And I was at a theater, and I get back into my car. I'm on a phone call too. And I'm not really moving. I prepaid the meter, so I'm like, I'm just gonna chill here. And guy has no shirt on, one of these ripped fucking Latino, totally messed up though, totally Breaking Bad, like fucking Tuco Latino, and he's gonna have this kind of like man or something like that. And I'm like, it's okay, pal, you don't have to do that. He's like, yeah, whatever. And he's like, no, I'm gonna do it, man. It's just from the heart, I'm like, no, seriously, if it's from the heart, it's gonna have to be. I don't have any cash on me. I cannot pay you for this. And he goes, cash, I'm a zillionaire. I just rolled up the window because I was trying to complete this phone call. It already sounded like I was like in a bad neighbor's, like already bad in the section that with the traffic. I swear to God, the guy is like 3 minutes now, and at this point, I'm gonna drive away, get him away. I've already tried, like, now I've tried multiple times, like, please, man, please, I'm begging you. I could snap at it. His veins popping out of his neck and chest and shit. And at one point, the light turns red, and traffic stops, and I swear to God, a cop car with 2 cops in the SUV stops, like, rips me off. This guy is cleaning my tie, sort of like that. So I just wanted to be quiet, and the guy looks right at me, and I'm like, I pointed, that guy kicked this guy. We got a switch in the Corvette, but I didn't see anything. And the cop basically looked at me like, fuck you. Maybe
We get the fun.
gives a shit. Yeah, exactly.
I live in that neighborhood. It's just gone.
It's unbalanced, dude. It's absolutely incredible. It really changed the day. All the racism, though, totally worth it. Great job, everybody. Reagan, anything else?
So my mom's getting divorced.
Whoa!
I know, I was gonna say, your dad isn't? Uh-oh. What did you do?
Yeah, they got to
Why
mom
is your mom getting divorced?
because apparently like her husband is being weird. He's like he's getting retired and he's just acting super strange, like it's super early time. Wow. Stuff on his own supply.
Is he collecting some stuff like Hank did? Or when he wasn't able to work?
He's like William Montgomery drug dealer.
So do you think your mom and dad will get back together?
Hell no, they hate each other.
Williams?
Yes. Yep. Well, three stepsisters.
Whoa,
No, real
that's like my favorite.
But what I was wondering is, since my mom's getting divorced,
Does it count? You're like jerk off to like your stepsister's like underwear or something. You ever dared with your stepsisters? Tell the fucking truth.
I've never done anything weird to my sister.
Come on. You think that clip's gonna get us a lot of hits? Come on.
Tell us what you did to her.
My younger stepsister's like a bunch, so.
Ooh, challenge.
Heck yeah.
Turn that lesbo.
It's good to try out. So, not a touch, huh? How about the more feminine? No, don't do it. Don't do it. There you go.
Do it.
Reagan Wagner showing improvement. Second time on film.
Having quite a career.
Yeah, I always wanted a convertible my whole life. Yeah. And I found out very quickly that you did not have a convertible at some red lights sitting there. That's what I'm real for.
Yeah, I have a convertible and I very rarely use it. It's actually quite shocking. Even on the sun is fucking a grab and it gets way too hot.
The roast mask is
Sweet.
straight up.
I already have enough sun. I go homeless. Yeah. Pretty crazy. Vitamin D. Another name out of the bucket. Makes noise to your next comedian. He goes by the name of Kenny Burnett.
But people always mess it up for some job at this Mediterranean restaurant. And the lady, she's hey, good mood. Can you come help me with the checks? I'm like, bitch, I want water around. Like 10 minutes later, she's like, hey, can you come help me out? I'm like, bitch, I'm not no okay? I understand if our conversations are making you wet. But not like you think it does. Like I get pulled over by the police and I just pull.
We go. Exactly 1 minute.
What's up, Tony?
You got a white mom?
Yes, I do. She has a black man.
Shit. Goodness. My brother once had a black girlfriend.
He said it more black there than French.
She says it like that. She
Oh. Tries
wants to be a little high.
lovely. Seriously, where's that at?
Oh, very.
You go back to North Carolina.
I actually drove from San Diego to
What was the highlights of that road trip? I feel like
the coronavirus, and we stopped in Texas. So that was good.
find it. He was just walking down the street.
Man, I don't like.
Okay, I'm sorry.
You did pick it like you found him.
My dad had a child support. He actually went down and signed up. He didn't have to chase him out.
Whoa. It's like the Jackie child support.
Then he wants a move to the McDonald's. We were sitting in front of the house.
Wait, is your dad David Lucas? No. Okay.
What do you call it? Why do you think you call it North Carolina? Did they call their most popular sandwich a Big Mac? Is it like or is that?
Last time these guys roasted me because I had on a shirt. Jay Leno collection shirt. I got Gary's house and I know his shirt. Alright, guys.
That's awesome. I like your style, man. I do. You've lived in there too. Okay. How's the coronavirus been treating you? How would you been like? Some of the fun stuff you saw.
Don't shit like buying $90 pre. You know, God.
Like I just did. I literally just go to it.
This is a
Store. Okay.
I think they look good.
Did you think at all on that one wild night about looting at all? Looting across.
I wanted to, but
Get there in 10 minutes.
Not only did Rick Costa actually weathered that storm together, we walked to the intersection. No, that the night of the night though, very close neighbor, like people are away trucks back there. Like, oh yes. Anyway, and for example, like the trader was wide open, and the paper stores, like, these are behind, anyway, around where we
arrested one only arrested. That was another one. I learned my lesson. Actually, you know what? Once you get past the fact that you can't leave jail,
It's like flowers you got there.
man, that's like being on the list just accept you. They put me in around 11:30. I was like in this room by midnight. And then
jail was this North Carolina.
Maximum security.
Max up here. He's at McDonald's. Yeah, I agree.
There's white woman on stage, and I'm not gonna lie,
I like your audio.
I didn't know. Like, I was traumatized.
What? Really?
Yes.
Did I traumatize you? It's always you.
You're not a white woman.
I wish it was me.
And the voice of a white man with the
White girl. White girl. I said that I touched white girl. The white girl said I didn't touch her, and I still got suspended for my neck.
So I was like, this is where we go. Have a grab.
I know, so my dad took me on the way home, got me home, sat down, turned around, and he slapped the shit out of me. He was like, "What? Don't you know you go to jail for that type of shit?"
no McDonald's for 3 months.
I don't know, I never really, like, I was great. I never even talked to white girl. Like, I just spoke to you just now. You know?
Well, welcome.
Like,
Not all.
So you haven't talked to white girls?
I'm really happy to say.
How many white girls have you had sex with?
I put like 4 white. Yo, one more, you're out, dog. 2018, I fucked this girl. She was like 19.
Wait again? Say again?
2018. I was 27.
Wow. See,
I walk the line. I walk the line. I took.
oh, area. Well, that's fun. So it's moms, it's a white girl?
Real question. People like check IDs and stuff. Like, how they
You do that while you're inside.
you gotta post some action. You gotta be like, hey, go in the store and buy this for me. You don't ask them for it.
Right.
But
You ask you a pack of cigarettes and a 6-pack of beer and see what they come out with.
Cigarella. Well,
Over. See?
Hey, man. This call from me.
yo, can you get some smack down? Yo, you wanna go get a tattoo real quick? Pop out real quick.
I only got this mama's milk.
I made this shit up.
Go ahead.
And I told you I wanted to do a rap battle with Boy and Eric.
Right, Tristan.
Tristan, my guy, good guy. And he said, sure, set it up.
Oh, Jesus. Everybody's got goddamn it.
And I hit him up, but like after like, let's go to the store. And I ain't mad at him, but I feel like he got took love right now. I know I love too.
Tristan's in love.
He's making sweet love right now.
Yeah.
I ain't mad at him.
But I'll tell you this. When things get up and running, I know
I want to do that. I want to do that.
you know, Tristan Fresh, that's when he shines, so he's probably waiting until the end. Hey, man, I'm pretty sure any day now.
To a white boy in the middle of civil rights movement. I'm just not gonna do it. I just can't do that.
I haven't really.
Here somewhere if you guys want to look for it.
Oh, I like that. Get it back.
I think he just did it.
I can't give myself a rib shot. You fucking idiots.
There you go. All right. Well, so I want to know. 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 All right. Well, so I want much fun. Great fucking, what a great guest. Great flow. And Nate Burnett. All right, it's one of those times where I get to bring up one of my favorite comedians, guys. This
Girls ain't heard of when that tells you never another woman like me. And it's kind of like, bitch, like love is not, women always feel like you'll never love it. I convinced myself to love the dog and all that nigga is pissing me. So it won't be too hard, bitch, that fucks me and get on my nerves. It's not, bro. It's not, bro. Cool the fuck off. Someone 30 times a week. Like I be a little over. She can't hear shit or say shit. Like Hella would have been my perfect bitch. That'd be a 10 in my book. Okay, see your hair. You want to take the cheek through your eye.
let me just tell you, my insight on us like that is that I don't even think you would have gotten through 40 seconds of stuff that you talked about, because I think if there was an audience and a pause after you won't meet another woman like me. You tell a girl you don't want to be with her anymore. That's exactly. I mean, that would just be, that's one of those slow builders that starts sort of like it just builds like recognize it.
And then the dog part, like,
think how
Beautiful blessing, thank you.
bitch, you slapped my ass. What about with
I love it, man. Real quick, I want to give Comedy Store icon right now. A guy who has, he just walked away. A Comedy Store legend. Great Jeff Scott is here. Piano player at the Comedy Store for a guy who is loved by absolutely everyone.
Absolutely. You know, Jeff told me a piece of advice because as a lot of people guys get the opening spots on a lot of original room shows days when Mitzi had the opening. I can take 20 of got
As far as that Mitzi never told him that.
Man, Mitzi used to make all the opening comedians give the piano player $100. Should miss those Mitzi.
Also, some of the coolest Halloween costumes.
Yeah, it's incredible. Sword turned into a man. He made that a certain thing. Milk cartons.
He starts like right after Halloween next year. A lot of effort. That's good.
Hey, so you know what my favorite Halloween costume is on Mom Dad for me?
What were you?
She gave me a white
Honey,
t-shirt.
I blew up the baby's kids.
God, you're racist.
Was it a creamsicle? They're wearing it now.
She gave me a white t-shirt and a red hat and told me I was a gallon of milk.
You'd be a Trump supporter now, which is amazing. Burger.
Yeah.
That's funny.
She's gonna be my Halloween talk.
Oh, you know me. I'm gonna be a gay guy.
You're gonna be a toilet seat.
Yeah, that's right. You know me. You know me. There's a lot to sit on me, and then you can either take a number 1 or number 2.
Or just be on. Oh, you know, actually.
Helen Keller cleaned it up.
It depends on if the toilet stains in it. If the toilet got stains, I'll be on the stains.
Oh, you're trying to get rid of stains. That makes sense.
That's fine. I like going to the bars that got the little soccer balls in the urinals.
Oh, where are those at?
I'm trying to think where the fuck they are. Maybe at the Denver airport.
Oh my goodness, little soccer balls?
Yeah, I think
Where they have little games so we can pee. You're like, oh, I'm playing.
Oh my god, no, anything in the girls are
Yeah,
bad.
you guys sit down and let it
She's like, dildo that person's still there.
Tony went in there before you.
What?
She said they were dealing with the toilet.
All they do, like, these dildos that go up and down. Where the Denver airport's up there.
I stood on that day. Are those pilot wings on your shoulder?
You heard those Microsoft
Yeah, I
They're
earned,
Trump wings.
I earned my wings.
You let the pilots on.
Yeah, that's it. Now they call me the cockpit. Okay, what else is going on?
The name is on your wings. You got hungry.
Hey man, shut your broke dirt looking ass up.
All right. Okay.
What else have you been up to?
I'm gonna deep sea fishing tomorrow.
Oh my goodness, really? Are you gonna just jump in the water? Just sink?
I think fish like dark.
Oh my goodness.
Where you going? They always have Groupons for that.
Well, here's the story, dog. All right, so I'm like in negotiations of producing my first movie in Georgia, right? So the guy asked me to be a producer, so he just called me tonight. He's like, "What are you doing tomorrow?" I'm going to fish trip. I'm about to take it right now, 4:30 in the morning, and we can discuss everything. So I'm like, "Oh shit,
The murder, yeah. Deep sea.
Where you make free money. I might have Marlon, brother.
I'll share my location with everybody on Kill Tony the whole time."
But it doesn't really help when you are in the ocean.
But I mean, at least y'all know where my left brother is.
He's gonna try to fuck you or murder you.
Yeah.
I'll take my pistol. I'll take my life.
Oh,
Can you imagine if they drown from the waist behind them? And they're like, you know, his body found his extremely bloated body.
guy tries to fuck you, and then you're like so startled that your gun fires into the boat's bottom, and then it sinks because of the hole you
You
shot.
gotta speak the truth. It's a block.
What if your holes just went in there?
Oh my
Wait,
god.
so you want to talk about ropes, motherfucker?
Yeah.
So you ride a fucking motorized
I like fire roll.
That's out of here, boy.
Fire rod?
Yeah.
You guys talking about oh my god.
Your shit smell like cow.
Oh, that's like a big sense. Asian girl. Like Asian girl. I was in the airport this week, and there are these next to Express.
Wow, that's
I like Wendy.
No, he doesn't got Mexican.
Hello, Brian.
Oh, heck, I can.
Can you read?
No.
everybody sounds like what's her name? Thing.
Oh, man.
Oh, what is that?
I missed it though.
Yeah. Nicole. And did we talk to her over the quarantine? I don't know. We did. We had a pandemic. talk with her. Yeah.
So shit. That going deep sea last week. That's why I wasn't here because I fucking fucked on that jump. I've been on the mat in like 10 years, so I ain't really like wrestled or grappled or anything. Like,
And then how long were you on the mat for?
tonight, I mean, last week we did 3-3-minute rounds.
On it. That were 3-3-minute rounds straight.
Yeah, and then one time he called me something with me, and I felt like I was really dying. Like when you already like like earn a new respect like UFC fighters. I'm like, these guys are taking arm bars and they're not tapping. Right, that's a lot of fucking hard.
It's crazy. They do usually tap. Two things you can't really get away from as a show. Right? My jiu-jitsu specialist back.
That's not. I can't watch people who don't like respect that because they're always like, "What did he just stab?"
You ever play basketball? Because we need a big man.
My goodness gracious. Who do you think shoots better? You or okay. Well, now let's grab a trash can or something. Stepper, kill tone.
Shoot out.
Shooting. Yeah. Here you go. That'll work. We don't. Yeah. Here we go. Okay.
Pretend the ball.
Make it happen. Now we'll put it out. Yeah. So somehow let the ball roll. Yeah. Put it over there. Put it over there. It's been a long time since Brian's been near basketball. He thinks that they fly multiple directions. Put it over there. Okay. Take the trash bag off. It's okay, Brian. Relax. It's all good. Play the Harlem float.
Oh, you look home. I love.
Take it over there. Play the Harlem float. This is perfect. This is our first ever Kill Tony shoot up here. This feeling you didn't think we would call it. Simply could not be any worse. We're trying our best. Can we get maybe yes? Ever kill Jeremiah? Oh, he gets rejected. Jeremiah not taking the shots easy at all.
This is so fun.
It's over. It's over, Jeremiah. It's over. All right, this is the last one. There you go. Good job. That's it. Jeremiah, get back on stage. There you go. He missed. That's the end of that segment. Jeremiah, get back on stage. Fun. No. David. No.
And then a whole nother chunk of this.
Stop fucking playing. Fucking Christ. Goddamn it.
Oh my God. Tony trying to get John to stop, and he's like, "Good job, buddy. Okay." And so Look over.
bouncing the ball up the ceiling.
Great work.
He just fucking. Brad Williams, rest in peace, just got crushed by a basketball. He's gonna pop it.
Oh my god.
Anyway.
It's gonna pop out of the trash can. Look at that. I guess the Brian Williams segment. Hey, we'll open that up. It's funny.
Dates Olympics, good time hands. Every single element Ryan Jones.
This treating them. Stepmom died last night. The whole family was crying, freaking out. I just woke up, tried to wake up, and came out of the closet to my parents. And we're all pretty upset because we really try to make that closet about the dog. This construction pier next to my house is driving me crazy every morning. Made reports, yelled at them, but I still hear them speaking Spanish.
Ryan Joseph.
Alright.
Ryan Joseph did it again.
That was funny. I like that you did it in the We Can Do It Strong Girl hat.
Yeah.
Yeah, you keep yourself going. You look like Sean when he was a bad boy on Boy Meets World.
Oh my god, that's so funny.
Forgot about that.
This is what Chris
Record Strong? Oh, that's funny.
This is what Chris Benoit looked like when he was murdering his family.
Who's that?
Chris Benoit. He murdered his family.
Thank you.
Yeah, you do look like you would just fucking murder everyone in your family.
Yeah, lately I just do look like that.
But you look like before.
So, keep us posted on how's the relationship been going.
Pretty crazy.
Yeah, Janie up a little bit. Give her the short end of what she's missed the last few weeks.
In a nutshell, started dating this girl during the pandemic. And she basically she was dating another guy at the time as me. Once we went exclusive, she said she's gonna cut him off and everything like that. So we're all this nice Arizona. Decided to go exclusive. We get back and apparently know about it. And then she also told me she never like talked to men or whatever like that. And bullshit. And
He said, well, you delete his number. Yeah, and it was, why do you unfollow him off Instagram? She's like, I won't.
yeah.
She's like, I have to look as hard. Do you think it's going to took her to a nice trip in Arizona? It's a trip in Arizona. I gotta get this guy still following on Instagram.
I was running away from the riots. I was freaking out, and I didn't even know that.
Are you scared of black people?
Yes.
You kind of have a Trump. It's like a Trump bandana.
Yeah. No, like I didn't
Really
shoot
shoot everything red and Trump now?
They do.
My goodness, the
Even Native Americans.
your Trump looks. Love this. Hypocrites are white and Trump.
Yeah, I got a Trump spot on my lady. What's on
He's a good marketer. He's a good marketer. You know how pink is for breast cancer? Red is for Trump.
Wow,
Good marketing.
it's like probably like the at least the third or fourth most popular color in the world.
He took it for fire engines. It's no longer for fire.
Wow. You mean Trump engines?
Okay.
Trump man. So, I wonder what Donald Trump would say about being recognized for the color red, but I guess we're not going to find out because we don't have a soundboard or anything. How hard would I have to set this up exactly? Let's see if we can get him on the line. He's a big fan of the show. Donald Trump, Andy has. Oh boy, Andy. Okay.
You want to make period, I think about it.
What do you think about 80s?
And it only makes common sense.
Okay, this isn't really working today, Mr. President. Because I'm chasing a dragon that only popped up once, huh?
Thank you very much. That's right. Thank you.
Good to have you. Thank you. That's the President of the United States of America. The owner of the color red. It's true. Okay. So, what's happening this week with this girlfriend? Just finish. Right. Go ahead. Yeah.
So I didn't know I didn't care anything about like great. You can still talk to those girls you've seen. I was like, no, I told you delete if you want that guy's number. She's like, I will right now. She deleted it. I was on Instagram. And she's like, I can't do that. Then I knew, right? Then I came on talking to these guys, and I freaked out because I knew it was building. Ended up on write a book. And tricked I tricked them into being
like
medium LA. I want to write a book. Wondering if yeah, she said she California. You live in LA? He's like, oh, I do, but I'm out of town now, but I'll be back. I was like, oh, okay. And then I was like, oh, I see you're mutual friends with so-and-so. When's the last time you've seen her, man? I haven't seen her in a while. It's like, oh, we talk all the time. I saw her like 3 weeks ago. I sent it to her, and then it just started.
Didn't even wait, huh? You didn't even. You thought about it. You got excited.
Yeah. Then he like sent me a.
You're still on the phone with the guy. You're already screenshot.
I've been like haunted by killing this guy, but I would never do that.
This guy's freak.
Seriously, like, y'all need to I would never do it. is. So he like give me a picture. You poke around, buddy. What's going on?
What did he say? Emoji of a knife?
No, like it was like your ever first. He's like
Was it a cabin? No, that's the other head for the park.
I'm just curious.
Okay, this way. I'm learning YouTube.
Yeah, both.
This going back to her when we really hot.
I'm telling you, you want a girl that is from Peoria. What do you have?
Get into the gym.
Why do you think it's really attractive?
I like the Latina. They grow up. Most people slapping face. Like thinking maybe that's a sign. I shouldn't go on a date.
Maybe it's a sign you should take pictures of couples.
Yeah. But other people steal their soul. Yeah.
I saw a sign on one of the tents near my house now. Street tent that said, "Don't take pictures of it. It gets us homeless people raped." Like what?
I think living in Hypeville.
Yeah, it's the zipper. I think is giving you.
I didn't even see them. I was taking pictures of the tent because I couldn't imagine.
You know, when you're a rapist, someone in the tent is just double the zippers.
Anyways, now, like I went on Tinder, right? And I took screenshots of all girls that match me, like found the hottest ones and sent it to her. Really wonder if this girl, and then we get like back together and like, oh.
So
And
let me ask you this: when you're having sex with this Latina girl, oh shit,
He's been holding out.
I feel like a little.
boy, that guy's gonna take eventually.
Correct it, you don't. Please one. The thing is, like, she's gonna take her back. I told her I wanted to talk to her, and I didn't until she like sent some text saying like, however, I said you can't. And blah blah blah. I got fucked up.
So then you're like, now I'm gonna message him.
No, not at all. Here's what might need to start this way. This is what your sister told you. There you go. This is what I give. Everybody always says, honey, that's the most happy relationship. All right.
I got Joel. Go fuck yourself.
The boring employees on Joel. Why do you go find yourself? Awesome. Why do you slow it down a little bit and stay inside?
Why don't you have one
nuclear warheads.
Don't know, babe.
I just think like holy shit is gonna end really bad.
That is
He's
my
gonna
new
kill
favorite
somebody.
sound effect. Andy bombs over fucking love it. All right, Ryan. So let me
Trust.
Yeah, it's got everything.
I'll make brand new stuff.
She wants to make sure what she's doing, she's trying to get back.
Is she going to New York? I care. You're doing a good job at having
You have something to do. It's a whole dramatic thing you're doing.
That's fine.
It's
My
like
language.
He had a book called Ethics.
Who had a book called Ethical?
That was the other red flag.
This girlfriend of yours wrote a book called Ethical.
No, she didn't write it, but it was on her book.
On the book before you break it. That's the you give them the face lights.
I surrender.
We've only times, Ryan, and this has been absolute killer. And like I said, I'm going to keep the station wide open for you now, and interesting stuff. It's fun. Not everybody gets to have a California Latino to get updates with things like that because it is different than basic white girl. And
Alligator, but
Ryan Joseph, everybody there. On to the next one.
only one more in there.
This is it. For these,
I like that you searched around for so long.
well, no, it's like you have to get it. You have to find this little piece of paper.
I thought you were trying to make it like
I
there's
got a
so
couple
many
shirts. Past all wolf. Wolf. And this I know for sure. Hey, hey, hey. There you go. Past all wolf.
The last 4 years. And this shit has really opened my mind. I'm a sleeping bug. I've been eating for years. What's up? Trying to be all pussy. That niche spokesman. I found out that Tinder does not have a sense of humor. I very dark one night. So I changed my bio to Islam on the streets, jihad in the sheets, and post takes next morning.
There you go. That's a minute.
Passable. C-A-S-B-A-M. Passable. Spanish, but passable.
Looking cast. What ethnicity are you?
I'm Cuban. Oh,
Oh, like that guy?
I did. Took his virginity.
That's exciting. Were you born in America?
I was. I was born in Miami.
Miami?
Yes, sir.
Wow. How long have you been in Los Angeles?
I've been here in and out for 10 years. Well, before all this happened, I was in a torn position here with an A at the end.
Wow, that's a despair.
Despair. Everything with me is very hard to forget. My name, my band name, it's wonderful.
So it's the He has P-A-R-A.
Vespera.
Oh, Vespera. Okay. Very exciting. What do you do in the band?
I see.
Really? Give us some. Yeah. Can you give us a little? Maybe Joel. YouTube videos.
You don't want to play it? No, I'm not going to scream on a microphone right now, but.
Come on, fucking raise your voice.
This is your me.
Yes.
Wait, are you lip syncing?
No.
He's whispering, doesn't want to blow our ears out.
Oh my goodness, that was one of the laziest performances I've ever seen.
Dude, Origins fucked me up.
Right? Sing Sinatra acapella. I want to hear the Sinatra that you said that you could do.
You guys want to play something?
I was metrosexual.
Hey, but you know, Outcast, can you do a middle version of that song?
Welcome to a segment we call Learned into the episode. Today's segment will have a hey.
I mean, it's a pretty universal song.
I think that's all trouble.
You got it.
Oh, what you on that song? The thing that you were singing earlier in the show. That's crazy, dog.
Yo,
Oh, shoot.
that is fucking hilarious. Yeah.
Yo, Annie just doubled at her panties.
Yeah, dude. Come here, Jeremiah.
Wow.
Yeah, it's your turn.
Frank's in other words.
Here, try it.
Give us Justin Timberlake.
Sorry.
Stop it. Oh my goodness, it's working.
Alright, guys,
I'm from Miami. I don't know this song, unfortunately.
kiss. Jack Scott wants to see you guys kiss.
Alright. Caswell, tell us something else interesting about it. What else? Being the leader of a cool hit band. You have tattoos on your wrist, you have a nose piercing, looking guy. You're Cuban, you probably know how to romance them. You can make like a rose spot anywhere or something, right?
It's all better.
Yeah, dude, I can see all those tricks. It's worked so far.
What's going on over here? What else? What else do you do?
Play Jeff.
Whoa!
See the wolf now, wow.
It's horrible right now.
So we're talking about girls, boys. What do you?
Oh, I'm straight. I date women. I just got out of a relationship like a month ago.
Yeah, with a Latina girl that is currently.
I wish. Or maybe I.
Shipping.
You know when you get into nuances, it's important.
That's good for you.
Thanks.
What's your favorite thing in the bedroom? You have any special sexual maneuvers that you do on a girl? You give them the cute.
That's where you put a sandwich on it.
Yeah, you fill that hole, and then she poops it out of her mouth.
So good.
The other do is I go to the room and I just grab stuff in the room and make a big shit on it, and then it sends them out.
Oh, okay. Leon Gonzalez.
He's not. Marley Gonzalez grew up. Fucking smoking.
Is that true?
He is my celebrity crush. He is fucking. Sorry. What is shit? The Dolphins saved him? Come on, Dolphins saved him.
Not a baby anymore. Alright. Casserole. Puppies, how do you kill time in your studio?
Sometimes I'm learning to cold brew coffee on my own. It's fun.
Oh,
Yeah, dude, I was blown away. The building part's the worst part, dude. It takes so much time to make it.
It's pretty hot.
Jesus. Yeah.
Was a young boy. I hear he still has
Everything.
Whoa, really?
Except trumpet.
matters of that.
Yeah,
You play drums for us?
I started learning how to play it during quarantine.
You can't even be me.
Yeah, but choose you.
Wait, I'll take a bet on that.
Actually, I would like to see that.
I'll take a bet on that.
White drum guy. Oh my God. I can't believe it. I'm tiptoeing for the first time ever. This is
Episode 5.
He's got a crack. When he gets good at things.
Stay tuned for episode 500. Because if I do a Mexican drum off against Joel,
Yeah, this was the
and then if he wins, he gets to take my job for an episode, and it'll be an episode.
You got to
Wait, I get after.
Then you have to drum for an episode, and Joel gets to be.
Yeah, that sounds like fun.
That sounds like a lot
They
of
get to
fun.
make fun of how bad Joel is.
Just have to shower.
You remember when you're a kid?
kids.
Well, you kind of get out of enough on this side. Why you creeping on me up?
Ladies and gentlemen, it is that time that I look forward to every week. An absolute genius is amongst us. A guy, I don't know if you've ever seen people, but this guy bats 1,000. He slugs 1,000. He gets every goddamn week. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you one of my favorite comedians on the goddamn planet. A creative genius is the creative force of life.
Love the shoe.
Flash and in his mouth. He is rolling around. He is getting this. Period.
Actually, better.
like you broke brain and and these fucking basketball and white chocolate bread I feel on board. This rainbow earrings.
Took them actually out of the Black Girls Beard.
I'm a big LL fan, so obviously Hollywood's all up my ass. They're like, Michael, you're too good at everything. We need you to be in the next sequel. Like, need you to be the next sequel. I'm like, what? Like, sequel. Shows, you got the man, you got the leg. Tony, pull out the box.
The box given to me before the show by Michael Lair.
This is my dick wolf.
Wow.
Alright?
I thought other guys.
Oh my goodness, there's scripts in here. Here
Yeah.
we go.
Everyone ban me. Because no one tells me anything. So I know I do.
Should I do with all these? Pass them.
Pass them
I
out.
had some of these.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's
Pass them to the
They
band.
still make these?
Brian.
Are we all supposed to use them?
Yeah, what's the name of their show?
Smoking Nurses.
Yeah, what do you hold?
Cigarettes. These are candy cigarettes.
Brian, pretty into it. Brian.
Yeah.
Like,
Okay. Here we go.
so, Tony, is everyone ready?
I think so. And I think we may
In my dick wolf, everyone in Hollywood is like, Michael, there, this dick wolf. I'm like, okay. So, Tony,
remember, Dan. Let's do this as if though your characters are doing
thank you.
the smoking nurse. There's in 3 behind the hospital where the nurses go to smoke cigarettes.
Burn out. Frontline better turn into fun time ASAP. Because Nurse Redband needs to get MUC kickback. And lean forward, Nurse Redband. I lost 7 patients to corona this morning. I courageously.
They're sure about the violation of your nursing.
I'm sure these men deserve a final nut blast. Another man who died was 40 years old.
No one safe from corona.
Well, he also had gout and gangrene from a.
Man, I hope this is like
Nurse.
fuck y'all. I love living in isolation. Away from my rotten kids. Watching re.
Some of these patients were the last people to. Holy moly, will they not the fuck up?
It's like they
see the light, they'll want to get everything off their chest. I must have heard a dozen murder confessions. Speaking of confessions, why does everyone have a new Disneyland lantern except me? We all went to Disneyland in the middle of a pandemic and didn't invite you. You nurses are a bunch of really Tuesdays. We did it because you wear scrubs on your days off. It's embarrassing. They're the ultimate in comfortable clothing, less comfortable. Cancelled. Ceremony would be in 4 days.
Suicide. The ultimate party.
Next week on Smoking Nurses.
I thought you went.
Smoking?
No, nursing.
You church nurse. That's nursing charge. I know what a charge nurse is. I am the charge nurse.
I'm just saying, you leave, I'm the charge nurse. Nurse in church.
We all did the charge.
Week after that, got the GD.
How? We wore the most protective clothes.
It's getting into the average pair of Crocs have 40 dime-sized holes. Damn you, Crocs!
I ate all my.
That was
Outside, right? Yeah.
And right now, I'm having my 46th appearance.
Almost a year. We haven't.
No, I don't make it an advocate. I'm trying.
46 episodes.
And I met you and to the guest another salmon Wyoming. I've got to meet Dan twice, and my son goes. Yeah, that makes sense from Colorado. Because he's a good dude like that. And you good people too. And I look at your answers and I think about I grew up in Queens. I always wanted to be a rapper. I would like Mike. I was the minority successful. And even one verse and see how it goes.
Oh my goodness. Wow. Great way to,
With respect.
absolutely. It's been to watch.
Fendi back in the bottom. There's only in a good mood to more with the switch and talk with this get the doing things She loves to dance, right jam, supersize, sugar with the candy yams.
First, I think that was Latin.
I loved it. Yeah.
See what happens.
What are you gonna do?
I'm gonna wrestle you on the floor.
Oh, okay. You wanna do some fucking wrestling?
I can't ride
Down.
Tony challenge.
Player. Jesus, it's something. We need to get Red Band a cat scan. Cat scan. Why? Turns out we looked at your friend's brain. It turns out that she wasn't alone. Michael, anything else we have on this puppy pie? Okay, two things.
Pussy so much, but it's really homo.
Yeah, that's true. I've noticed that too. He's always the one that brings up all the kids.
He knows a lot of gay terminology.
Yeah. Oh, you don't know that.
I'm gonna go. I think that's what it's very common.
Go ahead. Yes. Absolutely. Give a shout out.
You see my shirt?
Yes. It says Sharna versus
Investors and the blood. Maybe I did this, but I love you, Shauna. And thank you for making my dreams come true. Like this, you guys right here.
That's right. Thank you, Charna, for giving us Mike Laird, tons of merch, some content, everything. Michael Laird band, and was a journal from Ryan J. Email. Let's see what we got tonight. Basketball, it seems. Extra John Warsey type of sort of scary movie. It's unbelievable what you're able to accomplish in time. Ryan J. still showing explosive advances. Unbelievable. You got everybody in that thing. In an hour and whatever this was, 15 minutes or so. Well, we did it. A lot of fun.
Thank you for having me.
What's going on? What are you clutching?
And other stuff. I have a Patreon, also some
ANNIELEERMA.
One day. No T is one day.
And one N at the end. Letter band. LEDER.
I follow my Instagram.
At Amy Letterman.
Yeah.
Awesome. Jeremiah Watkins was there of the band. There you go. Now at Jeremiah Watkins. What else, Jeremiah? Tell us about the work that you've been doing. I tried to hostage Hagen.
Somebody trolled me and Hinchcliffe spelled differently, accepted him, and then it was a bad impression of you.
Oh, shit.
I thought he kept requesting me. I didn't know that was the real you after the fact.
So funny.
I got a lot of Jeremiah Wonders out with Dr. Ken was on recently. I've done a lot of co-wonders, and then I want to give you Kenny Brown.
a local comic in the OC area. He passed away pretty recently. Shout out to his friends and family.
That's right. He's been on. No, he passed away. He's no longer with us.
Yeah.
We don't know what happened, but
I was hanging out with him right before.
is that true?
Oh, it's a call back.
Great. Jesse Johnson was here, absolutely killing it as always. She has brand new ornaments for sale, and you can get those. They're like, but I like to call them anytime occasion ornaments.
Anytime, any religion.
She handmade a single thing is handmade by her. I've seen them. I actually bought one off of her. I have it placed. It's just dang.
I'm learning from.
That's right. That's my style. These ornaments are unbelievable. You can get them by jetskijohnson@gmail.com.
jetskijohnson.com.
Wow. Jetski diving. To go there yet. I can't wait. Expect some traffic.
And real quick, Comedy Store YouTube page.
On it. We had a lot of fun. And hey, everybody, that was Chroma this whole time. That's episode. What else, Chroma? Tell us something else.
I am at Chroma Chris. I've recently been writing, coming up with some things that soon. So keep on the lookout for that.
We'll be on the lookout for sure. Follow him on social media. Guys, I know you're not there time. Rachel E. Joel Jimenez. Please podcast.
We're on hiatus because Dave's sorry, I love you guys.
Alright. Well, Red Band.
Check out Red Band, my reality show, and also check out Brother Patreon and Eric Ryan SmackDeathSquad.tv.
Right. A whole bunch of mehenchman.com, and there's Patreon. Patreon.com/henchclub, where I go over everything with the writers room of all the roasts, all the meanest people. We talk about us people, jokes, of course.
So wait, I have masks for sale now. Hit them up, they're fun.
There you go. Absolutely. Thank you to everybody.
Live on the road today, this Comedy Store made episode to Kill Tony. Give it up for Tony Hanks.
Oh, that sounds like a vlog. That was an interesting big hand. That would be a lot of big hand audience. Hi, Red Band. How are you? Good. Great. Ryan J. Evelt is here, everybody. Every single
This is the shit we've ever seen.
RyanJEvelt.com. He's doing auctions, a bunch of fun stuff. Incredible artist.
You
He's
gotta
already
calm
started
down.
drawing.
You know, some fucking grade A communist. Really? Rolling over and that's communist. Such communist. There's communist. Fucking Chinese guy.
A nation governed under the last great empire, the Qing dynasty,
Qing.
in power from establishing the People's Republic of China. One man of humble beginnings would change the very face of communist China. Implementing his own liberal economic policies, and he would rise through the ranks of the Communist Party. Obstacles and setbacks, but would nonetheless one of the most prominent figures in recent Chinese history and parts of the second half of the 20th century. His name, Deng Xiaoping. The man of history as Deng Xiaoping was born on the 22nd of August 1904 in Guang'an, Guangdong, a branch of the Han Chinese. His father was Deng Wenming, a lander in rural Sichuan, who acted as the head of the Pai Feng village, having been selected by the Chinese government to collect taxes and report on issues such as my region. He had received university education in law and political science in the city of Chengdu, as well as serving as a regional agent for the central government. One main information on political actions, philosophical and his mother was like her husband. She was illiterate. She had 4 children, 3 boys, including the daughter. However, she was absent from Deng's life from a relatively young age, believed to have been tuberculosis, dying sometime in the 1920s. Deng's eldest child and Dutch, not much is known about the future Chinese leader's life, although he was later described by villagers as a young boy, as a stable, energetic and happy child. He was being playful and mischievous, though intelligent too. By the age of 5, he began private tutoring. His honorary name, which was customarily provided later, and learned from Deng growing up in a time of immense change throughout China. For roughly 250 years, between the 17th century and mid of the 19th, China, Japan, and Korea had closed themselves off from contact with the outside world. and in particular, the European powers that had begun arriving to the Far East, fearing it would disturb life. By the 1830s, the British, French, Americans had regulatory developed where the Chinese could no longer keep them out of their ideas. The second half of the 19th century saw a gradual decline in the imperial system, overseen by the Qing dynasty. Despite efforts to modernize, only political instability ensued. The imperial government finally collapsed in 11, thanks to which traditional Chinese warlords moved, while new progressive movements like the Kuomintang began to emerge amongst the more educated middle classes of China's many great cities, ground against which Deng's life played out. Deng's life was being shaped by the forces of modern in 1915, when Deng was 11 years old. He attended a boarding school before moving on to middle school. In the second district in 1919, at the 18th his studies on science, mathematics, and geography progress were sent to halfway around to study and learn modern Western ideas. It is inconceivable that such an educational move could have been considered for the sons of a middle-class politician from the provinces just half century earlier. Chose France for his son's education was that in China. This was deemed a vast and economic, while also being free of the political baggage of British involvement in instilled in them values concerning the betterment of Chinese society. Said so from Shanghai on the 1st of September 19, arriving in port city of Marseille, arriving in free and his fellow students, representatives of the Sino-Francan Society of Education, who escorted the students to Paris. Deng was sent to the town of Bayeux in Normandy to study at a secondary school. While in school in France, the young Deng complained of discriminatory treatment towards his fellow Chinese men, who, according to him, were treated like children, were taught at an inferior level, and were sent to bed early. Many Chinese students also found students, 16 Schneider and Company, and Steel Complex, which was situated between the cities of Paris and Lyon. As Deng was unsettled by the work here, he decided to return to Paris after months of work to find employment. In the French capital, he moved into a Chinese neighborhood in the suburbs called La Gare. Whilst there, he survived all funding and only communicated with unity. He knew very little French. Political demonstrations and movements, conditions. Those involved to criticize the work-study program and lack lack of employment funding being provided to the poor civilians. Policies introduced in response to Chinese ambassador Chen Lu were inept and did little to support those who were struggling financially. Shortly thereafter, further demonstrations took place in the cities, but Lung was not among them. During the next 4 years he spent in France, Lung had little funds for schooling and continued his interest in political development, found wars, including from the French car manufacturer Renault. Despite enjoying the lifestyle, attending football matches, and later claimed most valuable advantages surrounding the caste economic system favored by Westerns. Many of the Chinese students remaining in France in the early to mid-1920s became influenced by Marxist and Leninist ideologies. This was an era radical socialist movements were becoming more and more 23 until 1926. He formed a close relationship with Joseph Lee, releasing their journal fledged member of the organization later that year, and was responsible for writing his own newsletters. He subsequently became editor of the journal and moved up the ranks of the newspaper when a colleague returned to China. This did not go unnoticed, and soon he was being observed by the police. Eventually, January, that the raid was imminent, was to flee from France, heading across Ukraine via Berlin to Moscow, the capital of the Asian capital, under communist patronage. Young began studying at the Soviet Union's Eastern University, primarily focusing his studies on communist theory. He soon became a Communist Party and was increasingly Marxist. After studying at the Eastern University for a few months, moved to the Soviet University of Moscow, studied with Brusov in the first half of the 1920s. He founded the Kuomintang and the nationalist movement back in China, which ironically, after his own time, would end up involved in a civil war with Chinese communists. At the Soviet University, continued his education in his principles and a broader history of China. It was also being introduced. The 19th century placed an eye on the best efforts in its affairs and became a nation. Again, after centuries was to industrialize and became convinced through his studies communist state would be the best way to achieve this goal. Meanwhile, events in China tumultuous in the year Lung was studying in Europe. In December 1915, and attempted to reconstitute the system Emperor of China. This proved abortive, and late spring of 1916, playing a major role in the country's plan, had become the most movements also emerged, notably between 1921 and early the nationalists in China. Both were also somewhat left-leaning during Soviet this time. They found common cause in 1926. After Sun Yat-sen's death, and launched the Northern Expedition, led by nationalist leaders like north from China towards cities like Shanghai and Nanjing, with the goal of securing the major cities of Qing. In Moscow, 1926 and early 19 with great interest. Eventually, he decided to leave the Russian capital and set out for Xi'an. In China, in early 1927, traveling via Mongolia across the country, reached the front lines of the conflict and hoped to begin playing a role in the Northern Expedition. However, upon his arrival, Deng was consigned to delivering lectures to the army from Yuxiang, a commander based in northwest China who was receiving the backing of the Soviet. He was, though, present to see the expedition take a fateful turn, and Chiang Kai-shek led the right purge, which nationalists was led to unharmed, thanks to Shek in 1920 civil war with the communists, one which, in one form or another, would last for over 2 decades. The nationalists controlled the great cities in the east of the country, while the communists moved east and built a base. At the start of the Chinese, Deng went between regrouped member began, obtained a position as a record keeper. It was at this time that he changed his name from Qixian to. His goal was to counter attempts and identify him by lists, but it was a name that stuck for the rest of his life, and by which he is remembered today. At this time, he met a young communist leader by the name of Mao Zedong for the first of the 7th Communist. The first time in 1928, who was a like-minded fellow student that he had first met in Moscow at the Sun Yat-sen University. They rekindled their relationship in China, and not long afterwards, however, the baby girl was lost due to the nature of him being due to the separate disease the communists were experiencing during these years. years of the Civil War. Eventually divorced and married a third time to George Chinese businessman. This third and last marriage would last for the rest of Dunn's life and resulted in 5 children, 3 daughters, Lin, Baz, Feng, and Zhifeng. Since the late 1920s, the communists began organizing communist activity in Guangxi in the south of China in 9. As secretary of the 7th Red Army, leading the uprising of Guangxi. He also soon joined forces with Marxists to the nationalists, down much of Dunn's remaining fighters on their journey northeast. For this journey, in February of 1930, Mao had created the Jiangxi, faced internal problems seen as anti-revolutionary because of his moderate stance on many issues. Despite an attempted overthrow on the 7th of November 1931, the creation of a Chinese Soviet Republic in the region he controlled in Jiangxi, though its power was diminished when control of the Red was given to Chinese and future head of the government, Zhou Enlai. This junction continued to be a middling official within the communist movement, though one whose talents were evident and would continue to rise. Dunn's political career by his return to Shanghai in the early 1930s to try to drum up support for the communists' clandestine leaving his army faction behind. Some felt trained the party as he had claimed he was merely a political trainer and not a commander of war. Was part of Zhou Enlai, his strategists, with a frequent turnover in power, causing uncertainty around the strength of their army. Opposing factions debated the strategies being employed, with the nationalists gaining territory consistently through the early 1930s. He was initially demoted within the party, but due to his long-standing commitment to the party and status as a committee secretary in Beijing, in the Ganzhou district of Jiangxi province, which was now a Soviet administrative region in China. In 1930, continued to experience fluctuating fortunes as positions. Mao and his flee westward north was the Long March. They wrote in later years they would be lionized as the point at which Mao saved the communist court and a piece of party law in decades to come. During an estimated 8,000 communist soldiers, the first front Red Army, with approximately 15,000 party members and government representatives. representatives took part in a cross-country tens of thousands of people from starvation. Nixon made the trip to the end as he showed great leadership skills steering it, and so gained the support of the members of the Chinese Communist Party. It also further rise. To October 9th, he was promoted to serve as a prominent of the party, being led by Mao and Zhou. Furthermore, as party membership across the country, as it looked like the communist cause was doomed, Deng rose to the inner circles of heavy traveling retreat. By the end of the grueling adventure, he had begun to suffer from typhoid to his illness. Although party membership, the Monday sacrifice in retreat was highly thought of. Heroes backing of Zhou and Mao taking to his advantage, the direction of the party's military to a substantial extent thereafter. The entire Chinese Civil War took a dramatic turn in the years that followed. In 1931, the Empire of Japan had invaded the Manchuria region of northeastern, establishing a puppet called Manchukuo. While mired in the Civil War, positioned to strike back. Buoyed by the ease which they had acquired Manchuria, the Japanese conducted incursions into China in the mid-1930s. This eventually expanded into a full invasion in 1937 after the Marco Polo Bridge incident in Beijing in July that year. The Sino-Japanese 1945 and is viewed by many as constituting the Second World War in the Far East. In the first months of it, the major cities of the East fell to the Japanese. And the nationalists, like the communists had done years earlier, fled westward the Chinese interior. There, the communists and the nationalists formed a cause put aside their differences for as long as a common enemy in the form of the Japanese. Their camp was established in Chongqing. Deng spent months of the war against the Japanese, ensconced in their guerrilla units of the northern province against Asian forces in Beijing and other regions of the northeast. For the rest of the war, with mounted in provinces like he notably played a senior role in the 100 regiments affected in the autumn and winter of 1950, and massive engagements between Japanese and Chinese forces. Front. This was symptomatic of the wider war. During the Second World War, only by that which the nature of likewise, when Japan attacked the United States and Britain, as providing the Chinese with new allies, a source of material aid from British Burma. Thus, the atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki in August 1945, and the Chinese began preparing to surrender. The uneasy coalition between the Chinese communists were making major advances in recovering many cities and towns on the eastern coast and river. Over 20 million people were dead in the Sino-Japan, the communists and the nationalists of the Chinese War, which had simply been on hiatus in 1937. Involved in some efforts and peace talks between the two warring parties in Chongqing in the immediate The Bolshevik and the nationalists were unwilling to compromise too much, had the upper hand before the Japanese invasion. It was true, but the communists were in a much stronger coming out of the war, having obtained the support of a large cross-section of the Chinese population for their spirited war effort against the Japanese. Whereas the nationalists in 1945 with a reputation for inaction and appalling corruption, having embezzled a huge proportion of the financial aid the United States had sent to China to aid the fight against the Japanese. Fighting soon resumed. Played a key role as both under and especially as a second field army. By 1948, possibly in favor of the communists, in large part because the Soviet Union was much more willing to aid them than the US was inclined to some nationalists. In the final year of the conflict, Chiang Kai-shek organized a tactical withdrawal to the island of Hainan in southern China, and then to Taiwan. This was completed in 1949, leaving the communists in charge of the Chinese mainland, while the nationalists in 1989. Towards the end of the Civil War, Bell was still playing a role in the Second Field Army, which controlled Yunnan, Sichuan, Guizhou, and Tibet to the southwest. The conflict ended in communist. He oversaw whereby many intellectuals and students were forced into re-education camps. This was part of Mao's intellectual rectification program. The takeover of 1949 saw the end of the Republic of China. The state would now undergo the transition to a Chinese brand of communism that would become Maoism. On the 1st of October, 19 attended the proclamation of the People's Republic of China in Beijing, thus welcoming the newly declared communist state into being. In its earliest days of the People's Republic, Bell was served as a political and military organizer, as he had done in the past. He found Dunn's politicals to be but Dunn accompanied Mao on a visit to Stalinist Russia in 1950 to reaffirm the close ties between the two nations at a time when the Cold War was over escalating tensions in Germany and the visit was also organized to discuss the terms of the Sino-Soviet Treaty of Friendship, alliance assistance, of the peoples, while Mao interviewed fighter decades of stability. The aftermath of the successful negotiation of the Sino-Soviet Treaty, Deng was to vice premier in 1952 and held a number of important within the government as deputy minister and director of the Office of Communications. In 1953, the increasingly powerful arms produced a 5-year plan in emulation of Soviet 5 plans that had commenced back in the 1920s and which had formed the Russian economy. Through these, Mao aimed for China to rapidly industrialize, furthering the country's trade component of this was the collectivization of agricultural land and state-run farms that were made more efficiently, freeing up labor to work in the newfangled This would also aid within larger states to reorganize industry and commerce at a later stage. Although the first 5-year plan was successful economically, as industrial production grew at the rate of 19% between 1952 and 1957, agriculture lagged behind, with growth rates of over 4%. Lack of state investment. Gains come from the reorganization and cooperation cooperative farming norms of agriculture improved markedly. In 1954, Mao consolidated his grip on the state when he entered the office of first chairman of the People's Republic of China. Deng continued to do well during this period under Mao's patronage. He retained his place as a vice premier and later secured position as head of the Communist Party's organization department, as well as participating as a member of the Central Military Commission. He was also instrumental in influencing legislation as a government administrative officer. Yet a growing ideological split was developing between Deng and Mao. In 1956, the party underwent constitutional change at the first session of the 8th National Congress, the Communist Party. Deng assumed a stronger position within the party, serving as Secretary General of the Secretariat under the Politburo. He was also involved in the country's daily decision-making. Alongside President Liu Shaoqi and Premier Zhou in support of Mao. In 1957 to 1957, the 100 flowers cast by the government, where the people of China were allowed a rare opportunity for open criticism of the government. This, though, was not long-lived and was instead used to identify those critical of then, in 1957, Mao's anti-rightist movement emerged, which was initially supported by Deng and other leaders of the party. It would last down as a basis for purging both the communist and was not purged in any fashion. But his position within the regime was termed Mao Zedong thought into the statutes of the Chinese Communist Party. Despite his earlier rise under Mao, this signaled a clear split for the leader of the country. It was a gamble. It also points towards the fact that Mao was never as secure in his position as head of Communist China as Joseph Stalin was in his control over the Soviet Union in the 1930s. The great leap forward as government policy. This was the second 5-year plan and was Mao's vision that the country could eclipse Britain in terms of its industrial activity within just 5 years. The Great Leap Forward was enormously ambitious and, in retrospect, quite delusional, and in particular, to a level where it would increase steel production within 5 years. Ambitious targets were developed for the amount of coal being based on regional maximum efficiencies combined in the factories and mines. The result was a catastrophic famine, as party officers forced so many people off the farms that food production suffered. In some instances, local communist officials were known to melt down farm like flowers and basic tools in order to increase the amount of steel they could claim was being through projects like destruction being undertaken, flooding months later, and the drowning of agricultural industry. And a famine was occurring and were immensely damaged. Millions of people died across China. The exact death toll is still widely disputed. As terrible as these events were, they benefited Dung's career. Of the disastrous Great Leap Forward, unity branch of the party, one which included economic and the ocean, now convinced the party leaders that a new approach might be employed. At the Seventh Founders Conference of 19 was not in a position to aggressively oppose these. It was clear that a division had emerged between the leader and the young protege who had risen under him back in the 1930s. Further division by Mao recommended developing what he took front movement in the mid-1960s. This meant that China needed to become more industrially and the Cold War and the death of Stalin. Deng openly opposed Mao's approach and argued against expensive investment in an enlarged military. The weakening of his position as a paramount leader of China. The Great Leap Forward, Mao launched the Cultural Revolution in 1996. It was designed as a movement to purify of China through a species of constant revolution. It is control of the city's violent red guards who terrorized their own teachers and parents for not being ideologically fervent enough. In time, the government had to resort to programs whereby the Red Guards were sent to the countryside from the cities to try to form their ideological fervor. Between 1 and 2 million people would be killed in atrocities across China over the next decade. Acts included vendetta to a great many senior Communist Party figures. Amongst these, both of whom were accused of being unreformed after their earlier stated views on economic. Owing to all of this, those in the late 1960s and much of the early 1970s on the periphery of Chinese politics, though in 1972, Richard Nixon China as the first post-communist United States to do so. Since 1949, the US had largely acknowledged the Republic of China, the island of Taiwan, as the legitimate government of China, but with the passage of more than 2 decades, the US was anxious to develop economics with mainland China. Nixon's administration also perceived that deposit began relations with people like Deng played a major role in this process. Furthermore, junior figure within the communist regime in the early to mid-1970s. And after he became the 1970s. This was the US market to the goods China was beginning to ever quantities. Besides, Deng's character was not always amongst senior American politicians, with some, such as Henry Kissinger, labeling him a honest man, a view shared by many people in the administration and beyond. Joe Biden died in January 1976. His death was soon followed by mass protests and violence at Tiananmen Square on the 5th of April 1970s. Discontent and the cultural mouse rolled over on the defense. Those in attendance considered counter-revolutionaries and were labeled as such by the Communist Party's Central Committee, who afterwards sought Deng's arrest for the alleged planning of the event. Deng himself had remained largely absent from the fair, although he had been visiting an area by. As a result, he was accused of leading the protesters, a claim he strongly denied, meant that he lost his status as a senior member of the Communist and people descended on the square and riots broke out with government. The Tiananmen Square incident led to his dismissal from his position. He was also a house arrest regime, but then, 25 months after 56, at the age of 8 years old. Thereafter, Deng was quickly rehabbing his resistance to Mao's autocracy from the late 1950s onwards, and vision for China's economic development, a frontrunner to become Mao's. In the course of 1977, he was restored as the vice again, and also promoted to become vice chairman of the Chinese Communist Party and vice chairman of staff. Mark Wolfgang, a military leader, was made in China during a transitional period following Mao's death. While four were attacked by the government, they had so recently led. Several members spending much of the 1980s and 1990s in China's policy following Mao's death. Deng was pronounced as the paramount leader of the People's Republic of China in 1978 and became the de facto leader of the Communist state. Deng ruled China for the best part of a decade and a half, down to the early 1990s. Of his leadership came policies collectively known as Wen Fan Zheng. The term translates to something close to a clear statement about how China was leaving behind unity and moving revolution. Ideological divisions were toned down, and the communist government became much more tolerant. Khan was the unrepentant quasi-Stalinist approach with the disregard for the value of human life which Mao had displayed. In its harmony and progress, legal character that would oversee that and therefore excessive efforts to promote himself as leader of China. Some of the key elements of all the Wen Fan, the policies of and four modernizations. Opening up involved the adoption of many free market capitalism. Much of the Chinese economy would continue to be on a long communist line ruled by the government and owned collectively. But in reality, China began to adopt Western balanced approach from an economic perspective from 1978 country to country. More saliently, it involved selling the goods which using in ever greater quantities to Western countries, and above all, a number of key states like the US, Britain, Germany, and France, countries that, in time, would develop a voracious appetite for cheap Chinese electronics and manufactured goods. Before modernizations was a term for reform of Chinese society. To this broader development changed completely to emphasize training to better the economy of logical communists. These were ideas that were championed for years by figures like Zhou Enlai, but it was like they had become state policy. These reforms led to the beginning of the Chinese economy in the late 1970s. Chinese economic policy orientated towards being exported to the foreign market. In the late 1970s and for much of the 1980s, the products evolved to a very different to what China is known for today. Much of its trade involved very basic manufactured goods and products, made products and basic industry. The Chinese economy quickly developed and the educational reforms began to have an impact. There was a shift towards old goods. Much of this echoed model previously used in Japan, South Korea, and China moved towards the production of small electric automobiles and the like. The next stages occurred after, as China has moved towards its besides. The government did an awful lot in China in the late 1970s throughout the 1980s to encourage this economic shift. Special economic zones were created in cities like Shenzhen, Shanghai. The result was that China experienced average GDP growth rate through the 1980s, 1990s, sometimes peaking at 15%. Admittedly, growth under Mao, but there was no stability to this. With years of nearly 20% growth followed by economic credit, as middle-class aspirants engaged in arguably the largest mass migration in history, with hundreds of Chinese people leaving the countryside and moving into new megacities, which developed and Yangtze rivers to China, which were little more than the development of these urban centers is very much the Mao's successor. Deng Xiaoping, as head of the Chinese, also saw the continuation of the United States that had begun under Mao. Western countries followed. This was significant in terms of China and Portugal, both of which still enclaves in China as a legacy of their colonial involvement here. In Portugal's case, this was Now, and in Britain's territory of Hong Kong Declaration, under this, back in 1997. But following the Britain one country, two system, whereby Hong Kong would become part of China, while retaining its democratic form of self. 3. A separate agreement was reached with Portugal for a similar formed in 1999, in large part because of the negotiation of the Sino-British Joint Declaration, and also owing to the phenomenal economic growth the country was peaking at over the beginning of the year, shortlisted on two. Of Doug's time as leader of the People's Republic, of the fact that China's controversial one initiated in 1979, a year into Deng's tenure. By the end of the 1970s, the country's population had nearly 1 billion people. It had been growing at an enormous after a drop caused by the disastrous Great Leap Forward. The population had been around 265 people, 15 million or to expand yearly. By 1979, demographers and planners felt that intervention exceeding 1.5 billion before the end of the 20th century. And so, through this, it was in theory established that the one child imposed on them, while a policy of this kind can only ever be applied in practice to a limited extent. For instance, fines were imposed on families that exceeded the one child limit, but some families were simply affluent enough that they accepted the fine and had a second child. The policy was successful at the time in terms of its stated aim. Growth slowed in the 1980s, then the 90s, by very much. The problem is that it caused many social problems today, early century isolation, and will forever be one of the more controversial elements of Deng's time. As leader of China. Of course, there was another, even more controversial chapter in his time, and of the Chinese Communist regime. In mid-April 1989, amassing the death of Hu Yaobang, a leading reformer within the Chinese Communist Party. The protesters were aware of wider movements in Europe to reform communist governments of countries like the Soviet Union, Poland, and East Germany. The rest was also almost over, whether it was the introduction of policy of the economy, negotiations between the government, and the unrest had spread across China. It ordered the governments rolled into central Beijing. The exact nature of what happened from June broke down its such that it has become known as the Tiananmen Square massacre. But the exact death toll has been between a few hundred people, thousands across the country. The Chinese Communist Press of the states any public protest. It would also be one of those last as the head of the government. Late in 1989, he stepped down from his position as chairman of the Central Military Commission. Along with which indicated his intention to start handling overpowered in success. Jansen had Puget Town. Elliott stepped down from his position as chairman in 1989, along with the damage party which had occurred as a square protests, weakened not just his position, but also many people within the communist hierarchy believed that China was liberalizing too swiftly and was moving Chinese communist revolution, a view which was compounded by Mikhail Gorbachev in the 1980s, inadvertently caused the collapse of the continent elsewhere in eastern 1990 respect. It was southern tour over the space of 5 weeks, from mid-January 1992 into late February, visiting many cities and economic centers in cities like Shanghai and Shenzhen. And opening up were the way forward for China. He managed to win over support that against the Communist Party's belief in the program started. The Southern Tour was a Bolshevik and the Ecology Communist Party is emeritus ruler of China for much of the 1990s, insofar as his policies continued to be adhered to after the Southern Tour, and by Jinpao and others in the city on policy matters. By the mid-1990s, health was declining. In 1995, it was confirmed that he was suffering from disease, and his movements were increasingly restricted. He died on the 19th of September at 92 years of age. A combination of illnesses, including a severe lung infection, 4 weeks of national mourning and commemoration of one of modern China's significant leaders. The Chinese economic miracle, and in fact only accelerated into 2000s. Owing to the reforms he set in place, China is the world's second largest economy and is predicted to become the largest at some point in the mid-2030s. In the shadow, because like Lords of the and Zhou Enlai between the 1940s and the 1970s, and the leader of the People's Republic of China, he was content to broadcast his rise the paramount leader to overtly. Certainly not in the same way which Mao did. Furthermore, he was unusual amongst the modern leaders of China, partially retired and stepped down from frontline politics in the early 1990s, once he believed his morality void elements of communism and Buddhism. He also continued to repair relations with the United States and open China's economy to the world. In doing so, he was the architect of the Chinese economic miracle of the period between the 1980s and modern China owes much more to the Xiaoping's legacy than that of Mao Zedong. Indeed, the history of the 21st century, although he died in 1996, China on the path to becoming a fighter rival the United States that followed Petersburg time. What do you think, Shelby? Great era of China's modern economic reform, Chinese economic team reformed communist agents as well. On the 6th of October 1976, Jiang the man who communist China from 1949 to death in September 1976, was arrested as a woman a prominent role in the country's politics. Yet even as Mao's former wife couldn't prevent her from being seen. What had she done to promise the communist regime to destroy? This is the story of Jiang Qing, the real force behind the Cultural Revolution. Her parents gave her name Li Shurong. Jiang Qing was a name she adopted many years later after joining the communist cause in China. Her father, Lee Dae-won, with his own shop. He also operated a small inn. Her mother, whose name has been lost, was Lee Dae-won's secondary wife or concubine, and Shu, though her father was a fairly prosperous tradesman, Shu Wang and her mother benefited Lee Dae-won of Simon, a heavy drinker who often beat her. Some biographers have speculated that the relationship between Shu Wang's parents might have gone with his engagement of her mother as a domestic servant. Okay, Shu Wang and her mother in 19. During the annual Lantern Festival, excessively drunk and enraged by disagreement with his second wife, and savagely beat her with a spade, breaking one of her fingers. According to her own later account, 6-year-old Shu Wang tried to defend her, and her father's spade struck her mouth, breaking. Shortly from this terrible episode, Lee Shamung's mother left her home for good, daughter in tow. Mother and daughter remained in Juncheon for less than 2 years, during which time Shamung started elementary school. She found the atmosphere a little more bearable than her father's family home with the unconventional background. Just as her siblings, she was expelled from her first elementary school after just 1 term. Lee Shu-man was growing and often violent at work. Just 3 years before she was the Chinese imperial system that had existed for thousands of years had been overthrown. A new Republican government was established, though in reality the country descended warlords claiming power in different parts of China. Like in 1925, Lee Dae-won died in a typhus outbreak. He left the bulk of his property and estate to his legitimate, but to his secondary wife and legitimate daughter, the part-owning house. Lee Shu-mang's mother, now nearing 40 and beginning to suffer from significant health problems, wrote to their parents who lived in Jinan in northwestern Shandong. The elderly couple had only one daughter and were presumably relieved that their daughter and grandchild with them, and perhaps to help them in their old age, using a portion of their small inheritance. Children and their mother purchased trading kits, packed their fists, and left for Japan was almost every month. In the clouds, the just passive character he made us, defiant and fiercely independent. Rather than stoically accepting mean or poor treatment at others' hands, Yoon-her invariably fought back and asserted herself, after what she had seen of life as a poor, marginalized daughter. Yoon-her could only reject the Confucian ideal her family and her school were trying to teach her. A virtuous woman, according to Confucian philosophy after his death, her own son. She was to be modest, chaste, neat, quiet, and able had been nothing more together, and her life experiences had taught her to resist these its traditional Chinese values. 10-year-old Young Ho resumed her elementary education in G, but little better than she had. Her classmates still bullied her, ridiculed her awkwardness, and ostracized her for being rather than run home and cry to her family. However, it grew harder, nourishing a fierce pride bruises for her torn book bag. Young Ho education in 1927, when she was about 12 or 13 years old. Around time, Young Ho and her mother moved to Tianjin, perhaps for better work prospects, for several months. As half-sisters, Young Ho did not return to school, doing work for her older sister. She particularly hated, which her family was quick to indicate. Her mother married again. The details of her marriage and new life are her continued to live with her parents in Jinan for only a few months more. She did not return to school, and it is possible that her grandparents scored the fees. In a move that seemed to suit her unconventional, rather individualistic personality, she joined a local theatre troupe. Actor, or if she was coerced into doing so, whatever more and more, she realized that directors and audiences liked her. She began to gain confidence in her developing artistic abilities as a result. One night, many months her had distant from her grandparents' home. The elderly couple were meeting at a small suburban theatre in Jinan, where the leading lady took the stage in a magnificent silk robe and a head with decorative pearls. Young Ho's grandparents were shocked to discover the graceful and talented ingenue on stage was their own granddaughter. The couple were forced to pay an unknown but apparently exorbitant money to persuade the theatre owner to return home. We do not know what Young Ho's reaction was to be removed from the theatre company, but therefore she actively sought more involvement in the theatre. Artistic training. Shortly after returning home, we were accepted to the new Experimental Arts Academy, funded by the Shandong Group, as one of the few low-income students to gain admission to the school. Young Ho received subsidies in the accommodation and meals, as well as a regular stipend per month. She studied acting, playwriting, and music with accomplished professors trained in both Chinese and Western style techniques. You began to develop Confucian, leading stars, teachers, and students at the acting academy. Did not lead to them opposing foreign prevent them from embracing Western artistic mediums, styles, and techniques in plays. Similarly, while they embraced the collectivist social and political ethics which the Chinese Communist Party would officially deem during her year at this experimental theatre school Henrik is the Dog's House. Outright argument marriage as a social and political dispute, and it remained a dramatic work. Young Hers was beginning to emerge more decidedly at theatre school. As only one 3 girls studying there, notorified with her and labelled and unafraid to be buried. On one occasion, a group of her male classmates sent one another a challenge to prove their manhood. The student who would brave the forbidding temple sanctuary to remove and retrieve the headdress was furious. Be accounted most courageous. But she went unanswered for several days, as boys were fearless enough to attempt it. One evening, to see young Hers stroll casually out of the temple sanctuary with the headdress in hand, rememberedly it opened. During the film, but she was apparently not considered sophisticated or well-trained enough for Beijing. And she soon returned to unwilling to working arts, and even more unwilling to position as a domestic servant or other similar minimal education. 16-year-old Young Her got married instead. A wealthy merchant's son. I'd first seen Young Her in one of her early theatre productions and had become instant and ardent admirer. The family were likely renegade because of dowry we would, and there was no one else in Her's life who could have provided it. Perhaps they were sick that Young Her wanted an honourable marriage, and were now to a more traditional marriage. Well, the actor returned the favour. As tradition demanded, she had moved into Faye's family home following their marriage, but she had no intention of performing a traditional wifely role. Mother-in-law disliked what she viewed as laziness. She slept late every morning. If you cooking and went out to parties, dinners, and the theatre. Faye's taking care of her family and wait on her began constantly. He had believed she would accept the traditional role and duties of marriage as reasonable and unrealistic expectations. She gave Faye a choice: move out of his family home with her, or grant her an unconditional divorce. Faye and Young Her divorced in 1931. In 1930, divorce was seen as a significant and nascent women's movement. Girls and women who resumed practice of foot binding to seek a divorce was a religion. However, it was also still largely controversial. It is possible that Young Her's split served to distance her from family. Rather than return to her, she travelled to the swing seat of Qingdao to attempt a fresh start. Young Her arrived there in the spring of 1931 and promptly sought out one professors from theatre school, Jiao Tai Mo, who was now as a professor and dean at our university. She did not know of any, but he set her up with temporary accommodation in the university dormitories. Deciding to try another tactic, Yun-He paid a visit to Zhang's wife, Yu Shan. Moved to compassion by the girl's story, Yu used her influence Yun-He, a clerk of the university library on campus. Although she was described and unaccommodating by someone who were there, Yun-He made the most of her new circumstance and received much of her political education while she was living in China. Though she could not formally register at the university, Yun-He took some tenets of class struggle was a concept that particularly resonated with Yun-He. This direct engagement with communist politics in Qingdao occurred as a result of her involvement in local theatre. The Seaside Theatre Company, a political film which was staged and toured their productions promoting revolutions, as well as anti-imperial and anti-foreign messages in the wake of the chance to China. While most young Chinese artists at this time aligned more closely with few realized this fact at a time when the nationalist movement became a party during their residence in Qingdao. Friends reflected Yun-He was one of going to extinctions between him and Yun-He became a zealous party member. Another factor which strengthened Yun-He's political education in Qingdao was a new relationship. Yu Qi-wei was an intelligent biology major at the university and handsome younger brother. Zhang's wife, Yu Shan. Yun-He and Qi-wei met at his sister's house and soon began dating one another. They fell in love and opted for an informal cohabitation rather than a formalized marriage, which was unusual especially through the theatre, but also through participation in public protest. Qi-wei was arrested for his political activities and his release through the intervention of an influential nationalist government. Yun-He was questioned by partners' political activity, but it is unclear to what extent she cooperated with their investigation. When she was finally did not return to Yun-He, but left Qingdao on the Communist Party's behalf. The relationship with Yun-He ended so abruptly. Biography during her or unintentionally. Whatever the reason, Qi-wei left. Yun-He was heartbroken. And offered a new life in Shanghai. Shanghai was as the city for sale, and the film industry attracted numerous young and hungry artists from all over China. Case in Beijing, casting directors and theatres had their pick of hopeful artists, and Yun-He became established here. She secured some similar to the one she had worked with now, but the newest artists were apt to end up sewing costumes, painting sets in a significant role. To make ends meet, Yulher took a teaching, luckily free education. Politics, as most Shanghai artists at the time had communist political sympathies. The arts in China, especially theatre, had always been a political arena. The former imperialist class reinforced control and encouraged social order. By the 1978, a league of left-wing theatre artists and all classes appeared at Shanghai University, where the academic establishment had similar communist leanings. Unfortunately for Yulher, these events led to her imprisoning a nationalist bound of Shanghai. Differing groups exist to give her a jail term. Home report, she remained incarcerated for 8 months and was subject to cruel and neglectful treatment. She claimed to have maintained a fierce and defiant attitude toward the authorities, and also noted and on health grounds. After her release from prison, she appeared noticeably thinner, drawn, and pale. According to police records, however, Yulher was in prison only 3 months, not 8. Contrary to Yulher's own account, the guards who watched her treated her well, and they remembered her as charming. With a good sense of humor, no doubt both freedom and self-preservation. As soon as Yulher had dictated and the confession, the guards claimed that she was released with a refund as a token. In 1935, a production of Ibsen's Nora opened at Shanghai's Golden City Theatre. The play ran for 2 months, an unusual run for any play in Shanghai. Nights was well attended. All transfixed by Lan Ping, the former leader of her little performance, finally turned to the notice of Shanghai artistic clinic and theatre goers. 1935, recalled one critic for a local newspaper, was the year of Nora, wealthy, but nonetheless achieved greater financial security than she ever before. She gladly embraced her new independence as it upgraded her lifestyle. A person with such a revolutionary bent of mind, she pursued relationships on her own terms. Tang Na, a Shanghai theatre critic, first saw Lan Ping on stage as Nora in her breakout role. He was immediately infatuated with her, and the two soon began dating, only a few months. As Lan Ping's star began to rise with the beginning of her film, she and Tang Na was sometimes met in Shanghai's gossip columns. Opportunities for political film companies and major studios, among them Ping and Tang Na's relationship. Despite their issues, the couple married in 1956. marriage fell apart within it. Almost certainly should have ended before then. Both seemed to expect absolute fullness from the other. And yet neither seemed able to give it in return. Lan Ping favoured the divorce. Was forced to remain with her husband for several months after coming out in his despair at the prospect of losing her did on several occasions take his own life. By 19, the Mark Japanese short and grinders of the Second World War in the Far East before it emptied left Shanghai, like all her rights manifesto, which clearly presaged some of her most infamous later deeds during the Cultural Revolution of the 1960s. She insisted that art and drama were social tools and vehicles for change, rather than bourgeois diversions. But not mere dolls, the places of the prey of producers. They were relative creators and must, above all, be independent. My God, her ex-husband was to believe that she meant every word of what she wrote in this article. After he left Shanghai, Ping journeyed to Yan'an, the headquarters of the Communist. New threats to China of imperialism and capitalism had convinced her to pursue the revolutionary career as an artist. She first reconnected with some of her past friends who were introducing her and managing for her was the Communist Party official Sarai Mao. Lan Ping was accepted and began taking classes at Truro College, where she also taught when the communists had only barely managed to avoid complete defeat by the National Casting and betrayed. Hertz and Jones in the fall of 1988, when Mao came to give a talk at the college. Lan Ping was present, as Mao discussed the social and political importance of the clap enthusiastically when used. Mao was to at this early stage and easily approachable on the streets of Yan'an. Lan Ping's lecture and the two brief and friendly conference. When they decided to marry, the couple encountered significant opposition from Mao's fellow communist leaders, particularly the future Premier Zhou Enlai, General Chief of Staff Liu Xiaoqi. Was controversial. She had come to Yan'an from Shan's stronghold, the rural communists considered with bourgeois excess and permissive nods to capitalism. She was also attractive, stylish. Poor, unpolished, and hard-working proletariat was the finest according to communist theory. Mao insisted to his top official, however, that his match to Lan was necessary. Without her love, he said, he could not continue the revolution. He even become a farmer. The party and military officials surrounding Mao eventually relented. He was granted a divorce from her Zhejiang and permitted to leave Lanping. As a long half of the margin of their wedding, they chose Lanping's new name together, Jiangqi, meaning Green River, in reference to light from a sentimental Han dynasty poet. The first Jiang and Mao's marriage between them. Though they were lived against the backdrop of the war with Japan down to 19 and then the resumption of war with the nationalists. Charles Shi and Mao returned. Interestingly, was instead being given traditional maiden Nestle with her early childhood and could often be found playing on the floor of her father's office while Mao was working or taking meetings with party members. She was raised as a sister to Zheng's youngest daughter, Li Min. Eventually, also given Jiang's name against traditional marriage and domesticity. Jiang nonetheless seemed in these early years. She serves one of Mao's secretary, a vague and barely articulated position, which included report writing and general paperwork on Mao's behalf. She was honored as Mao's wife and admired for her seeming grit during the war against struggle with the nationalists. As time went by, she began to demand special accommodations and was invariably catered to. Such was her influence with Mao. Even when the ardor of their marriage began, and Mao's eye began to want younger women once again. Jiang finally defeated the nationalists, some of which fled under the of Chiang Kai-shek to Taiwan. Mao's tried the new People's Republic of China to greater dispute between husband and wife. Was ever a bureaucrat security apparatus which grew up around him. To remove Jiang Qi from her husband's dignity as the white revolutionary. Now, she confesses for which she underwent treatment in the Soviet Union. But it was when Jiang Qi found herself blocked from any position of power, his health, physical and mental, began to suffer. Aware of how arranged for Jiang to head one or two committees, Chan filled light with party politics. Initially excited, motivated to the work, but she soon began to find the position infuriating, as her recommendations were only when Mao had to agree with them, which he frequently did not worsen, as did her colleagues' opinions of her. Jiang had always been a defiant, forceful personality and difficult, but now she became even more difficult. Numerous interviews with contemporaries, she made many enemies among members, claiming playwrights and theatre directors pulling or attempting to ban their work. Though Jane was now a mature and politically powerful woman, she had gained little more intellectual sophistication. She believed New China should only focus on and celebrate proletariat and communism. From her painful childhood may have also been at play with her political justice being the notion of personal vengeance, manifested in her health, depressed and bored to distraction. She began to complain of feeling physically. Dr. Lee Doctor recalled that as far as he knew, there was nothing really wrong with Jiang Qing. Her mild palpitations and anxiety were patients he treated among Mao's inner circle. Culture of fear, which prevailed among those and Jiang Qing was sent away to the Soviet Union several times during the 19th for less in private hospitals. Sometimes she got the impression that her husband was sending her away to avoid her or keep her from meddling further in politics. She received few visitors, but one notable and reliable was Zhou Enlai. Though several of those study as power brokers named unfailingly what they thought personally, he brought her delicacies and news from home, making every effort to cheer her up, for which she was grateful. Despite this, Jan would eventually beg him to have him removed from office. Confirmed that Jan was genuinely ill. The tests revealed that she had cervical cancer and remained there for a year. She was made quite comfortable in a private hospital in Nottingham, West to opera and read a great deal. Her attitude toward those she supported as however continued to get us. She would come with 2 hearts in one moment, and that's the issue. By the time Jiang Qing returned to Beijing, a new decade had dawned, and the political situation in the capital different. Mao's popularity had declined in the wake of the Great Leap Forward, which he executed 5-year plan to reorganize agricultural activity and maximize the growth of Chinese industry. The result being her drifting to one of the worst famine in history, during which tens of millions of people died of starvation. Trenchant criticism of Mao was now rising across China, even amongst Politburo members. Rather than admit the failures and human miseries resulting from exhorting reform, which would wash such avenues and allay any challenge to his power from populace of the communist movement, like Deng Xiaoping or Zhou Enlai. It was in this context that Mao finally granted power to of the kind which he had long sought. She would become one of the key architects of the cult revolution that sought to reaffirm Mao's control over all of the names of member was the most popular around the idea of a rigorous communist purity and evaluating all the 1,000 artistic works, includes operas, plus conformity to the Maoist principles of socialism, as well as ionization of the proletariat. Any works that did not conform to the party line, any art that glorified the wealthy, capitalists, imperialists, past emperors, or the absent, was deemed bourgeois or counter-revolutionary. Either reformed or banned. Gang also undertook superior works of art in this respect, and made sure they were recognized publicly as good art, both politically and morally sound. Thousands of artists whose works made them politically and livelihoods ruined, and gave the gangs by politics were fights, while the crowds abused them. The most controversial political offenders were imprisoned, some for years on end. That most without charge or trial. Worst of all, deemed often towards on those against whom she had personal grudges. For Jack, class struggle was a process in which the proletariat punished subordinated. In the Mao still to support against one in order to keep himself at the center of the intrigue. He often criticized one official to another just to test them, to see. Still, Jiang was certainly one of the most between 1866 and 1976. Under her directions and lectures, accusing of political impurity in the bizarre conflict which both an effort to enforce political purity and also a conformity with the pre-aim of strengthening our position after the disastrous years of the Great Leap Forward. The worst years of the Cultural Revolution, which would ultimately claim the lives of between 500,000 to 2 million Chinese people in Wei and 1960 to the 1970s. By the 1970s, here with the general health indicators in the final stages of Liu Ye's, and the talk around him began to turn to succession. It is important to remember that Jiang was only just about to enter the early 60s. Following the death of Zhou Enlai, early 1976, and the ousting of Deng Xiaoping, made believe that there was a path to her claiming and support of Russian China's youth army in the summer of 1970. Demography described as a fair should keep his peace. Have reached the peak of rebel. I was not successful. You could reach the top if you have the less of base. Your body will shatter. Your bones will dismissive become Madam Chance. When the top officials came together some weeks later for their final meeting, Mao at his bedside, he appeared much more ambivalent and broad. Altogether, it is up to the Politburo to decide whether we can help Jiang Qing. He began before his voice trailed off, and the party members strained to hear his last muttered whisper. His white supporters among them claimed that he said, Jiang Qing carry the red flag. Moderates in the room claimed he said, Essex, like all relation of the days of guards sent by the top political and military official and spent 4 years in trial, though the conditions in she was permitted regular visits from her daughter, Lina. By 1980, a martyr for reformed Maoist. Bell was facing critical with his more moderate views. The way to rewrite the moderates believed was not to blame Mao. It seemed far easier to blame Jiang and the members of the Gang of Four. Jiang Qing expressed incredulity when she was informed that she would trial 4 years after the death of Mao and her arrest. Nonetheless, on the 20th of November 1980, the trial of Jiang and the members of the Gang they were charged with anti-party activities and the persecution of hundreds of thousands of any guilt-called crime. What you were doing now, she continued, is asking a widow to pay her husband. To you all, I say, Mao's debt. The trial continued several days, but it was effectively trial Jiang and the other 3 members of the Four. In the end, when the ruling came down in January 1981, Jiang Qing was found guilty of death. However, the judges, still afraid of popular unrest, commuted to life in prison, provided that she makes of her life incarcerated. In the she contracted throat cancer and was temporarily released hospital care for treatment. Watching China slowly change outside her windows, Jiang began to fall into depression. Just as the Soviet Union had gradually formed in the 1950s and 1960s, after the passing of Joseph Stalin, so too China after Mao's time. A new economy with some Western elements was developed here, but a new reforms legacy. As Jiang grew in the early morning hours, 14th of May 1991, Jiang Jing took her own life. She was 6 years old. The note she left behind read, "Today, the red is stolen, vision is technique, and the Chinese people and nation. Chairman is coming to see you." The Politburo would not put a funeral. She and Mao had wished to be buried next to one another, but their last wishes were not adhered to. While Tiananmen Square, a stern and forbidding, Jiang was remains laid to rest in Futian Cemetery in Beijing. Her grave marker bears the name Li Yonghe, the white-owned demon, as she been known, had lived with most of the events which transformed modern China. She was born just 3 years after the millennium system came to an end, and she lived through the Civil War. The Second World War movement of the people. She had had many names and many lives. First as a poor child, then as wife, and finally as one of the orchestrators. Her position is somewhat strange to an extent. Mao attained the greatest prominence as Mao tried to utilize the Cultural Revolution as a means of cementing his position. It was then that she finally rose to prominence as a member of the gang of 4,000, perhaps even millions of Chinese people. The exact numbers worse still was the collective scarring of Chinese society as it a decade. Though Mao could never be silenced by the government of the 20th century, after his death, those who had survived sought revenge against the Gang of Four. Mao for himself, the Cultural Revolution was simply the undoing of Jiang Jing as well. What do you think of Jiang? Because her detractors never publicly Mao. Decising Mao was to admit that the revolution had failed. Please let us know in the comment section. And in the meantime, thank you very much for watching. It is the 11th of March, 28. Nearly 3,000 people in Beijing, in China. They are there for the formal session. Is different from most others, however, as an amendment to the Constitution has been proposed by the Central Committee of the Communist Party and is due to be voted on as the first act of the new Congress. The wide-ranging, but the key feature of it is the removal of the clause in Article 79, which limits the President to serve no more than 2 terms. Vote passes by almost unanimous consent, and so the way is cleared for the incumbent President to rule China indefinitely and to become the most powerful ruler of the country since Mao Zedong. His name, Xi Jinping, leader of the People's Republic of China. The man he has, Xi Jinping, was born on the 15th of June in the city of Beijing. Republic of China. Because of the way his naming conventions work, Xi is his family name, major in but a fleet of allies, the communists. Zhong Shu sided with the communists in the civil war, which began thereafter. Despite evidence of the ideological scrutiny after the Japanese invasion of China in 1937, the nationalists and communists had temporarily put aside their differences. It was amongst the communist fighters. Years of conflict that followed. After the war, he returned to the communist side, though, as we, in later years, his family rewarded his long service to the Communist cause. Mother was Qi Xing, his father's second wife. He was one of 4 children the couple had, of which Qi's child was tumultuous, going since the northern of the Japanese in 1905. However, when the Communists had been on the brink of defeat in the 1930s, they exited the Second World War much strengthened, in large part because of how appallingly corrupt the nationalists were. Instead, President Harry Truman of the United States was willing to provide them with anything near the Civil War. In 1949, the nationalists was better than people donated in the world, next to the Soviet Union, the largest in pure population terms. Led by Dong, a figure who had as the leader of the Chinese Communists, but quite as powerful as Joseph Stalin was in the Soviet Union. He wasn't too far away from it. Like Stalin, he would engage in policies aimed to transform Chinese society in just a few years, with dramatic consequences. He decided he wanted China to become an industrial power on the scale of Britain within a period of about 5 years, what he called the Good Leap Forward to madly increase steel, coal, and other industrial output. The policy was horrifically mismanaged and led to a massive famine which killed tens of people. Scholars debate that it could lie anywhere. Xi's family insulated to an extent from the worst ravages of what many now call Mao's instead. The Great After the China War ended and communists came to power in 1949, Xi's father had been rewarded by promotion. By no means could he be said to be a leading figure within the new he served at the higher end bureaucrats in the of the National People's Congress for a time in the second 50s was being initiated famine. People needed to be blamed for the horrors of the Great Leap Forward. Xi's father was one of the means. Just useful. His devotion was his role in the creation of a biography of Liu Zhidan, a figure who died in 1936 during the Civil War and who would see a communist martyr whose legacy Mao was anxious to have raised. She was enough primary education for hundreds of China in the 1960s. This involved learning communist thought. A skewed version of this history was forced to the province of Henan, further inland, as motion and appointment as worker in a tractor factory. Reports on whether this happened in late 1963 at the early event. It was raised leap forward. The disastrous policies he had pursued had weakened Mao's position. It was not simply the famine and the mass deaths. After the Great Leap Forward involved a mass building program to erect hydroelectric dams and other pieces of infrastructure. Several of these were so badly built that they were collapsing within a few years. On the shore of his mouth, in 1966, Mao launched what is known as the Cultural Revolution that stirred up and ordered to denounce their bourgeois teachers. Centrifuge pretty much the family was also further targeted after arrested and jailed for a period, and in the febrile atmosphere of selflessness, his family members were urged to denounce. Jinping eventually started a movement which ran to start sending students to the countryside, down to the countryside, one which the dictator had divided as it is agreed the cities and towns of the lawless gangs of Steve and Kate. Jinping set aside in Shaanxi province. The experience was stresses of both urban and in China. Still, he did not enjoy it. On several attempts to run away to Beijing and other cities, only to be repeatedly found and sent back to the countryside. This pattern continued for Xi into the early 1970s. By then, the worst excess would be beginning to die down, although it went on in one shape or till Mao's eventual death in 1976. Imprisoned and under a cloud, she managed to begin a political program that lingered in the countryside down to the countryside movement 1960s and early 1970s. He did apply for more formal positions, but have been blocked on account of this by not the political form that he was given a formal position as a local party chairman in Japan. This was hardly the center of the Chinese Communist world. Yangzhou, the northern periphery of Shaanxi province, a very rural and underdeveloped area at the time. To put this in Western terms, it was as though he was being appointed as a local council chairman of a small Midwestern village. It was a beginning for a young man in his early 20s, whose family had been vilified by the Maoist regime. As part of his work here, he developed an interest in modern fertilizer and how they could improve local agricultural yield. And after several years at university, Chairman Dong, the man who with the Chinese Communists for nearly 4 decades, had been the de facto ruler of China since 1949, died on the 9th September 1970. His death had the almost immediate impact of rehabilitating thousands of his victims. And so, Xi's father was finally allowed to. He was quickly promoted the senior officials within Guangdong province. Interestingly, after his he began serving aid, which was seen as a major coup to what is just of promotion in any future political career. This was a period of profound change in China, political and economic life. It wasn't simply that the Maoist autocracy was at an end. Changeable outlook of the government that came to power. After a miniature power struggle in the late one, Deng Xiaoping became the government in 1978. He was minister of a kind, though one who was not bound by the ideological straitjackets displayed by his predecessor in his economic career, and before market. Government would remain an autocratic soft one, where the state one of the most important developments in modern history. China, after centuries of underdevelopment and crisis, was about to its slumber and the economic and political behemoth. But its sheer geography and always been more so than individual would be responsible for initiating this transformation. Xi's luck was that he had just concluded his chemistry degree in 1979 to embark on his career as China's new economic. In 1982, he was dispatched to Hebei province to act as the deputy party secretary there, an important position for a man just turning 30, whose family had so been in the political wilderness. He distinguished himself in Hebei, seeing several urban development projects, development industry. His efforts caught the attention of Beijing, and he was promoted as mayor of the city of Shaojian in 1985. This was the start of a long period of a decade and a half in Fujian, in which he oversaw economic development of the province and its. He wasn't just a doer either, but a theorist. He wrote papers and short books on how to promote economic growth and lift China out of poverty. These were subjects of intense debate in China at the time as the country rapidly modernized. Of development around major cities to act as within these provinces. Airports, highways, and large-scale building projects were part of his multifaceted work in which he had province in the second half of the 1980s and the 1990s. Life changed in these years. I finished up at early in certain diplomat who had been appointed as Chinese ambassador to the United Kingdom in 1978. After marriage, it was a very tempestuous relationship. To Britain to join her. She wanted to remain in China and begin his political career. At the end of 3 years of arguments, they separated. After years of focusing on his career in Hebei and Fujian in the UN, 10 years his junior, she was a singer who had acquired national fame in the 80s on account of her abilities, and would later go on to become an actor in a number of Chinese television programs. Their marriage in 1987 came just a year after they were introduced in 1986. A daughter named Xu Ming, born in 1992, remains overwhelmingly in the hands and personality can often be viewed as a blank canvas. He is widely described as an unemotional man, and it is very hard to tell what he is thinking. Anyone who has observed him in international affairs over the decades notice the little away. There's a number of long-standing and close friends and political allies, and is broadly characterized by his stability. First career, China's economic about 1960s, had been chaotic, depending on what policies Mao was overseeing. From 1977 onwards, China entered into a period of economic expansion. GDP growth rates averaged between 8% and 11% in the 1980s. The Chinese economy is believed to have grown by nearly 15% in 1984 alone. Right before Xi was promoted to his new position in Fujian province. First, this economic growth making China the workshop of the world when it came to simple goods. Over the Chinese began moving from these cheap industrial hardware composing the larger history of the countryside to the cities and towns. Villages became cities in a matter of years. The humble eastern city of Ningbo, for not much more than 20,000 people in the mid-1950s. Today, over 1.5 billion people, according to certain metrics, largest a quarter of a century later, it would be pushed as the world's second largest economy of this economic transition within Fujian province. His writings on the topic of development had also helped cast him as a strong growth, and in 1999 he gained his final promotion in Fujian when he was made a governor of the province. 3 years as one of the most powerful regional politicians in China was followed by the interim governor of the province of Zhejiang. This was an important adjustment. Zhejiang is one of the easternmost coastal provinces of China, the center of both trade and economic activity. At exactly the same time, he received notice he was to become a member of the 16th Central Committee. The committee is the main body of senior politicians of the Chinese Communist Party within the People's Republic. Members have been voted to it since before the Civil War, and its members most senior politicians in the country. These dual promotions into corruption. Therefore, in 2007, he was appointed to the Politburo Standing Committee of the Chinese Communist Party. This consists of 7 members and constitutes the most important branch of the government. Republic of China. Xi Jinping arrived at the heart. A year later, he was elected as vice this office down to 2013. For a half a decade, as the world moved through the great now as president of China. He was elected as the general secretary of the Chinese Communist Party and chairman of the operating committees of the 18th Central Committee of the party. He was leader of China from November 2012. Though this was only for his elected to the Bureau in March 2013, received 2,952 out of 2,950. He was, and his entire campaign to succeed the most powerful political leader in China. 6 months ago, it is difficult to determine exactly how them as chairman of the Central Advisory and still president. Deng Xiaoping, for instance, first came to power in 1960 the Chair Conference as committee. Increasingly, though, whoever is president is leader of China. All Chinese leaders have served either 1 or 2, regardless of what their role was. Xi Jinping has served as president for Spain. As of 2025, is in the middle of his 3rd term. It became apparent that his was a unique case in the course of 2022, as it became evident that he would be elected to his party to present leadership and ideological rigidity. His overwhelming focus is on socio-economic life in China. While China had enjoyed an economic miracle between thousands, much of its wealth was unevenly divided. Large parts of the country had been and there were hundreds of millions of people who still aspired to become middle class. Xi champions program calling for what he called prosperity. One of the ways he sought to the class of Chinese people in the major cities had acquired to redistribute broader mass of society, perhaps inspired by his rural community in other ways. China's miracle side were few prioritized home construction. China entered into the largest middle-class building with state companies erecting enormous residential all over the country. Many of these were planned into cities and districts. Parts of China that can be visited today. Enormous urban centers, and which were part of the countryside only a few decades ago. Xi's China's been constructed during Xi's time in power, now lie as ghost or entire ghost. The economic challenges aside, Xi has promoted a new Chinese economic development as Samad, the one jumping champion in the 1980s. The idea was to make China the world's workshop in the 1990s, where a number of small manufactured items came with sticker on them. In the 1980s and 90s, China determined that these would be made for economic in the 2010s under Xi. Through this, Xi's invested amounts of state capital into thousands of investors, technical animals, phones, computers, supplying commerce platforms, search engine companies, and much more besides. The vast majority of these companies influences from have failed, often losing millions of dollars in the process. However, for every 10 such companies that fail, one succeeds. There are the enormous success stories that make it tenfold and have become company units. BYD, Xiaomi, and Huawei were set up before Xi rose to power, championed them as international and not just domestic brands, as in them become worldwide entities. BYD, for instance, was established in the 1990s. There is no denying that Xi's government redirected it to become a rival to Tesla in recent years. Often these civilian companies are now engaged in completely different activities, trying to outperform American rivals and becoming key suppliers in Asia, Africa, Latin America, and even Europe. However, the success of these companies has not come without accusations from Western competitors that attempted at industrial espionage in China, with many claiming that Chinese companies, backed by the Chinese government, reverse engineer technology before mass producing cheaper alternatives which undercut the price of Western competitors to a comparably or slightly inferior standard of quality. Therefore, it could be stated that China's economic model is not stop innovation, but rather on copying West government companies to maintain China. Companies are expected to share massive amounts of the government in order to control Chinese society more effectively, or to promote views which align with the regime's goals. This extends also to Western companies with major businesses in China, because Apple has become so embedded in the Chinese economy. It has become a kind of foreign for China, even within the United States and side, when Apple was essentially lobbying for tariffs. Similar, Volkswagen has become so dependent on the Chinese markets in recent ties between Beijing and Berlin, at a time when China is looking to expand its Europe as much as possible. Mass producing advanced technology and equipment is fine. And while it does have an enormous domestic market, it also needs to sell cheap this and top. In 2013, just as he took over as President of the People's Republic, he launched as the New Silk Roads program, whereby China owns or seeks money to nations to develop key infrastructure, which allows for the speedy Trans-Africa and Europe. There are a number of different roads. The main ones are the traditional silk running from China westwards across lands to others run from the Caspian Sea to Middle Africa and the Mediterranean. Another runs into India. Two routes are marine ones, running from China's ports to Indonesia, and then further west into the Indian Ocean, splintering off to either run north to the Horn of Africa, the Red Sea, and the Suez Canal, or else moving off southwards towards East Africa and the Cape. China has invested over $1 trillion in developing roads, bridges, ports as part of the Belt and Road Initiative. When currency 20 to buy an endpoint of one of the new Silk Roads in Europe. Are vast. The Belt and Road Initiative has helped to foster China's soft power, the concept of which, when a country invades its neighbor and takes over a border territory, this is a clear case of larger states and power through more amiable and consents. For decades after the Second World War, the United States was the main soft power of the world, winning friends and allies, and providing aid where needed. And free democratic governments that mirrored. For instance, about 50 years, the biggest source of aid and cooperation across Africa, successive American governments. China is the biggest foreigner on the continent. If one arrived today, it was a expert companies rather than American ones. Xi's Belt and Road Initiative has accelerated this process, not least because he identified of key countries that China wants as allies there. Notably, Ethiopia, now in the Horn of Africa, which plays role in controlling access to the Suez Canal, following Chinese Xi's direction. Many other examples can be cited. First created in 2004, a number of Confucius institutes designed Chinese culture and Xi of the center, foreign-related propaganda programs and efforts. Xi is very alive to the value of soft power. Note how his foreign minister seemed to be on an endless tour of world capitals in 2025 as he launched a tough China New Partner order. Perhaps one of Xi's foremost accomplishments, though it does not, is the campaign against corruption for a country experiencing a huge economic boom, especially China. There were lots of opportunities for illegal enrichment. A building district for local party officials was given a payment. A sprawling system of social uses in China. Paid People who never existed in the first place. In other cities, she made it a cornerstone of his government to net what's called the tigers and flies of Chinese corruption. Tigers being senior officials, flies those committing smaller crimes lower down. Over 120 senior officials were prosecuted. Years and this set a clear example to the rest of Chinese society that corruption no longer tolerated. A system of mass surveillance was put in place, and it is believed 2 million officials charged corruption across morning often be about clipping the windows who they believe have become about 2020 for a number of thinly veiled criticisms of the government. Ma was basically removed from public view. His position used. An IPO of his company of the Shanghai Exchange was halted. Promoted out the Xi's government, though he nominally retained his wealth. The anti-corruption drive is just one prong of Xi Jinping's big thought has become the orthodoxy of Chinese politics expressed by Marx and Mao, while offering the 21st century Chinese communism. The official name of it was a more developed form of Xiaoping's views on China's open economy with governance. Xi Jinping is derived from both Xi's public speeches. It takes a lot of Xi Jinping of generations. A key concern of Xi in his writings and speeches has been to assess why the Soviet Union, after rising to such immense power in the 1950s and 1960s, suddenly went into decline and quickly collapsed. How can China avoid this same fate? He has wondered. Is that strong leadership at the center of corruption took hold among semi-independent rulers of provinces of the USSR, hence that the very central government must continue all parliamentary jobs. One, that he lost the support of the military. It is clear in Xi's writings and speeches that he does view himself as a Leninist who is committed to a common for China. There have been controversies to Xi Jinping's rule over China. He is seen as the great tyrant of many. The man who killed millions through the ill-conceived Great Revolution. Success but not the sense either. For all but young liberalized men, he also opened wide. Xi's list of crimes is larger. The most infant China has been implemented in a Turkish brand ever since 19 established great control. These efforts failed, and in some instances provoked resistance. The Urumqi riots of the summer of 2009, in which nearly 200 Han Chinese people were killed, thousands were injured by Turkic Islamic weeping radicals was a major point. The Chinese government began a repressive approach. This started under Hu Jintao. The Xi must out has been turned into tertiary education camps and prisons have been set up through which millions of Uyghurs have passed. Most disconcertingly, birth rates in Xinjiang province have plummeted over the last decade, and it is understood that forced sterilization is being practiced by Xi's government amongst the weak constitute genocide under international law. Although, as other international crises have emerged in recent years, the Uyghur atrocities have simply disappeared from the international agenda. The other element of Xi's provincial stance that has attracted international headlines over years is his approach towards Hong Kong. The island of Hong Kong was acquired by the British as a colony at the start of the 1840s and remained so until the UK granted it independence in 1997. In the process, it became a thriving metropolis and major Asian financial centre. When independence was granted in 1997, it was so under the aegis of the One Country, Two Systems rubric. This was the idea that Hong Kong would become part of the People's Republic of China until 2047. In power as in China, Xi has crushed the One Country, Two Systems movement. In 2019, the Hong Kong government was pressured into passing an extra whereby people from Hong Kong could be sent to the Chinese mainland to face prosecution of Chinese law. Then, in 2020, came the much more security law. This opened the door for Xi's government in Beijing to crack down on free speech in Hong Kong. The chief executive of the regional government of Hong Kong, Zhou, is a hardliner who is now overseeing the final dismantling country two systems arrangement on Xi's behalf. Since 2022, pair have worked hand in hand designing security laws which crush free speech in Hong Kong. The situation in both Xinjiang province and Hong Kong climb in China is a police state. Its development under Mao mirrored the Soviet Union of Joseph Stalin at the end of the war, and as never, indeed, reason for the Sino-Soviet split that occurred gradually during the 1950s and 1960s was that the Chinese were more keen to defend Stalin's legacy than to run themselves. Under Xi, this system of control and has begun to is heavily regulated, as is state media. This could include everything from Wikipedia to sites on Marxism and the history of communism being banned in China. The result is that ordinary Chinese people have virtual information on issues which Xi's government does not worry the long-standing policy of occupation to Tibet. Xi allows foreign businesses to operate in China, a country with the highest incarceration rate in the world in terms of prison treatment, has relaxed the figure. Over 10,000 were regularly being executed each year back in the 2000s. Underneath the fallen to around 2,000 to 3,000. Clearly, Xi's human rights record is not good. It must always be remembered, though, where the starting point was. Before he even became vice president, let alone president, practitioners of the minority religion in China, including over tens of thousands of members, were allegedly forced to engage in organ transplants that were labeled as human rights abuse. No, he did not stop them. Over Hong Kong, and the dismantled one country, two systems, just 50 years, one element more aggressive. It was an easy, more difficult compared to something like the North Atlantic or the Pacific Ocean routes between Japan and America. However, for its small size, the world's busiest shipping routes, it encapsulates the water between southeastern China to the north and now to the west. The Philippines to the east, and then southwards towards parts of Indonesia. Huge amount of container ship traffic run through here as goods pass from places like to India, which is only to take over vital waterways. There are lots of small islands and atolls here. China is claimed as a means of extending its jurisdiction, while it has also engaged in the program by building artificial islands under Xi's guidance. Much of this focused on the Cell Islands, the very center of the South China Sea. Xi consists of traditional territories and proved China's claim on most of the South China. Yet some of the islands are little reefs. China has consequently built around them to aggressive Chinese activities in the region, restrict the Vietnamese and shipping in the region. This issue is a controversial one. It looks likely to lead to more than international crisis. Control of the South China Sea. Taiwan is the independent since the nationalist movement fled there. China has never made any attempts to suggest that it considers it to be an independent that it plans on one day reclaiming Taiwan, an island which is also now on its industry. She no different than any other Chinese is respect. A striking element of this wide form in which he proclaimed that no nation or power will reunification of China and Taiwan into one country. He has also ordered naval drills around Taiwan in a way which is much more inflammatory than any leader since Mao in the 1950s, who was eventually dissuaded from attempting to invade Taiwan because of the threat from the United States if he did so. But does Xi intend on ever actually invading Taiwan? That is possibly doubtful. A destructive invasion could destroy the Taiwanese economy and with legal sanctions of the kind has made since 2022. And Xi will probably try to take a play right out of the Putin symbol and attempt to establish a pro-Beijing party within Taiwan, combined with economic pressure to create a situation in which Taiwan will become more conducive to voluntary union with the People's Republic. It is hard to say, but an actual invasion of Taiwan does not seem like something which the prudent said Xi will attempt any stage in the term. Early in 2020, Xi faced what is probably the foremost crisis of his time as leader of China. For most of the world, the COVID-19 pandemic came to their attention gradually in the first months of 2020. As the name suggests, though, it was first detected in 2019. The origins remain controversial and disputed. The most accepted theory is that the novel coronavirus jumped between possibly several species, including pangolin, in a wet market in the big city of Wuhan. However, this theory is complicated by the fact that not far from this wet market is one of the world's largest virology laboratories. Perhaps, quite understandably, people soon questioned whether the virus leaked from the lab. The story of the pandemic that followed is well known. The world ground to a halt from March onwards, and millions of people were told to remain at home to stop its spread. For Xi, this was a twofold crisis. Not only was he the leader of a nation that is home to over 1 in 6 of the world's people, China also had to deal with lots of questions about the origins of the virus. There was a boom at first, too. As Western nations struggled to maintain lockdowns, China's authoritarian system and the command economy it operates looked much more suited to dealing with such a crisis. However, soon Xi was running into criticism. In 2022 and 2023, as vaccines were rolled out and Western economies reopened, Xi maintained lockdowns that seemed draconian and garnered a level of criticism in China which was unprecedented. It was one his control over China, with in China was once again the temp nature of Chinese society. Where large outbreaks occurred in buildings, they were often sealed up, and people were literally imprisoned for days or weeks at a time. Often, when we hear about in the West world these days, it is in the context of his relationship with the United States. But there is a kind of economic cold underway between China and the US, and that Xi has fostered it in his own way, largely be called intellectual property theft from US technology companies, and by trying to American businesses into doing so. This in which the electronic manufacturers like BYD have completely become much more expensive American rivals like Tesla 25 AI burst onto the scene, demonstrating what OpenAI's ChatGPT does for a freight and energy demand. As all of this has occurred, American presidents are more antagonistic has captured the imagination of the public. Is that between Xi and Donald Trump? Although Joe Biden was perhaps even criticism of his Chinese counterpart, often referring to him as a dictator and slamming Chinese governance. Trump's relationship with Xi of course, Xi Jinping's bio cannot be fully written. He is still alive. A seemingly healthy man, 72 years of age, in June 2025, there was no sign that he intends to relinquish power anytime soon. Since Mao's death, traditional established that no Chinese leader served for longer than 2 months as president or leader in some other role in the midst of his third term and will almost serve a fourth. If he does so, he will be entering his 80s upon seeking a fifth term. This might not happen. Unlike in the West, we've seen a growing flood of Arians unwilling to hand over power. China's general and the politicians should be young enough that they have some future, with the exception of Xi aside. Chinese political leaders are ineligible to be elected to the Politburo's Standing Committee and other major governing bodies once they reach 68 years of age. He might possibly hold his time in office for because they say not at home. China's one-child policy, which ran for over a quarter of the 70s, has left a lot population. Furthermore, the days of the miracle are over. The economy has slowed and is facing many challenges. How she responds to these issues in the next 5 years will determine his legacy in the long run. Xi Jinping, economic consensus would have been very long, was all through the long civil 1960 during the Maoist purges. Xi family were banished to prisons. Their death in 1993 required a foothold nepotism, persistent and effective application as a skilled administrator in her day. Jian and Zhu Jian in the 1980s and this brought international attention. And finally, into the Politburo, successively became vice president in 2000. And then president in 2013. His years in power have witnessed China cement its position as the world's second most powerful nation. Rival economic power around the world. His success in cement and his role in sweeping up lay a lot in expensive South China international power that was starting up decades earlier. The Soviet Union, which experienced its own economic miracle in the 50s and 1960s, and then descended into decay and decline. Xi charted a path where China grow and will blend power country. Whatever one thinks of it, and he's something in the event. There is no denying his impact on the 21st century. So, one thing that Xi Jinping and his power at the expense of civil liberties. Please let me in the comment section and in time. Thank you very much for watching. It is 1991. The Soviets in a state of collapse. After years of decline and attempts at reform, die-hard communists within the regime launch a coup d'etat against the Soviet premier, who is detained. But this plot is soon halted when the ringleaders fail to gain the support of the army, who are increasingly desperate for change. With the authority of Moscow weakened, the satellite Soviet Republic declare their desire for independence one by one, goaded on by the Soviet leader's rival, Boris Yeltsin, who will soon emerge as president of the Russian Federation. Finally, on Christmas Day 1991, the leader resigns, bringing the Soviet Union to an end after nearly 70 years. His name, Mikhail Gorbachev, the last premier of the Soviet Union. The man known to history as Mikhail Gorbachev was born on the 2nd of March 1931 in a village of Privolnaya in the Stavropol Krai region of southwestern Russia. Privolnaya lies between the Sea of Azov at the northern end of the Black Sea and the Caspian Sea, south of both Rostov-on-Don and the city of Volgograd. The latter of which was known at the time as Stalingrad. He was born with a distinct birthmark on his head, a small one at the time, caused by a malformation of blood vessels, though one which grew larger over time. Mikhail's father was Sergei Gorbachev, an ethnic Russian in this part of the USSR that straddled southwestern Russia, Ukraine, and the North Caucasus, and which was consequently an ethnic melting pot. Conversely, his mother, Maria, came from a Ukrainian family that had migrated from Ukraine sometime earlier into southwestern Russia. She and Sergei married in 1928, when they were very young. Mikhail was their first child. They would have another son, but he would not arrive into the world until much, much later, following the Second World War, by which time Mikhail was already a teenager. Mikhail was born at a time of truly revolutionary change in the history of Russia. 14 years earlier, in 1917, in the midst of the First World War, a series of revolutions had eventually brought the Bolshevik communists to power. A bitter civil war had followed over the next half a decade, one in which millions of people had died and famine had stalked large parts of the country. At the end of it, though, the communists had established control over Russia and maintained their dominance in Ukraine and Belarus, as well as much of Central Asia and the Caucasus, though they had lost the former territories of the Russian Empire in the Baltic States region and Poland. In 1924, the first leader of the Soviet Union, Vladimir Lenin, died, and after a power struggle, Joseph Stalin established himself as a ruthless autocratic dictator over the USSR. In 1928, he launched the first 5-year plan, an economic program designed to begin transforming the Russian economy and transitioning towards socialism and communism. What this meant early on was trying to shift away from an overt reliance on agriculture as the primary basis of the Russian economy and towards industry. Trying to rapidly achieve this was chaotic and brutal. A program of creating mass collectivized farms was initiated, leading to severe unrest and creating a man-made famine in much of Ukraine and southern Russia that killed millions of people. In the long term, though, the Soviet economy did begin to change. Economic growth occurred in the 1930s, and the shift towards hard industry would be compounded by the outbreak of the Second World War and the Nazi invasion of the Soviet Union in the summer of 1941. Once the work of rebuilding was done in the late 1940s, Russia entered a period of unprecedented economic expansion in the 1950s. Thus, by the time Mikhail would enter his adult years, the changes that were underway when he was born in 1931 would have utterly transformed Russia from the rural agricultural country, which it was at the time of the Russian Revolution in 1917, into an urban, industrialized nation that was the world's second largest economy. Mikhail and his family experienced many tribulations when he was growing up. To begin with, they were living in the epicenter of the region worst hit by the famine of the early 1930s. Though Mikhail was blissfully unaware of how bad things were at that time, it was a struggle for the Gorbachevs, who were poor peasant farmers trying to adjust to the government's traumatic imposition of the agricultural collectivization policy. Several extended members of the family, including young Mikhail's uncles and aunts, died during this time as a result of the food shortages. Nevertheless, both his father and mother's families were committed communists. Mikhail's grandfather on his father's side, in whose house they lived during his younger years, had helped organize one of the first collective farms in the district. Yet this brought its own problems years later, as Stalin commenced the Great Purge of the communist system in the USSR, leading to the imprisonment of both Mikhail's grandfathers in the second half of the 1930s. Finally, in 1941, there came the trauma of war, as Nazi Germany and the other Axis powers invaded the USSR that summer. The region where the Gorbachevs lived became the focus of the conflict in Europe a year later, as the German dictator Adolf Hitler attempted to strike a decisive blow against the Soviets by taking both Rostov-on-Don and Stalingrad and securing the Korkil fields further south of key cities. This completely disrupted life for the Gorbachevs. While Sergei had already been recruited into the Red Army by the report died of a lottery. By then the tide had been comprehensively turned in what Russians like the Gorbachevs would come to know as the Great Patriotic War. While the Gorbachevs were very poor, one of the genuine accomplishments of the Soviet regime amidst the famine and state terror of the 1930s was that education was expanded to be universally available to all, regardless of their social and economic status. On the other hand, young Mikhail's education had been interrupted for several years. In 1944, the classes resumed when they did Western literature. He also took an interest in politics, which led Komsomol after the war, the full name of which is the Union Leninist Young Communist League, the Youth Division. He was soon in charge of the local and used his position to organize a theatre group. Mikhail had developed a love for Russian theatre at that time, one which would remain of his life, often visiting the theatre in later years once or twice a week. Other interests they began to develop in the more settled times of the post-war era included an interest in playing the piano and chess. His life was tougher in many other respects. His secondary school was many miles away from the family home in Pripolne, and he had to walk nearly 20 kilometers to and from it every weekend. Summers were spent working long and hard days. Mikhail had a good role model in his father, who was awarded the Order of Lenin in 1948 for both his farm work and his wartime service. Mikhail was awarded a more junior honor, something which helped not long afterward when he applied to go and study at the Moscow State University in the Russian capital, the most prestigious university in the USSR at the time. His application was accepted, and so in 1950, he set off north to the capital. In Moscow, Gorbachev became more keenly involved in Soviet politics. He acquired full membership of the Communist Party, a prerequisite for any future political career, while at the same time, he continued to advance within Komsomol. He also met Raisa Titayenko, came from the Altai region of Siberia in central Russia, and had arrived at the capital around the same time Mikhail to study philosophy. They married in 1953. The marriage was one of fact, though they would only Rina was born in 1957. Raisa would work for much of her adult life as a teacher. Married life for her and Mikhail began just as the country was beginning to change in profound ways. Stalin died in 1953 and was replaced by Nikita Khrushchev, a leader who program of de-Stalinization, through which he aimed way from the overt already been one of the youngest regional first secretaries ever in the USSR when he took the helm of the Stavropol government back at the beginning of the 1970s. Now, late in 1978, he was a secretary of the General Committee of the Communist Party. Moscow. Though she was soon offered a new position, and he was now at the very center of power in the capital. His work was varied here, much of it focused on the centralized management of the harvest and agriculture. Other work was more regional and administrative, and his abilities as an organizer were noted. It was these which led to the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. Gorbachev was appointed as its youngest member. Gorbachev was made General Secretary of the Communist Party. Gorbachev came to power at a time when the Soviet Union had been mired in for many years, while the 1960s had seen huge growth in the Russian economy and a transformation of the materials simply become dysfunctional. For instance, to ensure that everyone was employed, could have been completed by just one person. On top of this, moreover, even when the impact of the oil crisis of the 1970s, like the US and Britain, entered into a fresh period of economic 1980s, its economy continued to climb. These economic problems were also to do something about it. He would embark on a reform program that he hoped would once again make the grow and would revitalize the After a long period of decline, Gorbachev's above all economic, the other more social. Gorbachev's into English from during this concerned the reframing of economic policy and ethos union property that's being held in communal ownership, with the state acting as a powerful broker to ensure that there is an equal division of resources amongst the entire population. This requires a command economy. Unlimited reforms, whereby elements of free market economics would be introduced into the communist system. This is hardly so unusual. Within capitalist countries, there are different forms of capitalism. Some capitalist economies emphasize free market enterprise economics, where governments take that they should interfere in the economy to eventually imperfections. Gorbachev claimed that some small elements of the free market system should be introduced into the Soviet economy. This was the introduction of a level of private ownership of property and goods in Russia by Gorbachev's government that had not been true since the end of the Russian Civil War over 60 years earlier. Reforms were also introduced into how the US countries. The second major prong of Gorbachev's reform program was open and transparent fashion, and they had virtually the entirety of its nearly decades in power. The Russian was along authoritarian or narrow lines. During the long dictatorship of Joseph Stalin, this had been so simple that context could have been sufficient reason to end up in the Gulag prison camps of Siberia, moderated in the 1950s and 1960s, but there was still a lot of repression in Soviet society. Moreover, the way to political advancement was seemingly exclusively by working one's way up on the hierarchy, a method which tended to produce fairly unimaginative bureaucrats whose worldview rarely looked beyond preserving the status quo. Gorbachev was arguing for a new approach through glasnost. Democracy, transparency, and open discussion about society and politics. As part of this, a more open media, one which was not, to all intents and purposes, simply a propaganda wing of the Communist Party, was allowed to develop. In the Soviet Union, was launched through the 12th five-year plan of the Soviet Union, which ran from 1980. Acceleration had half-heartedly tried to 1982 and 1984 similar to the concept of economic capitalist countries. Money was pumped into the system to try to develop a great amount of mid-sized businesses, though ultimately this had an inflationary effect as a bad form of Paris. New administrative measures or a branch of Soviet is then engaged ownership and introduced was a latter-day version of the new policy. Overall, Gorbachev's reform program would have mixed results. His economic reforms were broadly unsuccessful. Conversely, his political could be viewed as a great success story. When he came to power in 1980, Otis when the Iraq had pushed the world closer to a war, had things been as bad? Much of this was fueled by the aggressive approach of Ronald, President of the United States, in 1981. Reagan and his advisors concluded that the U.S. was on the back foot as Western economies rebounded in the early 1980s and the Soviet make it possible to intercept Soviet ballistic missiles developed in the 1980s, and people derisively referred to it as the Star Wars program at the time. But in pushing it, Reagan was challenging the Soviets to a new space race at a time when they had neither the risk nor the technical capabilities to engage in one. Growing tensions between the US and the Soviets, which manifested in November 1983 sizes in U-83. But this was the closest the world came to a new confrontation during immediately embarked on developing a relationship with the United States. In November, the Cold War, then by continuing it often ran over at Geneva as they discussed a range of matters that went beyond the agreed itinerary. At one point during diplomat at the time remembered which the US had dealt with before. This initial good start was followed up on at a second summit in Reykjavik, in Iceland, in October 1986. Both teams arrived with ambitions to strike a major Cold War. The strategic initiative, but both had realized how eager the other was to drastically tone down the nuclear threat of heightened tensions. That he wanted an agreement with the US that begin to scale with a view to potentially ban weapons of mass destruction. While this was fanciful, it did demonstrate his commitment to drastically reducing the nuclear threat to binding agreement. Did not scupper these negotiations. Further progress missiles from Central Europe. This gesture of goodwill was followed by a third summit between Reagan and Gorbachev in December 1987, this time in Washington, D.C. Both leaders were facing some domestic turmoil, and Reagan in office and time was near November 1988 that could carry of up to 5 gold. As a symbolic act, it demonstrated a desire to end the Cold War to defuse decades of tensions. Numerous other agreements program and the efforts to improve a number of major prominent areas. The forces had invaded and central for Afghan existence from various parties in the country, including Islamic militant groups. The Soviets became bogged down in Afghanistan that the Americans had in Vietnam. Much more limited resources, but which was able, through a tenacious campaign, asymmetrical warfare. By the time Afghanistan had turned into one which seemingly could not be a inheritance. It was clear by 1985 that there was little to be gained from continuing it. A strategic alteration of approach in 1986, and when this began in the summer of 1988, and the last Soviet February 1989, to provide regime on borrowed time after withdrawal, and the country descended into a more anarchic civil war in the early 1990s, from which the Taliban would eventually emerge as the new government. The other main Gorbachev faced early on emerged suddenly. On the 26th of April, the number 4 reactor exploded near the border with Belarus and north of the city of Kyiv. Cooling system. A woefully inadequate response by the security team on the ground compounded the situation. Most alarmingly, people were left in place in and around the site for far too long after the incident occurred, exposing them to toxic levels of radiation. Gorbachev himself was not blameless in terms of the response. Though in evaluating his response, it should be that the Chernobyl disaster was after the Chernobyl disaster unease. Moreover, in a more open environment, Gorbachev was allowing to develop, people not being possible. convinced a generation of East Asian progressive environment that were mass student Europe. These by nationwide strikes in Poland, Lech Wałęsa. These started small in the months that followed, to the extent that the communist government was forced to enter into negotiation in 1989. These culminated in an agreement to reform the political system, to introduce a more democratic governmental system. Gorbachev in these developments. In the summer of 1988, he visited Poland, and the government there that they did not expect Moscow to come to its aid with a military intervention of the kind that had occurred in Hungary and Czechoslovakia. In 1960, as any other Soviet leader in charge in Poland, opened floodgates to further revolutionary developments in Eastern and Central Europe in 1989 was epitomized by the fall of the Berlin Wall. Back in 1961, in order to stop East Germany to West Germany via Berlin, was divided between the Soviets and the Western Allies at the end of the Second World War. The government, while West Germany is the powerhouse of the European unity, East Germany had stagnated. In late 1989, the war would come crashing down very abruptly. Began along the Austro-Hungarian border when the Pan-European Picnic, an event held in August 1989 to symbolize increased communication between the two neighboring countries, led to the border being opened between Austria and Hungary. Before long, there were people traveling from East Germany to Hungary, and then from there to and north again to Germany. All of a sudden, the Berlin Wall had become superfluous, and tens of thousands of people began making the circuitous trip to West Germany in September and October. As these developments occurred, security around the Berlin Wall itself was loosened. Then, on the 9th of November, they declared that people visit West Germany begin physically tearing down sections of the country. Gorbachev's response to these events was critical. As with strikes in Poland in 1988, a more hardline approach, he could probably have crushed efforts to open the border between Austria and and Miklos Németh, the Hungarian developments. President of France, Francois Mitterrand. German unification back in 1860. Used by the members of what to be renamed the European Union. Therefore, Gorbachev allowed German reunification to happen, whereas Mitterrand. The fall of the Berlin Wall and German reunification, which continues to have sweeping significance. Is a heated debate about the future of NATO as the Warsaw Pact collapsed. With a modern reason for Russia's invasion of Ukraine has been to ensure that it does not become a member of NATO. There was never a formal agreement that banned further eastward. And Gorbachev's statements over the years were not consistent about what statements of leading diplomats and government ministers from various countries that NATO would not expel the East after reunification of Germany. Indeed, 1990, and Gorbachev involved in debate about whether the German reunification should be contingent on its voluntary status as a member of NATO, that this would be the final extension of the alliance. And yet the unwritten agreement, as America's power reached its peak in the mid and Russia descended into economic and military collapse, for liberal reformers who wanted to create a West to change the very nature of what he was engaging in was a complete aberration, a seeming abandonment of 3/4 of a century of Soviet policy and a capitulation to the West. It did not help matters that when Saddam Hussein's Iraq invaded Kuwait in August 1990, Gorbachev broadly agreed with the approach of President Bush in commencing what would become the first Gulf War to force Saddam Hussein out of the small Gulf state. All of these developments led to a lot of grumbling in the Kremlin and the halls of power in Moscow, a city whose politics was still dominated to a large extent by elderly political age back in the 1950s and 1960s, when the Cold War was at its height, which the rest of the world did the Nobel Peace Prize for his role in the radical transformation of Europe's politics the previous year. He actually received quite a lot of criticism within Russia itself. The award was viewed in some circles as a sign of how much of a Gorbachev had become. retained enough support to remain in charge and was re-elected as head of the communist leadership. At the Party Congress in the summer of 1990, position as leader being reaffirmed, the opposition into 1991. Which this period, several of the constituent republics of the USSR, like the Baltic states, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, affirmed independence from the Soviet Union, meaning that it was no longer Warsaw's control. Romania and including the Khanov being launched in the capital, the vice president of the Soviet Union, Gennady Yanayev, was soon revealed as the head of the conspiracy. He moved to seize control of the government and was appointed as acting head. However, the plotters had not accounted a leading figure within the Communist Party who had been acquiring more and more influence as Gorbachev position weakened in 1990 and 1991. On a defining moment, one which grew in the days that forces that his reforms had unleashed. His days as head of the Soviet Union. Made his way back to Moscow. There he realized that Yeltsin was increasingly doxing while the party's normal activity being suspended in a highly fluid period in which communism seemed to be collapsing. But in which it was unclear what the end result would be. It was actively promoting the idea of an independent Russia in 1991. On the 8th day of that month, Yeltsin met with leading figures from Ukraine and Belarus. Where the by elevate Croatia day USSR to the dismantling with this with surprising speed, kept entirely away from politics. But in the 1990s, one of the world's wealthier nations, yet one in which the state had run everything, from heavy industry and national to home ownership and local shops. With the collapse of the Soviet and the gradual vast state assets were to be sold off. Moreover, this was occurring in an environment of loss as the systems were governed. Soviet society for 3/4 of a century collapsed. Was also setting in. To combat the advice of Jeffrey Sachs, use of to combat is tired. The collection of several hundred Russian oligarchs, individuals who exploited their connection to the 1990s, enormous assets, a fraction of their value. Centered on the International Foundation for Socio-Economic legacy to an extent. For instance, in the mid-1990s, the foundation conducted work on perestroika and glasnost had been, and what Mikhail had been trying to achieve during his time in charge of the Soviet Union. Gorbachev was also intent establishing himself as an international elder statesman of sorts. While his reputation at home and abroad, he was a Nobel Peace Prize decade. He was detected, and despite traveling to Germany to avail of advance care, she died within a couple of months of her diagnosis in September 1999. In the years followed, was managing the transition to a free market democracy well, while who had risen from obscurity in the former SSR to become Yeltsin's successor when he left office at the end of the 1990s. Yet as Putin began overtly manipulating the system to remain in power beyond the end of his first 2 terms as president in 2008, Gorbachev especially Putin 2012. At the same time, to the end, in order to US declaration concerning it. This was because his health was very poor by then. He had suffered from numerous ailments, a bout of pneumonia and kidney problems. Eventually, on the 30th of August 2022, he died from an accumulation of issues at 91 years of age. More than anyone else had overseen the end of the Cold War and the tearing down Europe's physical and ideological barriers, was notably warmer internationally and still feel fear that I shared with many people in the German Democratic Republic in 1989, where the tanks would roll again. But this time, no tanks rolled. No shots were fired. Ways and unusual political the Cold War. That he played a role in provincial administration and rose to a reasonably high position in the central government. Introduced its system, while also in an attempt to destroy it. Once a more environment presented itself, pent-up demand for change led to the collapse of the communist governments in East. This in turn led to political Yeltsin came down. Gorbachev's career as a major political leader was over at that point, yet he remained a respected elder statesman on the world stage, though less so at home in Russia. Meanwhile, in the gradual reform which Bush to implement, Russia having its power collapse, or could a reformed version not come? Please let us know in the comment section. In the meantime, thank you very much for watching. At that time, part of the Russian Empire, popular from the family lived in a somewhat isolated part of Ukraine, which was over 20 kilometers. Although the family they were not particularly ready, it was spoken rather than the language typically spoken, was one in upheaval. For centuries, Russia had been underdeveloped politically. West 18th century, the population of the Russian Empire doubled between 1850 and 1900. Increased 12 during this period, while iron and steel production died. Engagement with mainstream Thus did Lev Bronstein Leon Trotsky, the name the world has known him by ever since, dealing in the Russian Empire, and instead kept heading west. After escaping from Siberia, here he made contact with England after the Tsar, who had come to Baghdad, being editor of the Russian socialist newspaper Iskra. The Spark, and also viewed as the founder movement in Russia. Trotsky, who is generally a writer and privileged to work within this period after his escape from Siberia. Taliova, Alexander remained behind in Siberia to raise their children, and Trotsky soon married Natalia in 19. Natalia would remain married for the rest of his life. Off, warning, as he is with the two, entitled "What Is to Be Done." This had opened up a wide-ranging and divisive debate within the Russian Social Democratic Labour Party over the future of the party. On one side were purists, some who believed that the move should build and support exclusively around the industrial working class. Against the Tsarist regime, a separate faction argued that the party should set the divisionists led by and an opposing friend of more pragmatic and flexible socialists. These divisions within the party came to a head at the Sales of London in August 1903. The conference was held in two cities that Karl Marx published the Communist Manifesto with Friedrich Engels. At this meeting, the party split into two factions. Known as the Bolsheviks and the Mensheviks. spurs to action that had been seen since the Nicholas II to protest against the fire of the large crowds of thousands of people still led to the deployment of thousands of. Then, in the late morning, gunfire broke out in numerous locations. Several hours later, the dust settled. As many as 1,000 unarmed protesters and bystanders. Bloody Sunday, as the day has become known, the Tsar II throughout the country. This revolution of 1905 was further driven by in the Russo-Japanese War, the first major military defeat for a European nation against an Eastern times. In response to escalating unrest caused by these events, Nicholas II re-established the Russian Duma, in an attempt to conciliate of increasingly rapid Ukrainian and then turned northwards to St. Peter's in the spring of 1905. Once there, he again put his literary abilities to work and began writing for various underground newspapers associated with the Mensheviks. His activities quickly led to him being placed under observation and danger of arrest by the Tsarist regime. In weeks of returning to St. Petersburg, he had to flee over the nearby border to rural Finland. At the time, this was part of the dominions of the Russian Tsars, but it was ruled separately as the Grand Duchy of Finland, and the police presence was less developed here. Trotsky spent the second half of 1905 moving back and forwards between Finland and St. Petersburg. Russian works in strength.
שיש סתימה בין הטוטל למלאה וכל הזמן יש שם לחץ ואפילו שיש חור זה לא מזיק למילה אתה לא שלא אפילו חוק קטן, אני מבין עכשיו שזה בשר זה אתה נותן משהו כמו חתיכת עץ, זה לא משמיד, בגלל זה ככה. זה איפה? לא, אני מכירי.